किसी भी आप शास्त्रों की बात करें तो सर से अच्छा तो कोई जानता नहीं इस बारे में. He is a mechanical engineer. By the way, I should tell you, he is a qualified mechanical engineer. सर के बारे में कौन नहीं जानता, पूरा हिंदुस्तान जानता है. तो मैं सर को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने बहुत ही शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन में हमारा इनविटेशन एक्सेप्ट किया और अपनी प्रेजेंस से इस जिज्ञासा कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक नया एनर्जी प्रदान किया. This week when Dr. Vinay Kumar, the director DSIR, is sitting there, we interacted. I was in Goa that time and he said, Madam, let us, we are going to conduct a conference, Jijnasa 2022, Jijnasa. Are you ready to do it in your campus? I immediately said, okay, why not? Because when we talk of science and spirituality, there's a great connect between science and spirituality. So this is as per the NEP 2020, we talk about the spirituality and its connection to science, and the government of India is putting a lot of emphasis to make it a part of the curriculum. Then I immediately grabbed that opportunity and I thought, no, we must have, because if we really want to spread that how the science is related to spirituality, we must have this conference here at our campus. I believe that the science is not only compatible to spirituality, that is the profound source of spirituality. Because science gives you tools and techniques, but the spirituality gives you the values, the vision. And without values and vision, you cannot do anything in life. So there is one book which is written by Saint Rajinder, Detox Mind. It's very important. We go to gym each day, talk of detox of body, we never talk about the detox mind. Because if you have a healthy mind, you have a healthy body. That's very necessary. I always say in many of my speech, do not entertain more informations which are negative in the source. They corrupt your mind stability. Suppose there is a water in the glass. You keep on shaking it by putting small stones into it every minute. It loses its stability. The same way, any information which is not relevant to you and which you keep on receiving, the stability of mind goes off. So this is very important that you need to have a filter that what to receive, what not to receive, that you can learn not through the science, but you can learn only through spirituality, meditation. Today, it is a big problem when we talk about depression. It's so common, anxiety, stress, and I want to add one more thing to it, aging of many kinds. It's not that I'm talking about the physical aging. I'm talking about economic aging. I'm talking about social aging. There are different kind of agings are there. So I would like to include that also a part of it. If you really want to come out of it and give it true defeat in a true sense, then science cannot help you. Only the spirituality can help you. So I will not take much time, and I'm sure all of you are going to learn a lot about how science relate to spirituality. Best of luck. Once again, I welcome you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Kumar, Chief Coordinator of Institute of Science and Spirituality, to kindly come up and address the gathering. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you all. Good morning. To all the participants. And I warmly welcome our chief guest of honors, and the respected audiences. So today's conference is very important because not only we talk about science and spirituality, but we are also going to deliberate for these 2 days on how the Indian knowledge system, which is now the focus of NEP, is actually about it does not differentiate between the science is at one side and the religion is at the other side. It talks about the integration. There is no any kind of compartmentalization like when Stephen Jay Gould said they are non-overlapping magisteria. It is not like that. So we'll be learning a lot, and I'll just I'll just read through a little bit the message which I wanted to convey for this conference. So India has been a knowledge generating civilization as far as the history goes. India has always attached great value to the knowledge. This we all know. And it is evident from the fact that we have world's largest body of knowledge text. Despite all the destruction and burning of libraries, we know this happened in history. There are so many libraries, the storehouse of knowledge, they were burned. We have more than 10 million manuscripts still available in our country. And they are not deciphered, they are not interpreted, they are available, they are lying there, but they need to be decoded. 10 million is a big number, 1 crore. And that is actually, we have traced it, but we don't know which is actually lying in people's home, and that is still lying to be, need to be stored and deciphered and taken the knowledge from that. Yeah, according to the UN reports, world has seen 46 civilizations in the history, and India is the only surviving civilization. And the reason being its knowledge centricity. So much so that we have had the first book of knowledge, Rig Veda, in the world. We had the first book of poetry, the first book of prose, first book of phonetics, first book of etymology, first book of arithmetic, first book of meter, first book of sociology like Kalp Sutras and many other texts. Knowledge has been put on the highest pedestal in India ever since the dawn of civilization. In the West, now there's a very prominent difference between how we take the, the knowledge has been considered as the power to subdue material nature. For example, Francis Bacon said, knowledge is power, and with that power, we will subdue the nature. But our tradition says knowledge is for purification. It is not something to subdue or to subjugate other entities. So, whereas in India, knowledge is considered as the greatest purifier of spirit soul, Atman. In Bhagavad Gita, Shloka 38, chapter 4, Lord Krishna says, Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitram iham vidyate. Basically, nothing is more purer than knowledge. So we keep knowledge at that pedestal where it can purifies everyone, not to overpower or empower, overpower or subjugate the material nature. So that is the greatest difference, and that's why we never talk about the conflict between science and spirituality. We always talk about there is no difference. We can understand our religion, our spirituality is actually a science. There is no conflict because of this principle we are carrying from Bhagavad Gita and other literatures. So there is nothing else purifying as the knowledge. Lord Krishna attaches great value to the knowledge and declares knowledge as the great liberator from laziness. India's knowledge power has recognized by all a few centuries back. Syed al-Andalusi is a famous scholar, Muslim scholar, writing in Toledo in Spain in 1068 in Tabakat al-Ulman, comparing science in different parts of the world at that time when he wrote that India was the most advanced nation. He said the first nation to have cultivated science in India is India, and India is known for the wisdom of its people. India appears to have remained ahead of others in knowledge generation and transmission until about the 2 centuries before. There were as many gurukuls in India as the villages. There was a census done in 1830 by the Britishers, and at that time, there were the study was there were 1 lakh villages in Bengal and Bihar and as much gurukuls that time. And based on that, then the although it is not the actual number, but 7 lakh, some 50,000, 35,000 gurukuls were expected based on this study. That so India's literacy rate that time was 97%. Can we believe that? So that kind of education, that kind of education base was there in our culture, and that was destroyed, unfortunately, when we adopted the English education system. So the literacy rate was more than 97. Unfortunately, due to the major changes in the educational system introduced in India about 200 years back by the Britishers for the purpose of subjugation, there was an abrupt end to this process of knowledge transmission, and continuity must be lost. However, with the introduction of mandatory non-credit course on Indian knowledge system by AICT, the apex body for technical education in India, in 2018, the ray of hope has again arisen, and I congratulate Professor Murthy, is still here, sitting here, the national coordinator for the IKSL at the Ministry of Education, Government of India, for spearheading efforts to promote and encourage knowledge production and dissemination in this regard. The present conference is a small effort by the Institute for Science and Spirituality, and it will encourage young minds to ponder deeply on India's great knowledge tradition and will infuse much needed self-confidence in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind address. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our honorable chief guest, Shri Indresh Kumar. Shri Indresh Kumar is a senior member, National Executive, Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Shri Indresh Kumar is also a patron and the key person of the Muslim Rashtriya Manch, an organization of the RSS. Now, I would like to invite sir for his kind and motivation words. Please, a huge round of applause.
I will speak multilinguistic. If I will speak in one language, I will be called fundamentalist. मंच और सामने बैठे हुए एक दूसरे की शोभा बढ़ा रहे ब्रदर्स, सिस्टर्स एंड फ्रेंड्स। मैंने आपको ईश्वरीय और रक्त के रिश्ते में स्मरण किया है। इट इज ओनली ट्रूथ। कौन ब्रदर और सिस्टर होंगे हमारा कोई रोल नहीं है। इट इज डिसाइडेड बाय ऑलमाइटी। ऑलमाइटी ने डिसाइड किया कि तुम 2 या तुम 5 लोग भाई और बहन होंगे। सो वी आर हियर। फ्रेंडशिप का रिलेशनशिप ऑलमाइटी ने मनुष्य पर छोड़ दिया कि अच्छे मित्र बनो और अच्छे मित्र बनाओ। क्राइसिस इन द वर्ल्ड इज द थिंग। When we took birth, जब हम जन्म लेते हैं तो हम एक ह्यूमन बीइंग होते हैं, कमोडिटी होते हैं। और उसने कहा है फॉर पीस, लव, डेवलपमेंट, ब्रदरहुडनेस, हेल्थ एटसेट्रा कि अगर तुम मनुष्य के रूप में जन्मे हो और एक भाई बहन का रिलेशनशिप तुम्हें दे दिया है, यू एक्सटेंड दिस रिलेशनशिप to the universe. So universe will be a healthy universe, happy universe. If you counter that, you are not a good brother and sister, then and then there is a riots, crime, and also the wars. अगर हम अच्छे भाई बहन होंगे दुनिया के अंदर तो रूस और यूक्रेन लड़ाई नहीं करेगा। दुनिया में फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड वर्ल्ड वार नहीं होगा। फिर चीन हमलावर नहीं होगा। अमेरिका गाजा की पट्टी पर इजराइल को और मुस्लिम देशों को लड़वाएगा नहीं, क्योंकि रिलेशनशिप ऑफ ब्रदर एंड सिस्टर, एक्सटेंशन ऑफ दिस रिलेशनशिप फ्रॉम मैन टू द यूनिवर्स, इस यात्रा को स्पिरिचुअलिज्म कहा गया है। इसी यात्रा को विज्ञान भी कहा गया। In 1966, when I joined the mechanical engineer in the Technical University, Punjab Engineering College, to be an engineer, तो रैगिंग हुआ था मेरा। अब तो रैगिंग होता है कि नहीं होता मालूम नहीं, आप अच्छे जानते हो। करते होंगे तो भी और होती होगी तो भी। और मेरी रैगिंग में मुझे जो क्वेश्चन पूछा था सीनियर ने इन द मिडनाइट, कहा था मिस्टर गो टू द मार्केट एंड परचेज द 5 यार्ड ऑफ द मिल्क, 5 गज दूध खरीद कर लाइए। मुझे पहले लगा कि मेरे हार्ड ऑफ लिसनिंग हो गई होगी, तो मुझे ठीक से समझ में आया 5 गज दूध, ये ना पढ़ा था ना सुना था, खरीदना तो दूर की बात है। तो गीता ने, फिलॉसफी ने, ज्ञान ने और विज्ञान ने शुरू से बताया था। हमारी माँ किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ी नहीं थी, अगर घर में कोई चिट्ठी आ जाती थी तो हम पढ़कर सुनाया करते थे, परंतु उसका नॉलेज हमसे बहुत वास्ट। वो बताते थे कि बेटा, जब भी कोई प्रश्न यूनिवर्स में जन्मता है तो ईश्वर ने कहा है मैं उसका उत्तर भी साथ साथ भेज देता हूँ। उसके उत्तर की खोज करना ये विज्ञान है, और उसका उत्तर है, यह आस्था ज्ञान है। माँ ने ये बताया था, मंदिर गए थे तो ग्रंथ ने भी ये बताया। और जब जिसको आज विद्यालय कहते हैं, इसी को पहले गुरुकुल कहते थे। जैसे आज विद्यालय गली गली में है ड्यू टू द पॉपुलेशन, उस समय ड्यू टू द पॉपुलेशन गुरुकुल यानी विद्यालय ये गांव गांव में होता था, जिसको पाठशाला कह देते थे। तो हम वहां गए तो उन्होंने भी यही बताया, 5 गज दूध मैंने उस समय खरीदा था 1966 में। उसके बाद आज तक दोबारा 5 गज दूध खरीदना नहीं पड़ा, मांगा भी किसी ने। 5 गज दूध खरीदना चाहिए तो एक इनोवेशन ने जन्म दिया, यानी चैलेंज इज देयर, थ्रेट इज देयर, क्वेश्चन इज देयर, प्रॉब्लम इज देयर, डेंजर इज देयर। 5 गज दूध तो खरीदना चाहिए, नहीं तो रात भर मुर्गा बनना पड़ेगा सीनियर्स के सामने। तो व्हाट टू आंसर, तो हमने जो कहानी खड़ी उसको टेस्ट में सुना देता। हम 10-15 मिनट घूम कर आए और अपने सीनियर्स को ऐसे ही कहा, लीजिए सर, इट इज 5 यार्ड ऑफ द मिल्क। तो फिर बर्तन ने ना कुछ इनको कहा लीजिए, तो वो हमसे ज्यादा चतुर थे, हमारे सीनियर थे, बहुत सी दाल लेकर आए। और इस गलत फहमी में रहने की तकलीफ भी नहीं करना चाहिए, मान कर ही चलना। उसमें जो मजा है उसको क्रॉस करने में मजा नहीं है, उसको जीने में बहुत मजा है। इसलिए नहीं समझना चाहिए बॉस इज ऑलवेज राइट का मतलब है कि बॉस दादागिरी करेगा। वो दादागिरी करेगा तो अपने आप ही क्रिटिसाइज हो जाएगा, मुझे और आपको कुछ नहीं करना पड़ेगा। अगर वो आउट ऑफ द लॉ एंड आउट ऑफ द बिहेवियर बिहेव करेगा तो वो अपने आप बदनाम हो जाएगा। इसलिए बॉस इज ऑलवेज राइट, ये बड़ी सुंदर फिलोसफी है, इससे डरना नहीं चाहिए। मेरा इसी पर से सिलेक्शन हुआ था आफ्टर बिकमिंग एन इंजीनियर। भाखड़ा ने लिया तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि नई सोसाइटी इन द नेशन एंड द वर्ल्ड, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा। फिर उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि क्या करना चाहते, तो हमारा बड़ा 1.25 घंटे का इंटरव्यू फिर ज्ञान विज्ञान पर हुआ था 1970। तो ने कहा कि 5 गज तो लीजिए, उन्होंने कहा बाद में पक्का करेंगे ये 5 गज है या नहीं है, पहले ये बताओ तुमने खरीदा कैसे। हमने कहा फिर जान फंस गई। तो हमने कहा कि हमने बिल्कुल, वो थोड़ा कहा 5 गज दूध चाहिए तो वो गर्म हो गया, बहुत एंग्री। उन्होंने कहा कौन बेवकूफ है? हमने कहा मिल्कमैन। तो सर हमारे सीनियर्स को आप बेवकूफ मत कहिए, वो तो सुपर इंटेलिजेंट है। सीनियर समझ गए कि इसने कहानी कहानी में हमें बेवकूफ को कह दिया। तो इसलिए बॉस इज ऑलवेज राइट इतना हैप्पी वे है टू लीड द लाइफ। तो हमने कह दिया, हमने कहा, तो मिल्कमैन ने कहा कि तुम बता दो तो हम दे देंगे। तो हमने जो बताया वो आपको बता देना। हमने कहा इट इज अवर यूटेंशियल, ये हमारा बर्तन है। आप अपने बर्तन में 5 ग्राम दूध डालिए, हमारे बर्तन को टच करके 1 गज ऊपर ले जाइए और वहां से दूध पलट दीजिए। कॉल इट 1 यार्ड, डू इट 5 टाइम्स, इट विल बी 5 यार्ड। तो 5 गज दूध विज्ञान है, और 5 गज दूध कैसे आएगा ये ज्ञान, इट इज फिलोसफी। तो इसलिए मेरा ट्रेनिंग तो ज्ञान विज्ञान का रैगिंग में ही हो गया। तब फिर हमें माँ की बात समझ में आ गई। उसने कहा था कि बेटा, ईश्वर कहते हैं कि जब भी कोई प्रश्न आता है तो मैं उसका समाधान भी साथ में भेजता हूँ। प्रश्न यह विज्ञान है, उसका समाधान ये ज्ञान है। तो इसलिए ये होता है। पर दुनिया के अंदर एक स्वभाव है कंपटीशन, और एक स्वभाव है पूरकता। कंपटीशन के अंदर संघर्ष जन्म लेता है, पूरकता के अंदर सद्भाव जन्म लेता है, प्यार जन्म लेता है, स्वास्थ्य जन्म लेता है, हैप्पीनेस। महिला और पुरुष पूरक हैं तो हैप्पीनेस होगी, अगर स्पर्धा है तो संघर्ष जन्म लेगा। तो इसलिए यूरोप ने दुनिया को कहा है आप कॉम्पिटिटिव होंगे तो आप आगे बढ़ेंगे। भारत के ज्ञान ने और विज्ञान ने कहा था अगर आप पूरक होंगे तो सब मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो पूरकता के अंदर नो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, नो वार। कंपटीशन में ऑलवेज वार। मैं अभी रोहतक विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर गया हुआ था कार्यक्रम के लिए। मैंने वहां कहा खेल जगत को लेकर एक टिप्पणी की थी। खिलाड़ी दूसरे को हराने के लिए खेलेगा तो स्वयं पिछड़ जाएगा, स्वयं जीतने के लिए खेलेगा तो सदा जीतता रहेगा। इसलिए दूसरे को हराने के लिए मत खेलिए, बल्कि स्वयं जीतने के लिए खेलिए। दूसरे को हराने के लिए खेलना ये कंपटीशन, स्वयं जीतने के लिए खेलना ये विक्टोरियस एटीट्यूड है जो फुल ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी है। हराने के लिए खेलना यह शैतान है, विज्ञान नहीं है, ज्ञान नहीं है। परंतु जीतने के लिए खेलना यह मानवता है। मैं और आप पढ़ते हैं तो दूसरा पिछड़ जाए इसके लिए नहीं पढ़ते हैं। हम पढ़ते हैं कि हम प्रोग्रेस करें, हम उन्नति पर जाएं, हम अधिक अंक लें। जो जीलियस होकर पढ़ता है कि ये ठीक से आगे नहीं जाना चाहिए, तो उसका अपना तो बेड़ा गर्क होता ही होता है, कोई कल्याण नहीं। इसलिए whenever the life is full of competition, you can't avoid the war, you can't avoid the struggle, you can't avoid the violence, you can't avoid the zealousness. तो उसमें से जो मानवीय गुण है वो नहीं आते। तो इसलिए इसको भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं आपको 2 बातें छोटी सी और कहूंगा इसमें। मैं अभी एक चंडीगढ़ के अंदर कॉन्फ्रेंस में इंटेलेक्चुअल मीट। जब मैं उस इंटेलेक्चुअल मीट में था तो अप्रोक्सीमेटली 150 पर्सन आर देयर इन दैट मीट। more than 15 तो उसमें हाई कोर्ट और सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक्स जजेस थे. I hope so. Approximately 12 to 13 कुलपतिज are there, vice chancellors are. आर्मी मेजर जनरल, ब्रिगेडियर, मेजर जनरल, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल और जनरल, ये सब मिलाकर भी 20 के लगभग प्रोफेसर थे, अवार्ड विनर्स थे. मैंने तो कहा है कि ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द सिविलाइजेशंस, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द कल्चर्स, ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द साइंस नॉलेज. तो मैंने उनको कहा कि दुनिया के हर देश में एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट होता है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक चीफ जस्टिस होता है. भारत का भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, उसका चीफ जस्टिस है. फ्रॉम द लोअर कोर्ट टू द सुप्रीम कोर्ट, thousands judges are there. In every high court, there is a chief justice of the state. Ultimately, there is a one person who becomes the chief justice of the Supreme Court. तो 130 करोड़ पीपल में से एक आदमी को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है टू बी ए चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ भारत. ये रेयरेस्ट ऑफ द रेयरेस्ट, मोस्ट डिग्निफाइड, मोस्ट रिस्पेक्टफुल पोजीशन है कि एक आदमी चीफ जस्टिस बनता है. और चीफ जस्टिस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ओथ देता है, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया चीफ जस्टिस को और ओथ दिलवाते हैं. इनको कोई और दूसरा ओथ नहीं दिलवा सकता. दे एक दूसरे को ओथ यही दिलवाते हैं. सुप्रीम ऑफ द पोजीशन ऑफ द नेशन. पॉलिटिकल को छोड़ दीजिए, आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ द सिस्टम. तो ये है. तो इससे ज्यादा खुशी क्या हो सकती है किसी आदमी को चीफ जस्टिस बनने का मौका मिले. परंतु एक विचित्रता है और ऑटोमेटिक है, वो ग्रोन अप नहीं है, इन द वो सीड में है फिलोसफी के. और भारत के और बिल्कुल गरीब से अमीर तक, पढ़े लिखे से लेकर सामान्य तक, सबके दिल दिमाग के अंदर की वो उपज है. उसको किसी ने बोया नहीं है, नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट है, इनहेरेंट. तो मैंने कहा कि चीफ जस्टिस बनता है, पर चीफ जस्टिस का फोटो ना बाजार में बिकता है, ना कोई अपने घर में लगाता है. आपके किसी के घर में चीफ जस्टिस का फोटो है तो एक के तो है कम से कम. और इनकी कौन सी मजबूरी और जरूरत होगी इनसे बात. परंतु हिंदुस्तान के करोड़ों घर हैं, किसी के घर में चीफ जस्टिस का फोटो नहीं. प्रश्न खड़ा होता है, मैंने और आपने ऐसे मोस्ट डिग्निफाइड पर्सनैलिटी का फोटो अपने घर और ऑफिस में क्यों नहीं लगाया. और ये भी पक्का है, मेरे कहने के बाद भी ना मैं लगाने वाला हूं ना आप लगाने वाले. तो मैंने उनके सामने कहा है प्रश्न. तो हमारे एक जज साहब बोले और एक जनरल बोले, क्योंकि जी आप ही ने सवाल खड़ा किया, आंसर भी आप ही दिए. अब इट इज ए जेंटलमैन प्रॉमिस, उन्होंने कह दिया तो अब आई हैव टू. तो मैंने आंसर दिया. फिर मैंने उनसे पूछा कि अगर मैंने कहा कि रेयरेस्ट ऑफ दिस लाइफ है, अगर कहा कि 5 चीफ जस्टिस के नाम लिखो, तो हम अब इस उम्र में फेल तो होना नहीं चाहते हैं, पर पास नहीं होंगे ये बड़ी गारंटी है. हम में से भी कौन पास होगा मालूम नहीं. 5 चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ भारत के नाम लिखने, फिर भी सिर खुजलाएंगे तो धीरे धीरे याद आ जाएंगे. तो हो सकता है 3 हो जाए, 4 हो जाए, 5 भी हो सकते. क्यों? इट इज एन ऑटोमेटिक बिहेवियर ऑफ द सोसाइटी. इसमें किसी दल की कोई भूमिका नहीं है कि किसी ने किसी को बदनाम किया, या किसी आइडियोलॉजी की क्राइसिस नहीं है कि उसने कहा कि फोटो नहीं लगाना, नाम भी याद नहीं करना. इट इज एन नेचुरल. ये क्या है? इससे आपको ज्ञान विज्ञान की एक परिभाषा समझने में सरलता है. तो दो तरह से चीजों का वर्णन होता है। एक है मैन एंड ए रिस्पेक्टेड मैन, सेकंड मैन इज एन वर्शिप्ड मैन। एक पूजनीय है, एक सम्माननीय है। आप पोजीशन पर हैं, धनवान हैं, आप विद्यावान हैं, आप शक्तिवान हैं, आप एक स्टेटस पर चले गए हैं, तो आपका ऑटोमेटिक रिस्पेक्ट बन जाएगा। पर इसका अर्थ नहीं है आप पूजनीय हो जाएंगे। तो रिस्पेक्टेड आदमी डिग्री से बनता है, कंज्यूमर गुड्स से बनता है, पोजीशन से बनता है। परंतु वर्शिप्ड आदमी ये वैल्यूज से बनता है। तो इसलिए आप इसको समझना हो तो यू कैन अप्लाई ऑन योर सेल्फ आल्सो। एप्लीकेशन इज सो इजी। जैसे कहते हैं कि इट इज एन हैप्पी एंड हेल्दी होम, तो उसका एक विज्ञापन आता है, ऐसा बंगला लेंगे तो आप हैप्पी होम हो जाएंगे। आपके पास 2 कारें होंगी, 3 कारें होंगी, तो आप हेल्दी होम हो जाएंगे। फिर वो कहेंगे कि आपके पास ऐसी ज्वेलरी हो जाएगी तो आप प्रॉस्पर होम हो जाएंगे। ये सब हो गया अवेलेबल ऑल दीज आर द कंज्यूमर गुड्स। आपने पढ़ाई की और आप इंजीनियर बन गए, डॉक्टर बन गए, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन गए, ये कंज्यूमरिज्म है which gives respect to man, but man is never be worshipped for that. It is for valued. Happiness, healthiness, progress are also depends upon the values. अगर इतने सुंदर सब चीजें होने पर भी बच्चे माता पिता का सम्मान नहीं करते हैं, तो आप हैप्पी और हेल्दी होंगे कि नहीं? और पति पत्नी में बनती नहीं, झगड़ा करते हैं और तलाक ही उनकी कंपल्शन बन जाती है। तो इट विल बी हैप्पी होम और हेल्दी होम और नॉट। वो नॉलेजेबल और साइंटिफिक होम होगा कि नहीं होगा? या वो युद्ध का छोटा सा मैदान, वर्ल्ड वार का नहीं होगा। पर उनकी जिंदगी का तो वर्ल्ड वो फैमिली ही है। अगर वहां आने जाने वाले को प्रॉपरली रिस्पेक्ट ही नहीं है, आपस में छल करते हैं और झूठ बोलते हैं, तो आप उस आदमी को हैप्पी, हेल्दी, प्रॉस्पर, डिग्निफाइड, एजुकेटेड मैन कहेंगे या आप उसको शैतान कहेंगे? इसलिए आप देखिए, मान लो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के अंदर एक सन्यासी सेंट आया और चीफ जस्टिस भी आया। हम सब चीफ जस्टिस के साथ थोड़ा बहुत फोटो खिंचवाने की भी कोशिश करेंगे, प्रणाम भी करेंगे, पर कोई ये नहीं कहेगा सर आप इस बच्चे के सिर पर हाथ रख के आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए, इसका भला हो जाएगा, ये जरा ठीक बन जाएगा। पर सन्यासी को ले जाकर आप जरूर कहेंगे सर इसको आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए, ये चीफ जस्टिस हो जाए, तो वो पक्का हो जाएगा। चीफ जस्टिस के वरदान से आप जज नहीं होंगे, आशीर्वाद से, पर सन्यासी के आशीर्वाद से आप चीफ जस्टिस भी हो सकते हैं। सन्यासी वर्शिप्ड है, चीफ जस्टिस रिस्पेक्टेड है। तो इसलिए इसको समझना, तो उनको सबको समझना। तो इसलिए अपने कहते थे जो गुरु पढ़ाता था वो टीचर या प्रोफेसर बनकर रहा तो रिस्पेक्टेड रहेगा, पर वो बिहेवियर उसका, कैरेक्टर्स, वैल्यूज होंगी तो फिर वह वर्शिप्ड हो जाएगा। इसलिए हमने बचपन में अपने पिताजी हमारे कितने भी बड़े हो गए, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट भी थे, तो वो क्या नाम है, बिजनेसमैन भी थे और एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट भी थे और एमएलए भी हुए और सब हुए, तो भी मास्टर जी मिल जाते थे भरे बाजार में भी, कि मास्टर जी बेचारे कुछ नहीं थे उस समय समाज व्यवस्था में, तो भी उनके पैर छूते हुए हमने उनको देखा है। तो टीचर उनकी नजर में वर्शिप्ड था। और इस समाज की नजर में पिताजी हमारे रिस्पेक्टेड। तो इसलिए हिंदुस्तान के ज्ञान विज्ञान ने और चरित्र ने ये कहा कि मैन शुड लीड ए लाइफ टू बी वर्शिप्ड, नॉट टू बी रिस्पेक्टेड। आप वर्शिप्ड होंगे तो रिस्पेक्टेड हो ही जाएंगे, पर आप रिस्पेक्टेड हैं तो वर्शिप्ड जरूर हो जाएंगे, इसकी कोई गारंटी नहीं। इसलिए आपका विज्ञान आपको रिस्पेक्टेड करता है, नॉलेज आपको वर्शिप्ड बनाती है। उस नॉलेज को नॉलेज कहा गया है। नॉलेज विदाउट करेक्टर यह आदमी के लिए अभिशाप है, परंतु नॉलेज विद वैल्यूज, उसमें से वो विज्ञान जन्म लेता है जो दुनिया को हैप्पीनेस देता है, हेल्थीनेस। अगर वैल्यूज निकाल दीजिए तो विज्ञान दुनिया को बर्बाद करता है, और अगर विज्ञान को नॉलेज उसमें वैल्यूज डाल दीजिए तो वह प्रोग्रेस करता है, हेल्थीनेस, हैप्पीनेस लाता है। फिर घर में भी दंगा नहीं होगा और दुनिया में भी दंगा नहीं होगा, फिर घर में भी झगड़ा नहीं होगा और विश्व के अंदर भी युद्ध नहीं। इसलिए आज अगर कहना हो कठिन काम है तो हम पुतिन को, जेलेंस्की को क्या कहेंगे? वह मानवता के अच्छे मॉडल हैं या वो शैतानियत के अच्छे मॉडल? बड़ा गंभीर प्रश्न है, क्या करना और क्या करना। चीन और ताइवान को किस रिस्पेक्ट में कहेंगे कि चीन मानवता का मॉडल है या चीन शैतान का मॉडल है? यह कहने का साहस वैल्यूज प्राप्त होती है। तो इसलिए उन सबको अप्लाई कर सकते हैं, तो इसको समझना जरूरी है। हम लोग यहाँ पर हैं, मैं थाईलैंड गया हुआ था 4 साल पहले। मुझे 6-7 साल पहले दुनिया के बौद्ध देशों के नेता इकट्ठे हुए, तो उन्होंने उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुझे एक अवार्ड दिया। 26 देशों के लगभग नेता थे, बुद्धिस्ट थे। मैं सनातन मतावलंबी हूँ, तो भी उन्होंने अपनी कॉन्फ्रेंस में मुझे ग्लोबल पीस लीडर अवार्ड का एक ऐसा मोमेंटो दिया। थाईलैंड में मुझे इनवाइट किया गया था, थाईलैंड उसका हेडक्वार्टर था, वहां जाकर उसकी फुल सेरेमनी थी। तो जो थाईलैंड के सबसे सीनियर मॉन्क थे, वो देवता जैसे माने जाते हैं, ऑफ 92 ईयर्स। तो उन्होंने पूछा हमसे, कहाँ से आए हो? तो हमारे साथ जो सज्जन थे उसने वहां की भाषा में उनको उत्तर दिया, इंडिया। तो उन्होंने कहा, मेरी तरफ फिर इशारा करके, तुम बताओ कहाँ से आए? मैंने कहा मैं भारत से आया। तो उसने कहा कि योर आंसर इज करेक्ट, हिज आंसर इज रॉन्ग। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि आप ऐसा क्यों कह रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमारे ग्रंथ पढ़े हैं ना 20,000, तो इनमें इंडिया शब्द है ही नहीं। जब कोई आकर हमें बोलता है इंडिया, तो हमें समझ में नहीं आता ये दुनिया में कौन सा नया देश जन्म। तो 300 वर्ष पूर्व विश्व के जो भी ग्रंथ लिखे गए उसमें इंडिया शब्द नहीं, क्योंकि उस समय इंडिया था ही। पर उन सब ग्रंथों में भारत या आर्यव्रत लिखा हुआ है, तो इसलिए दुनिया के 200 वर्ष 250 वर्षों में जो पुस्तकें छपी, इंडिया इज अवेलेबल इन दैट बुक्स। पर बिफोर दैट लिटरेचर थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड देयर इज ओनली भारत इज अवेलेबल। अब भारत नॉलेज अवेलेबल सिस्टम कहना कि इंडिया नॉलेजेबल सिस्टम कहना, थिंक ऑफ दैट आल्सो। तो अगर तो दुनिया में अपने आप को गायब करना है और हम प्राचीनतम है, तो फिर शब्द भी वैसे ढूंढना पड़ेगा जिससे हम प्राचीनतम दिखाई दे। इंडिया मेक्स, तो कहते हैं ना कि बच्चा जन्मता है, नाम तो रखा गया है निहारिका, नाम तो रखा गया है राम कुमार, परंतु दादी कहती है ये मेरा टिटू है। और नानी कहती है मेरा पेटू है, तो क्या करेंगे, मानना तो पड़ेगा ही इससे, क्योंकि नानी दादी की तो चलेगी चलेगी, क्योंकि उसका प्यार प्यार है। तो प्यार में अंग्रेजों ने हमारा नाम इंडिया रखा कि कॉन्स्पिरेसी में रखा इसको। तो हमारे ज्ञान और विज्ञान की जड़ युगों से है, इसको उखाड़ कर फेंक देने की कॉन्स्पिरेसी को कहते हैं इंडिया, और इसको प्रतिष्ठित करने की कौन से उसको और नॉलेज सिस्टम को कहेंगे कि यह मानवता है, षड्यंत्र नहीं। इसलिए इन चीजें भी कैरी करती है, इसको भी हमेशा ध्यान में रखना। तो आप 2 दिन के अंदर बहुत चीजें करेंगे ज्ञान विज्ञान के लेकर, तो मैंने उस पर से कही एक मां रूपी मंत्र की फिलॉसफी, उसका प्राणायाम, उसको समझेंगे। ये मैंने एक बड़ा लेटेस्ट शोध किया है, दुनिया के ग्रंथों में से अवेलेबल नहीं है, दुनिया के ग्रंथों में इसके सीड्स अवेलेबल, परंतु वो सीड्स का फल क्या है और सच क्या है, मैंने लगभग 1-1.5 साल में 2 लाख लोगों पर भारत में उसका प्रयोग किया है, ऑफ एवरी रिलीजन, ऑफ एवरी कास्ट, ऑफ एवरी लैंग्वेज एंड डायलेक्ट, ऑफ एनी पार्टी एंड आइडियोलॉजी, ऑफ एनी रीजन। तो सब रीजन्स के, सब धर्मों के, सब जातियों के, सब भाषाओं के, सामान्य झोपड़ी वाले से लेकर विश्वविद्यालय के आदमी तक, या प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय से लेकर और नीचे पीएम तक, सब पर किया है। खेत खलियान वाला है, मजदूर है, किसान है, या बहुत बड़ा उद्योगपति, अरबपति, खरबपति भी होगा, तो उन तक पर सब पर प्रयोग किया है। और उसको मैंने प्रयोग को थोड़ा एक्सटेंड भी किया, तो हिमालय में, और हिमालय से कैलाश मानसरोवर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी केरल तक थोड़ा एक्सटेंड किया, तो श्रीलंका और उधर नेपाल बीच में आ गया। फिर मैंने इधर गोवा गुजरात तक, और थोड़ा एक्सटेंड किया जरा लाहौर तक, क्योंकि 47 से पहले तो लाहौर हिंदुस्तानी था। इट इज द हार्ड ट्रूथ, इट इज द ओनली रियलिटी। आज नहीं है, पर किसी ज्ञान पुस्तक में नहीं लिखा है कि कल फिर से नहीं हो सकता है। It depends upon our willpower and our behaviors and our philosophy and our character, उस पर डिपेंड करता है। कैलाश मानसरोवर आज अपना नहीं है, कल नहीं हो सकता, ये तो कहीं नहीं लिखा। अगर आज पराया हो सकता है, वही बेटा कल पुनः अपना भी हो सकता है, और वो स्थान भी अपना हो सकता है। इधर मणिपुर तक और बीच में ढाका बोली। अब इस सारे के अंदर जोड़ते हुए माँ, ये फिलोसफी का जो सुप्रीम है, उसका साइंस जो सुप्रीम साइंस है, वो क्या है? ईश्वर तो मालूम नहीं है कहाँ है और कैसा है, परंतु अगर उस ईश्वर के रोज दर्शन करने हों, तो उन्होंने कहा कि उसके बिहेवियर्स को माँ कहते हैं। ये एक फिलोसफी है। और उस ईश्वर के रोज दर्शन करने हो तो तत्वों के रूप में होती है, इसलिए सूर्य और चंद्रमा के रूप में वो रोज प्रकट होता है। एक एनर्जाइज करता है और दूसरा शीतलता प्रदान करके आदमी को विकारों से मुक्त करता है। तो इसलिए सन डिनोमिनेट्स टू द एनर्जी, टू द डेवलपमेंट, टू द प्रोग्रेस, टू द हेल्दीनेस, एंड मून डिनोमिनेट्स, वो बताता है कि ठीक है, गाली मत दे, झगड़ा मत कर, हिंसा मत कर, नफरत मत कर, क्रोध मत कर, शांत रहे, तो यू विल बी द बेस्ट मैन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, या बेस्ट कमोडिटी ऑफ द सोसाइटी हो जाएगी। तो जो रास्ता दिखाए और शीतलता प्रदान करे, उसको चंद्रमा कहते हैं। और जो एनर्जाइज करे और आदमी को जिंदगी के अंदर कभी असफल ना होने दे, उसको सन कहते हैं, सूर्य कहते हैं। तो ईश्वर के रूप में ये रोज दिखते हैं। समझेंगे तो समझ में आ जाएगा, नहीं समझेंगे तो फिल्मी गाना है, जो ना समझे वो अनाड़ी है। तो हम अनाड़ी तो बनना नहीं चाहेंगे, परंतु विद्वान है ये चाहेंगे जरूर बनना, पर चाहेंगे ज्यादा झंझट ना मोल लेना पड़े, थोड़ा अच्छे से हो जाए तो अच्छा। हम इस संसार में आए, मैं उस विषय पर नहीं जाऊंगा क्योंकि विषय को समाप्त करना है, क्योंकि टाइम इज अ बैरियर। मैंने पूछा था बहन से कि कितनी देर बोलना है, गए आपके लिए कोई बैरियर नहीं, परंतु तो भी मुझे बैरियर मानना चाहिए। इनडिसिप्लिन होना अच्छी आदत है, और डिसिप्लिन मेंटेन करना इट इज द बेटर। अपने हित में भी है, दूसरे के हित में भी है। और इसलिए हम जिस भी संसार में थे, तो उस दूसरे संसार को ईश्वर के, तो वह कहा जाता है वर्ल्ड ऑफ सोल्स कहा जाता है। वहां आत्मा रूप में इंसान है। अगर किसी ने पूछा भगवान का, आत्माओं का जो संसार है उसमें रात और दिन है या नहीं है, बिस्तर है कि नहीं, ड्रेस कोड कौन सा है, डिसिप्लिन कौन सा है, जागते किस समय, सोते हुए, वहां ये सारी चीजें है, फ्री है। वो आत्मा जब चलती है तो मानव के रूप में इस संसार में आती है, जीव के रूप में आती है। तो हम जीव के रूप में जिस द्वारा भगवान हमें इस संसार में लाता है उसको हम नारी कहते हैं। इसलिए ईश्वर उस आत्मा को, जो हम शरीर बने हैं, इस आत्मा को नारी की कोख में प्रतिष्ठित करता है, और उस नारी की कोख में हमारा डिजाइन तैयार होता है, और एक दिन हम मानव के रूप में प्रकट होते हैं। उस नारी को दुनिया ने जो भी कहा होगा, उसको आंटी कहा कि उसको मैडम कहा कि उसको और औरत कहा, उसको नारी कहा, महिला कहा, जो मर्जी है कहा। और व्हाट इज द आंसर ऑफ भारत? भारत के लोगों का उत्तर क्या? झोपड़ी में रहने वाला हो या महल में रहने, चाहे परम शिक्षित और भारत रत्न हो चाहे सामान्य, उसका उत्तर था ईश्वर को कि यह जो लड़की है, औरत है, नारी है, ये कौन है? तो ये बेटी है। भगवान ने कहा बस यही दर्जा है इसका, बेटी का। तो फिर दिमाग खुजलाया, उसने कहा नहीं ये बहन है। उसने कहा बस इतना ही स्टेटस है नारी का। उसने कहा नहीं नहीं ये माँ है। उसने कहा बस इतना ही है, क्योंकि फिर एक सुप्रीम है, ये देवी है। सो वी आर द वर्ल्ड पावर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। हम विश्व शक्ति इसलिए थे कि हमने नारी को नारी नहीं माना था, महिला नहीं माना था, स्पर्धा नहीं माना था, भोग की वस्तु नहीं माना था। हमने उसको 4 फिलोसफिकल पेडेस्टल ऑफ द डेवलपमेंट दिए थे, प्रोस्पेरिटी और प्रोग्रेस का दिया था कि ये बेटी है, बहन है, माँ है, और यह देवी है। यह जो हमारा ज्ञान था, वर्किंग नॉलेज, इसने हमें सुपर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बनाया, इसलिए हम विश्व गुरु कहलाए। इसलिए विश्व के अंदर ये गाना नहीं बना है तक, सारे जहां से अच्छा अमेरिका हमारा, इंग्लैंड हमारा, इटली हमारा, फ्रांस हमारा, ईरान हमारा, अरब तुर्किस्तान हमारा, रूस चीन हमारा, जर्मनी जापान हमारा, बना तो एक ही गाना बना, सारे जहां से अच्छा। तो फालतू में नहीं बने हैं, बहुत तप किया है हमारे बुजुर्गों ने, और हम भी कर रहे हैं। तो जिस नारी के द्वारा हम इस संसार में आए, विश्व में, सृष्टि में आए, उसको हमने माँ कहा। माँ हमें इस संसार में ले आई। उस माँ ने फिर बड़ी माँ के साथ मिलकर हमारा 70-80 साल पालन पोषण किया। उस बड़ी माँ का नाम है, हमारे देश के संदर्भ में, ऐसे दुनिया के अपने अपने संदर्भ का, दैट इज ए नेशन, दैट इज ए कंट्री, इसलिए उसको हमने मदर इंडिया था, भारत माता था। यही सब चीजें देती है और आधार देती है। तो मेरे और आपका कपड़ा भी है, पेन भी है और पेंसिल भी है, इतना बड़ा भवन भी है, कल कारखाना भी है, मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट भी है, मेडिकल एपरेटस भी है, क्योंकि यह सब इसी धरती से मिलते हैं और धरती आधार देती है, तभी ये सब बनते हैं। और जब अल्टीमेटली हमें अपने भगवान की पूजा करनी हो तो यही धरती आधार देती है और धरती वस्तुएं देती है, तो उसी के कारण मंदिर भी है और इंस्टीट्यूट, मेडिकल कॉलेज और हॉस्पिटल और ट्रीटमेंट भी। परंतु इसकी फिलॉसफी को यहाँ आकर समझना दुनिया के मानवता के लिए, शांति के लिए, विकास के लिए जरूरी है। और वो ये है, ये जो मदर अर्थ है बड़ी सेंस में और छोटे में मदर इंडिया भारत है, भारत माता, इसकी क्वालिटीज क्या है, इसका विज्ञान क्या है, इसकी नॉलेज क्या है। मैं और आप प्रतिदिन 4-5 बार इस पर शौच करते, पेशाब करते, थूकते, गड्ढा खोदते, परंतु कोई एक दिन तो दूर की बात है, कोई एक क्षण बता दो जब भारत माता ने रिएक्ट करके कहा तुम बड़े बदतमीज बेटे बेटे। शी नेवर रिएक्टेड, नेवर। युगों से नहीं रिएक्ट किया है, आज भी नहीं कर रही, आगे के युगों भी नहीं रिएक्ट करेगी। यह जो सुप्रीम ऑफ द टॉलरेंस है, ये भारत। मेरे और आप पर कोई छोटी सी गाली दे दे, खड़ा चोटी लगा दे, कहीं थूक दे, तो मेरा और आपका टेम्परेचर इतना बॉयल करेगा, थर्मामीटर लगा तो साला। परंतु इसकी टॉलरेंस युगों से इतनी, इसलिए इस नॉलेज को समझना और इस साइंस को समझना, ये भारत के ग्रंथ साथ साथ बताते हैं। और जब हम मरते हैं, अगेन इट कन्वर्ट्स टू द सोल और फिर से भगवान के पास भेज देते। एक नारी है जो संसार में लाई, उसको माँ कहते हैं। दूसरी नारी भारत माता है, यानी नेशन है, जो हमें संसार से विदा करती है सोल के रूप में और भगवान के पास भेज देती है। और युगों से हो रहा और युगों होता रहेगा। और इसी भारत माता का बड़ा नाम है मदर अर्थ, वसुदेव कुटुंबकम। तो विश्व के अंदर विवेकानंद को तालियां किस बात के लिए मिली थी? इसलिए नहीं था ज्ञान बहुत सुप्रीम। अगर ज्ञान सुप्रीम होता तो सिलेक्शन पहले हो जाता ना, अप्रोच सेंटर थोड़ी करते हो शिकागो विश्व धर्म सम्मेलन। अगर अप्रोच से कोई पास हो तो नालायक माना जाता है, होशियार नहीं माना, क्योंकि ऑटोमेटिकली ही इज नॉट इन ए कॉम्पिटिशन, ही इज नॉट इन ए मेरिट। तो इसलिए क्योंकि जो नॉलेज और साइंस था वो कितना सुप्रीम था, तो दुनिया दंगा मुक्त हो, दुनिया अशांति मुक्त हो, दुनिया युद्ध मुक्त हो, इसलिए विवेकानंद ने दुनिया को संबोधित करते हुए कहा था भारतीय ज्ञान विज्ञान परंपरा में, माय डियर अमेरिकन एंड द वर्ल्ड, डियर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड एंड अमेरिका। तालियां बजी। और अप्रोच वाला विवेकानंद सुपर हीरो है दुनिया का। किसने सुपर हीरो बनाया? जो भारत का ज्ञान विज्ञान की परंपरा थी, उसने विवेकानंद को सुपर किया। और उसका मदर अर्थ है और सारी सृष्टि की भी एक माँ है। तो अब माँ रूपी मंत्र के प्राणायाम की ताकत क्या है, आज यहाँ उसका एक छोटा सा प्रैक्टिस हम लोग करेंगे। मैंने इसको कहा कि 2 लाख लोगों तक इसका एप्लीकेशन किया तो सिद्ध हो गया कि इट इज करेक्ट। तो यह जो ज्ञान है, नारी के अंदर माँ को देखना, यह कितना सुपर हिट है, द बेस्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी है। फिर यह दुनिया के अंदर विकार, भ्रष्टाचार, अपराध और अपराधों के अंदर बलात्कार, इन सब से मुक्ति का मार्ग। तो उसको समझेंगे तो बाकी ज्ञान विज्ञान समझ में आ जाएगा किसके लिए अप्लाई करना। केमिस्ट्री पढ़ना तो किसके लिए पढ़ना, फिजिक्स पढ़ना तो किसके लिए पढ़ना, ये नए नए शोध क्यों करना, ये समझ में आएगा क्योंकि एप्लीकेशन किस पर होना है। तो मानव की हैप्पीनेस हेल्दीनेस पर होना है, प्रोस्पेरिटी पर होना है, पीस के लिए होना है, वार के लिए नहीं। इसलिए राम ने तीर चलाया फॉर पीस एंड प्रोस्पेरिटी एंड सिक्योरिटी चलाया, रावण ने तीर चलाया फॉर द डेथ ऑफ द पीपल। इसलिए दोनों ने तीर चलाए, पर दोनों के तीर के अंदर की क्वालिटी, उसका नॉलेज और उसका साइंस डिफर करता था। एक फॉर द डेथ एंड मर्डर था एंड टू रूल था, दूसरा था टू सर्वाइव, टू प्रोटेक्ट। और इसलिए इसमें से करना, तो हम इसका करेंगे। तो जो मैं कहूंगा थोड़ा कमर सीधी करके बैठना, अभी नहीं, जब कहूंगा फिर कहूंगा आंखें बंद करना। तो माँ जो हमें संसार में लाई, हमारे पास हर एक की अपनी अपनी माँ है, तो उसका फोटो अपने दिमाग में लाना, आंखों में आ जाएगा। फिर उसके बाद जो मदर अर्थ है और जो भारत माँ, उसका अंश हमारे रूप में हमारे पास है, ये नेशन, हिमालय से लेकर हिंद महासागर तक, इधर पाकिस्तान जोड़ लीजिए तो अफगानिस्तान ईरान तक जाइए, और फिर इधर म्यांमार पार करके जावा सुमात्रा बाली इंडोनेशिया तक जाइए। तो समुद्र के ये दो छोर, इतना बड़ा नहीं तो इतना तो ले आइए जो आज है आपके पास बचा, और ये और छोटा ना हो, इट मस्ट बी ए कमिटमेंट। तो इसलिए इसको ले आइए और मदर अर्थ को ले आइए, जो धुन मालिक ने हम सबको दी है, टू सर्वाइव, टू डेवलप, टू टेक बर्थ, इसको ले आइए। तो 5 बार हम ये माँ रूपी मंत्र प्राणायाम के रूप में ऐसा मैं और आप इकट्ठे करेंगे, ठीक है। तो कमर सीधी कर लीजिए, आंखें बंद कर लीजिए, बीच में खोलेंगे तो कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है, क्योंकि कुछ तो नर्क में जाने वाले भी चाहिए, कुछ शरारती होने भी चाहिए। तो बंद करना और इस मूर्त को अपने जहन में ले आइए। मदर फ्रॉम द बर्थ, जिसको कहा गया है माँ के कदमों में जन्नत है, और भारत माता के कदमों में देश प्रेम में स्वर्ग मिलता है, जननी जन्मभूमि स्वर्ग से महान है। तो इस फिलॉसफी को जीने के लिए और अपनी पढ़ाई की सार्थक करने के लिए मैं एक कहूंगा, तो आंखें बंद, कमर सीधी, और माँ शब्द का उच्चारण करिए। एक, माँ। सांस लेना। 2, माँ। सांस लेना। 3, लेना। 4, सांस भरना। 5, हाथ मलना, आंखों को रखना, कमर भी रिलैक्स करना, आंखें भी खोलना। कुछ समय के लिए टेंशन गई कि टेंशन बढ़ी। जिनको लगता है एक बार टेंशन रिलीफ हो गई, टेंशन मुक्त हो गए, तनाव मुक्त, वो जरा दोनों हाथ खड़े करें। बोल जगत जननी मैया की, भारत माता की। और जिनको लगता है टेंशन बढ़ गई, वो हाथ खड़ा करें। जिस ज्ञान और विज्ञान में इस शीतलता, शांति, स्वास्थ्य और खुशियां देने की ताकत हो, उसको भारत का ज्ञान विज्ञान का कर्म है। अब हमने रियलाइज किया, अगर माँ की सेवा करते रहे और सम्मान करते रहे, भारत माँ को की रक्षा करते रहे और उसके विकास में अगर डेडिकेट हो जाए तो तनाव मुक्ति हो जाएगी, नहीं तो डॉक्टर की गोलियां खा खा के तो मरेंगे ही। वी हैव टू डिसाइड। इसलिए वेदों में, उपनिषदों में जो कुछ कहा गया, मैंने किसी के कोई नाम नहीं लिया, मैंने मैक्सिमम जो स्वयं अनुभूत किया उन सिद्धांतों को, उसके कुछ प्रयोग आपके सामने रखे, तो इसलिए मैं उन सिद्धांतों को आज के, इसलिए टुडे इज डेज ऑफ युग है अप्लाइड साइंस, तो इसलिए उस ज्ञान को साइंस में अप्लाई करके देखना, तो रिजल्ट अगर अच्छे हैं तो मान लेना चाहिए सत्य था, सत्य है और सत्य रहेगा। नहीं है तो मान लेना चाहिए कि अपने प्रैक्टिस में और प्रैक्टिकल में कोई ना कोई दोष रहा है। सत्य को असत्य कहेंगे तो गलती हो जाएगी, इसलिए उसका अनुसंधान जारी रखना। तो इसको समझना, तो मैं और अधिक ना कहते हुए पहले मैंने पीरियड काफी बढ़ा लिया है, और वैसे भी कहते हैं कि प्रोफेसर की और सर की आदत होती है, वो 40-45 मिनट की आदत हो जाती है, जब भी बोलना तो इतना बोलना। वकील की आदत हो जाती है 1.5-2 घंटा, वैसे इंजीनियर को इसकी जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, तो भी मैंने आपके सामने कुछ बातें रखी। इसलिए मोर एम्फेसिस जो है वो कैरेक्टर है, वैल्यूज। जिस शिक्षा में संस्कार नहीं, वह आदमी को भ्रष्टाचारी कर देता, और जिस धन में दान नहीं और विद्या में दान नहीं, वह आदमी को अपराधी बना देती है। तो इसलिए अगर भ्रष्टाचारी और अपराधी नहीं बनना, हैप्पीनेस फॉर योरसेल्फ, हेल्थीनेस फॉर योरसेल्फ एंड फॉर ऑल बनना है, तो भारत का ज्ञान विज्ञान से बेहतर विश्व में ना कुछ था, ना है, और अभी कोई उम्मीद नहीं है, हो सकता है। और इसका लास्ट पॉइंट में बड़ा छोटा है, कोविड-19। चीन ने वायरस तैयार किया, 80 लाख लोग दुनिया के खाए। 2020 और 21 में मानव जाति का रक्षण किसने किया? क्या अमेरिका ने किया, रूस ने किया, चीन ने किया, अरब ने किया, तुर्किस्तान ने किया, इटली फ्रांस ने किया? नहीं किया। केवल और केवल अगर किसी ने किया तो उस देश का नाम भारत है, समाज का नाम भारतीय है, और उस ज्ञान और विज्ञान का नाम भारत है। जिसको कुछ हिंदुस्तान, हिंदू और हिंदुत्व भी बोलते हैं, अंग्रेजी में जिसको इंडिया, इंडियन और इंडियननेस भी कहते हैं। इट इज द ओनली आंसर। इसलिए 2019-20 में हमारे पास वैद्यकीय उपचार परंपरागत आयुर्वेद के थे, तो योग और प्राणायाम का वी टोल्ड टू द वर्ल्ड, हमने यूनिवर्स वर्ल्ड को दिया। लोगों को लगा कुछ भी नहीं है, तो यही सबसे अच्छा है, इसलिए सारे विश्व ने काढ़े दिए उससे, और योग और प्राणायाम किया, और सबको लगा कि इस वायरस से लड़ लेंगे, शैतान से बच जाएंगे, पर ये शैतान और क्रूर हुआ। तो देखिए फिर भारत के ज्ञान और विज्ञान का चमत्कार और भारतीयों का चमत्कार। तब हमने एक सुरक्षा कवच बनाया वायरस के विरुद्ध, लॉकडाउन, और कार्यक्रम दिए, खेल कूद दिए, जिससे भय दूर हो जाए, निर्भयता आ जाए, क्योंकि भय से आदमी मरता है, निर्भयता से आदमी लड़ता है, रजिस्ट करता है। तो इसलिए ताली बजाओ, थाली बजाओ, घंटी बजाओ, दीप जलाओ, सारी दुनिया इस धंधे में लगी और उनको लगा टाइम भी पास हो रहा है और भय भी जा रहा है और मौत भी हो रही। फिर इसके खिलाफ एक सैनिक कार्रवाई की इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ वायरस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, युगों की कभी कोई उसके खिलाफ वायरस के विरुद्ध लड़ने के लिए सेना, तो हमने वो स्वच्छता सेना, अनुशासन सेना, ये सारी बनाई। इनोवेशन ऑफ द नॉलेज देखिए, साइंस देखिए, और अल्टीमेटली चीन ने और मेडिकल साइंस की दवाई बनाई, रूस ने बनाई, अमेरिका ने बनाई, फ्रांस ने बनाई, इटली ने बनाई, जिसको कहा गया वैक्सीन। और उनकी वैक्सीन की कीमत 4,000 रुपए से लेकर 7,500 रुपए थी। भारत के वैज्ञानिकों ने, आप जैसों में से ही, उन्होंने 5 स्थानों पर इस वायरस के विरुद्ध वैक्सीन को तैयार किया। 3 को क्लियरेंस दी गई। भारत ने उस समय सारी दुनिया को निमंत्रण दिया था। 73 कंट्रीज के एक्सपर्ट्स और डिप्लोमेट्स आए उसमें, और उन्होंने कहा कि बेस्ट ऑफ दैट, हमने 310 रुपए के अंदर वैक्सीन बनाकर भारत और दुनिया को, और 800 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन के लिए जो डिमांड आई, 600 करोड़ से अधिक वैक्सीन दुनिया को दी, पर हमने व्यापार नहीं किया, पैसा नहीं लिया, मुफ्त में दी। भारत के आदमी की इस क्वालिटी को बनाकर रखना तो सारे जहां से अच्छा, तो अच्छा हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे जो मजहब पर दंगे ना में ना जाए, छुआछूत के नाम पर जाति के हिंसा में न बटे, और जो गरीब दुखी पीड़ित है उसको प्यार भी करे, मदद भी करे और सम्मान भी दे, अपमान नहीं करे, पीड़ा ना दे उसको। तो हम ऐसा बनेंगे तो विश्व को हम युद्धों से और संघर्ष से मुक्त करके शांति के मार्ग पर ले जा सकते हैं। इसलिए विश्व का एकमात्र जय घोष है, ये घोष आज तक नहीं बना किसी और का, कि जय अमेरिका, जय जगत, जय चीन, जर्मनी, जय जगत, जय तुर्किस्तान, जय जगत। एकमात्र जय घोष है, जय भारत, जय जगत। यह सत्य था। इस सत्य को चुनौती मानकर और इस्कॉन वालों ने और आपकी ग्रेटर इंटरनेशनल नोएडा इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी ने जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस का सिलसिला चलाया है, इसको चलाते जाइए, चलाते जाइए, चलाते जाइए, चलाते जाइए। कब तक? जब तक पूरी मानवता इस विचार के साथ जुड़कर स्वयं अच्छी नहीं बनती और विश्व को अच्छा बनाने के लिए भूमिका में नहीं जाती। मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय के अंदर 50, 100, 200 साल बाद जो पुस्तकें होंगी, मैं और आप एक नहीं थे मालूम, और किस रूप में उस समय होंगे, परंतु इतना पक्का है, आप सब और यह संस्थान विश्व के और भारत के स्वर्णिम अक्षरों के अंदर इस योगदान के लिए माना और जाना जाएगा। शुभकामना और भावनाओं के साथ जिन्होंने भी इसका विचार किया और इसको आगे फॉलो करने के लिए कमिटमेंट किया, उन सब आयोजकों के लिए नाम आप ले सकेंगे, तो मैं नाम लेने के झंझट में इसलिए पड़ा, किसका लिया और किसका छोड़ जाएगा तो झंझट खड़ा होगा। तो इसलिए एक बार पूरी ताकत के साथ, कहते हैं कि तालियां आदमी बहुत खुश होता है तो बजाता है, रोते हुए नहीं बजाता। बीमार आदमी कभी भी नहीं बजाता, और जो गुस्से में और नफरत में होगा वो तो ताली बजा ही नहीं सकता, वो गाली दे सकता है, ताली नहीं बजा सकता। इसलिए एक बार फॉर योरसेल्फ, फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजर एंड फॉर द इवेंट्स, हैप्पी क्लैपिंग्स के साथ बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Thank you so much, sir, for an invigorating address. Now it is my honor to introduce our honorable guest of honor, Professor Girish Chandra Tripathi. Professor Girish Chandra Tripathi is the chairperson of the Higher Education Council, Uttar Pradesh. Previously, he has served as the 26th Vice Chancellor of Banaras Hindu University and as a professor of economics at the University of Allahabad. Without further ado, I call Sir for his kind address. We welcome you, sir.
थोड़ा लंबा भी हो जाएगा तो आदमी ब्रीफली पूरा बोले हमारे काम आता ना पूरा कर चुके scholars on the dais and off the dais, my dear delegates and participants. मान्यवर इंद्रेश की पहले ही बहुत कुछ बात कर चुके हैं and I think I have nothing to say more. But I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Noida International University and especially Professor Prasanna Ji for providing me an opportunity to be with you this morning and share some of my views on this very, very pertinent, relevant and significant theme. आज जिस विषय पर आप लोगों ने चर्चा प्रारंभ की है वह केवल विश्वविद्यालय के लिए महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है. It is not only important for intellectuals, for Noida International University and the scholars in this field, but I think it is relevant for India as well as for universe as a whole. Because इस तरह के serious challenges पूरे विश्व के सामने इमर्ज कर रहे हैं and India is not an exception to it. In social, political, economic and cultural life, we are going to face very, very serious challenges. और कहीं ऐसा न हो कि हमारी आने वाली जनरेशन हमको उसके लिए क्षमा न करे और यही कहें कि हमारे कायर और स्वार्थी पूर्वज केवल अपने लिए जिए और ये समाज छोड़ करके गए जिसमें अब हम शांति से रह नहीं सकते. आज यूक्रेन और रूस के बीच जो हो रहा है उसके मूल में कोई कारण दिखाई पड़ता है? नहीं. हमारे पूर्वजों ने अपने शरीर को प्रयोगशाला बनाया and they devoted whole of their lives to realize the myth and mystery and truth behind this creation and ultimately they succeeded. वो सफल हुए. They realized the truth and mystery behind this creation. और उस सत्य और रहस्य के आधार पर उन्होंने जिस दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार को समझा उसके आधार पर ही वे ऋषियों मंत्र द्रष्टारा कहे गए. They were the realizers of truth and mystery. और वह दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार ही that was rooted in the roots of social, political, economic and cultural life of our nation. यहाँ तक कि विज्ञान और तकनीक जिसकी बात हो रही है उसके मूल में भी वही दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार है और वह अलग अलग नहीं है. वो यही है कि उन्होंने ये विचार किया कि निर्गुण निराकार ब्रह्म, उसके मन में यह विचार आया कि मैं अकेला हूं, अनेक रूपों में प्रकट हूं, उसी से सृष्टि का निर्माण हुआ. इसलिए दिस क्रिएशन इज नथिंग बट मैनिफेस्टेशन ऑफ ऑलमाइटी. और द वेरी फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इंडियन फिलॉसफी सेज दिस प्लेनेट इज ए फैमिली. और हमारे जीवन के विचार का आधार बना परिवार का विचार. अभी भी मानवर इंद्रेश जी ने कहा कि दो रोल्स हैं. वन इज कॉम्पिटिटिव रोल एंड अदर इज कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री रोल. Different parts and organs of the body are not similar in respect of size, shape and functioning. उनका शेप अलग है, साइज अलग है, उनके काम भी अलग है. हमारी आंख नाक जैसी नहीं, नाक कान जैसे नहीं, इनके काम भी अलग अलग हैं, पर ये एक दूसरे के विरोधी नहीं है. इसी तरह से हमारी सृष्टि के अलग अलग ऑर्गन्स, कंपोनेंट्स, उनका सबका कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री रोल है. इसलिए हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा दिस प्लेनेट इज ए फैमिली. एंड द नेक्स्ट प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इंडियन फिलॉसफी फर्दर सेज सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः. क्योंकि परिवार में अगर कोई एक भी व्यक्ति दुखी है तो फिर कोई चैन से नहीं रह सकता. कभी कोई बहुत परेशान दिखाई पड़ता, भाई क्या हो गया? माँ बीमार है, पिताजी बीमार है, बेटी बीमार है, बेटा बीमार, बहुत परेशान दिखे तो पत्नी बीमार है. अब बीमार कोई और है, परेशान ये दिख रहे. यही भारतवर्ष था. और आज आप लोगों ने जिस विषय को यहाँ सेलेक्ट किया है, आई वुड लाइक टू कंग्रेचुलेट ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ऑफ दिस सेमिनार. कि ये केवल भारत के लिए रिलेवेंट नहीं है, पूरे विश्व के लिए रिलेवेंट है. हम उसे समझें.
या उन्होंने कहा वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, भारत कुटुंबकम नहीं कहा। हमारे कहते हैं धर्म की जय हो, अधर्म का नाश हो, प्राणियों में सद्भावना हो, विश्व का कल्याण। इसलिए हमारी तो सोच ही शुरू से वैश्विक, और अगर हमारे पूर्वजों ने केवल भारत के बारे में सोचा होता, भारत विश्वगुरु नहीं होता। एजुकेशन इज ए टूल enlighten human minds as well as their hearts, but this education will be capable to do only when education is rooted in basic values of the nation, and nation is not built overnight, rather it's an outcome of the endeavors of men and women of capability, capacity, culture, character and commitment, and the mechanism to produce such human beings is known as education. इसलिए शिक्षा में तो ये बात होनी ही चाहिए कि हमारे देश का मूल क्या था। यह शास्त्रार्थ और संवाद की भूमि है। यहाँ हारने वाला जीतने वाले को अपना शत्रु नहीं मानता, कहता मुझे सत्य पता नहीं था, आज आपने मुझे बताया, मैं आज से आपका अनुयायी हूं। इसलिए आनो भद्रा कृतो यत् विश्वतः, लेट नोबल थॉट्स कम फ्रॉम ऑल कॉर्नर्स ऑफ यूनिवर्स। ये नहीं जो मैंने कह दिया वही अंतिम सत्य है, ये नहीं। हमारे अंदर मतभेद हो सकते हैं, कई विषयों पर अलग अलग चिंतन हो सकता है, होना भी चाहिए, लेकिन उसका तरीका क्या है। संगच्छध्वम संवदध्वम संगो मनांसि जानताम, लेट अस कम टुगेदर, सिट टुगेदर, थिंक टुगेदर एंड वॉक टुगेदर। यही जीवन का तरीका है। इसलिए आज भारत का दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार, जैसे का सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, द नेक्स्ट प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इंडियन फिलॉसफी सेज सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः। दूसरे दर्शन बहुत उदार हुए तो उन्होंने कहा डिपेंडेंटली, इसके आगे नहीं गए। और ये भारत ही है जो कहता है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, क्योंकि अगर कोई एक भी व्यक्ति दुखी है तो फिर हम सुख की अनुभूति कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वी आर ए फैमिली। लेकिन दूसरा विचार क्या है, यह संपूर्ण प्रकृति हमारी भोग भूमि है और मैं इसका भोक्ता। इसी विचार से पैसे धरती, जल, वायु, आकाश सब प्रदूषित हुआ। हमने अपने होठ लाल करने के लिए पशु पक्षियों का रक्त पिया, और अब मनुष्य का भी रक्त पीने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं। क्यों? क्योंकि वो भी तो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स है। ये दो विचारों का टकराव चल रहा है। एक है संपूर्ण प्रकृति हमारी भोग भूमि और जिसने कंपटीशन को जन्म दिया। दूसरा है दिस प्लेनेट इज ए फैमिली, जिसने कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री और रिस्पेक्टिव हमारा रोल कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री हो। यह है प्रकृति हमारी रक्षा करती है, तो हमारी जिम्मेवारी है कि हम प्रकृति की रक्षा करें, वरना हमारा जीवन भी बहुत दिनों तक सुरक्षित नहीं रह सकता। तो हमने कहा ना कि काम के आधार पर हमारी आंख जो काम करती है वो नाक नहीं कर सकती, नाक जो कर रही है वो मुंह नहीं कर सकता, परंतु ये सब एक दूसरे के विरोधी नहीं है। परंतु आज क्या कहा गया, अभी भी भाई साहब ने शुरू किया, इसलिए मेरे मन में भी ये बात आई कि इस पर भी थोड़ी चर्चा होनी चाहिए। महिला और पुरुष, established equality between unequal things is the worst form of inequality. जिनको प्रकृति ने समान नहीं बनाया उनको हम समान बनाने की चेष्टा कर रहे हैं, यह असमानता का सबसे खराब रूप है। प्रकृति ने ही समान नहीं बनाया, वो समान नहीं है तो भारत में कौन बड़ा है? हमारे पिताजी ने हमको एक बार एक सूत्र बताया, अभ्यधितम, वन हुई सुपीरियर इज फर्स्ट। जो बड़ा होता है उसका नाम पहले आता है। भारत में कौन बड़ा है? पिता माता नहीं है, माता पिता है। सीताराम, राधेश्याम, भवानी शंकर, गिरजा शंकर, गौरी शंकर, लक्ष्मी नारायण। क्यों? क्योंकि भारत अधिकार प्रधान देश नहीं था, यहाँ कर्तव्य पढ़ाए जाते थे, और अगर हमें अपने कर्तव्यों का बोध हो तो फिर हमें किसी के अधिकारों की चिंता करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। और बेसिक प्रिंसिपल ऑफ लाइफ इन इंडिया इज, जो बेसिक आधारभूत सिद्धांत है जिससे हमारी शुरुआत होती है, आत्मनः प्रतिकूलानि परेशान न समाचरेत्, डोंट डू अनटू अदर्स व्हाट यू डोंट लाइक टू बी डन टू यू। जो आपको खराब लगता है वो दूसरों के साथ मत करिए। हमें अपनी बेटी बेटी दिखाई पड़ती और दूसरी बेटी हमें वस्तु दिखती, तो कानून महिलाओं के सम्मान और सुरक्षा के लिए आप बनाते रहिए, और वह महिलाओं का सम्मान और सुरक्षा तब तक नहीं होगी जब तक हमारे मन में भारत का दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार नहीं होगा। प्रत्येक बेटी हमारी बेटी है, प्रत्येक बहन हमारी बहन है, और इसलिए हमारे मातृवत परदारेश, कभी कभी और लोगों के बारे में दृष्टि हमारी खराब हो सकती है, और माँ के बारे में दृष्टि खराब कभी नहीं होती। इसलिए कहा गया मातृवत परदारेश। ये भारतवर्ष था, और महिलाओं की बराबरी पुरुषों से अधिकार को लेकर के तो हो सकती है, कर्तव्य को लेकर के नहीं। पूरे रामचरितमानस में कौशल्या कुछ नहीं बोलती, जो हो गया सब ठीक है, और पुत्र को राज्याभिषेक के लिए वनवास हुआ तो मां का हृदय विद्रोह करता है। फिर वो जो कहती है उससे पता लगता है कौन बड़ा है। जब केवल पितवाय सुताता तो जन जाओ जान बड़े बाबा। अगर केवल तुम्हारे पिता ने जंगल जाने को कहा है तो यू नीड नॉट टू गो। गो एंड टेल योर फादर दैट मदर हैज ओवररूल्ड योर डिसीजन। ओवररूल कौन करता है? डीएम के आदेश को एसडीएम या कुलपति के आदेश को रजिस्ट्रार साहब करेंगे। लेकिन जैसे ही राम ने कहा कि नहीं, केवल पिता का आदेश नहीं, मां भी है, माने कैकेयी भी है। कौशल्या का कर्तव्य परायणता देखिए, शी स्टैंड्स विड्रॉन। जब पितुमात कहो बन जाना तव कानन शत अवश्यमान। अगर दोनों ने कहा बेटे तब जाओ तो वो जंगल तुम्हारे लिए 100 अयोध्या से भी बड़ा होगा। और यही हकीकत है। राम अगर जंगल न जाते तो राम राम नहीं होते। हमने इतिहास में कोई आज तक पुरुष नहीं पढ़ा जिसके पीछे मैंने गौर से देखा तो मुझे कोई महिला खड़ी दिखाई पड़ती। पुरुष में कोई ताकत नहीं। शिव में भी शक्ति निकाल ली जाए तो 100 हो जाएंगे। जब सब देवता पराजित होते हैं, कहते हैं रक्षा करो, बचाओ बचाओ, उनमें ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश सब है। तो जो शक्ति प्रकट होती है उसका स्वरूप पुरुष का नहीं है, वो भगवती दुर्गा है, जिसके सामने शुभ महिषासुर मधुकैटभ लड़ते नहीं दिखते हैं, केवल मार खाते दिखते हैं, पर वो रोज शस्त्र नहीं उठाते। जब जब कोई पुरुष दुविधा में पड़ा है उसे निकाला है उस दुविधा से। लक्ष्मण जी ने अपनी मां से आदेश दे लिया कि मैं भैया के साथ जंगल जाऊंगा। पर जब उर्मिला के कक्ष की ओर बढ़ रहे तो उनके पैर कांप रहे हैं कि अगर उर्मिला मना कर देगी तब क्या करूंगा। बहुत से हमारे बेटियां हैं इनको उर्मिला का नाम नहीं याद है। मैं जानबूझ के ये चर्चा कर रहा हूँ। और जब लक्ष्मण जी दरवाजे पर पहुंचते तो आपके लिए खड़ी जाइए, मैं 14 वर्ष इंतजार करूंगा। लक्ष्मण जी को शक्ति लग गई, वो मूर्छित पड़े हैं। हनुमान जी लेके पहाड़ आ रहे हैं। भरत जी को भ्रम हुआ कि कोई राक्षस अयोध्या को नष्ट करना चाहता है। उन्होंने बाण मारा, हनुमान जी नीचे आ गए। जब सब भ्रम दूर हो गया तो हनुमान जी ने कहा जल्दी जाने दीजिए, नहीं तो भरत जी नहीं बचेंगे। अगर आज की सुमित्रा होती तो क्या कहती? राम ने पत्नी के मोह में हमारे बेटे को बर्बाद दिया। और उस समय सुमित्रा क्या कहती? हनुमान जी चिंता मत करिए, अभी हमारा एक बेटा और है, वो सवेरे लंका पहुंच जाएगा, राम अकेले नहीं है। उनके पीछे खड़ी उर्मिला क्या कहती? हनुमान जी निश्चित रहिए, आप सूर्य में साहस नहीं है कि आपके जाने के पहले वो उदय हो जाए, आप आराम से जाइए। और वो लड़ाई लक्ष्मण और मेघनाथ की नहीं थी, वो लड़ाई 2 सतियों की थी। कौन कौन थी? उर्मिला और सुलोचना। जो बड़ी थी वो जीत गई। तो ये अधिकार प्रधान देश नहीं था, ये कर्तव्य प्रधान देश था। और अगर हमें अपने कर्तव्यों का बोध है तो न केवल हम अपना कल्याण करेंगे, अपने सहयोगियों का साथ देंगे, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए भी हम देश को सुरक्षित छोड़कर जाएंगे। यही स्थिति। फ्रीडम, इंडिपेंडेंस एंड सॉवरेंटी मैटर, but what matters more is to sustain with independence, freedom and sovereignty over a period of time. Same is the case of growth and development. इसलिए sustainable development is more important. Development important है, but more is to sustain with development over a period of time. और इसलिए भारत के लोगों ने केवल अपने बारे में विचार नहीं किया, केवल वर्तमान पीढ़ी के लिए विचार नहीं किया, उन्होंने आने वाली पीढ़ियों का भी देखा। और इसलिए उनका सिद्धांत क्या था? यावत प्रियत जठरम तावत सत्वम हिदेहिनाम अधिकम यो भिमन्येत सस्तेना दंडमर्हति। You have your claim over the resources to the extent of your need नहीं है। My every desire is my need if I have capacity to pay. इसलिए need शब्द प्रयोग नहीं किया है। Appetite. You have your claim over the resources to the extent of your appetite, and one who claims more is a thief and is liable to be punished. इसलिए प्रकृति से भी हमें उतना ही लेना है के आधार पर हमारा जीवन चल सकता है। आज सारे संसार में जो त्राही मची है उसके मूल में है कहीं न कहीं ज्ञान और विज्ञान। साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इज फॉर सोसाइटी, सोसाइटी इज नॉट फॉर साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। आज क्या हो गया है? वी इंश्योर प्रोडक्शन नॉट फॉर कंजम्पशन बट टू सेटिस्फाई मार्केट डिमांड। इसलिए सारे देशों में जो जंग छिड़ी है वो बाजार को लेकर भी छिड़ी। इसलिए आज पूरे भारत को ही नहीं और हमारे पूर्वजों केवल भारत के लिए सोचा भी नहीं। अगर मानवता की रक्षा होनी है, भारत के ज्ञान, विज्ञान, दर्शन, दृष्टि और विचार जिस पर आज आप लोग यहाँ इकट्ठे हुए हैं, therefore I again congratulate the organizers of this seminar and I wish this seminar a great success.
Thank you so much, sir, for your short address. I would like to introduce our international guest of honor, Professor Stuart Hamrock. Sir is an American anesthesiologist and a professor at the University of Arizona, and known for his studies of consciousness and his contention that consciousness originates from quantum states in neural tubules. He is the leader of organization of the Science of Consciousness Conference. We welcome you, sir, for your kind address.
Do we have the slides? While we're waiting for the slides, let me make a personal comment. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This is a great honor and a privilege. I am a scientist who studies consciousness, but I've been interested in Indian knowledge approaches since the 1960s, when my best friend in college joined the Krishnas and became Kuladridas and gave me a copy of the Bhagavad Gita and started chanting and oh, okay. I'll be back. Okay. Okay. They're telling me my session is after this, a quick break, but I just finished the story that a few years later, Kuladri invited me to Brooklyn, New York to meet Prabhupada, which I did, and I was very impressed and vividly remember to this day his wonderful face and incredible spirit that filled the room, which I feel today from you. So with that, I'll be back after a short break. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will be having a session by our honorable chief guest soon after the break. Now, I would like to request our special guest, Professor Lakshmidhar Behera, to please come up and give a small address. Sir has been associated with the Department of Electrical Engineering as a professor in the Control and Automation specialization. Currently, sir is the director of IIT Mandi. We welcome you, sir. A huge round of applause for him.
Hare Krishna to everyone, and respected Sir Indresh Kumarji, Professor Girish Kumar Tripathi, and all other my friend Professor Stuart Hamrock and others, and all the organizers who have worked hard for this conference, Jijnasa 2022. Being part of this, I don't want to tell anything except that I thank all of you for being here, and please enjoy these sessions. There are many people that have worked hard for writing their papers, and they are very eagerly waiting to present their work here. And there are dignitaries, experts who will be speaking and sharing their experience. So it is like sharing each other's wisdom and feeling, or taking the essence, the proper spirit for which this conference is meant for. Just to let you know, because I'm from IIT Mandi, we have already started an academic program, Indian Knowledge System and Mental Health Application. We have already many PhDs and masters working on different aspects of Indian knowledge system, particularly the emphasis on how to look at mind, brain, and consciousness in a holistic manner, and how do we bring in Indian traditional systems like Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, and other possible approaches to enhance the cognitive potentials of the human kind, so that they look at the world in a very holistic way. As I agree with Professor Tripathi and of course Professor Indresh Kumar, that science is meant for understanding the nature, not to dominate the nature. And hence we are an insignificant part of the whole, and hence the scientific study must be reoriented to look at every aspect as part of the ultimate whole. Om Purnamidam Purnamada Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamavasya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Praveen Kumar, the Chief Coordinator of the Institute of Sciences and Spirituality, to present a moment of thanks to our esteemed dignitaries. To our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Indrish Kumar. To our Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Girish Tripathi. To our Honorable Guest of Honor, Professor Stuart Hammeroff. To our special guest, Professor Lakshmidhar Behra. To our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Noida International University, Professor Dr. Uma Bharadwaj. To our special invitee, Professor Suresh Bhalla. Thank you, sir. We use this August platform to launch our scientific book, and I would request our esteemed chief guest and guest of honors to kindly do the book release of our scientific chapters. We present to you the compilation of Noida International University along with the Institute of Science and Spirituality.
So this is the proceedings, and we are very glad that our previous you released the proceedings. So we have close to 50 papers here. So here we have two types of papers. Some are presenting offline, some online. So I'm sure the authors who are present here, they would be very glad.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to call on stage Dr. Jyoti Ranjan Deora, Post Fellow Doctorate of IIT Mandi and Organizing Secretary of this conference, to kindly come up on the stage and propose the vote of thanks.
Hare Krishna. So very good morning to everyone. And so Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Indrish Kumarji, and guest of honor, Professor Girish and Professor and our Director, Professor Lakshmidhar Behra, and all other dignitaries assembled to So as any event happens, so this Jijnasa event is not an exception. So the preparation have started a long back, months back. Our team has started working on that. So I really congratulate the whole team, the support that we received from Noida International University, and support and encouragement from Ministry of Education, IKS Division, particularly Professor Murthy. So, but in particular, I'd like to thank some volunteers, some who worked really hard to make this event happen. There are many actually, but I would name only few because shortage of time. First of all, Professor Suresh Balla, who is the conference chair for this event, and Professor co-chair. And I would also like to thank our Institute for Science and Spirituality State Coordinator, Mr. Praveen Kumar, by whose vision this whole event was organized. So, in particular, I would like to thank Mr. Indrajit Nagpal, who is the main player in organizing, arranging all logistics, talking to different people, and Mr. Ashok Sharma, Dr. Tushar Das, Dr. Rohit Kumar, Dr. Rishi Mahindru, Dr. Neha Satam, Dr. Sasank Srivastav, Mr. Rakesh Purohit, Mr. Hussain Kumar, Dr. Niyati Joshi, and Mr. Vinay Kumar, who is one of the pioneers for this event. And I would also like to thank the whole NIU team, particularly Professor Uma Bharadwaj, by her active support and guidance. The event has become possible. And I would also like to thank other members of NIU who have helped a lot. Registrar Sir, Dr. Parasar, and Pro VC, Dr. Prasenjit Kumar, and the whole team. So I thank all of you for being part of this whole event. And there are many thoughts pending. I will not take much time. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. We will have a small tea break for 10 minutes and then we shall convene over here for our plenary sessions. So hoping to see you all very quickly. We have a lot of illuminary speakers present here to disseminate all their knowledge. So hope you have a very good time and Hare Krishna.
अच्छा अरे वाह
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मनीषा जी
Thank you for gracing the opportunity.
रोहित
Department at Oregon State University, Corvallis, Oregon, USA. He is also the co-founder of the GRW Engineering LLC. With this, I welcome sir on the stage to present his inaugural address, Genesis of Indian Knowledge System. We welcome you, sir. A huge round of applause for sir. Before we have sir's inaugural address, I would like to call on the keynote lectures and the panelists today. I invite on stage Professor Stuart Hamrock to please join us on the dais.
Most people libraries and even our puja these days, right? And we see a book of Bhagavad Gita, we put it in the room and then pray. Don't actually practice it or read the message that Bhagavad Gita is saying. So essentially, it has been confined to our libraries and puja rooms. And if I have to state the vision of our division, Indian Knowledge System division in one sentence, it is to bring the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara that is confined to our puja rooms and in libraries to laboratories, so that we don't say that हमारे पास सुश्रुत थे, हमारे पास याज्ञवल्क्य थे, हमारे पास गार्गी थी. I want to say that we are making new Sushrutas today. We are going to basically have another generation of Gargis and Maitris and Yajnavalkyas and Agastyas and Bharadwajas. We will make all kinds of things for the welfare of the world. Again, with that, our Dhyaya Vakya of our IKS division is also Antrayam Sadau Yadeva. Maybe progress towards our wisdom, which will strive for the welfare of all. And again, so what is it that we do? As you can see, vision is big. Scope of what we are trying to do is monumental, and it's a civilizational initiative. And so, what is it that we do? So we have thought about it, and we work on school level,
where we work on how do we help the NCERT build a curriculum that is aligned towards the Bharatiya civilizational values, which talks about Indian knowledge systems throughout the curriculum. Then we are also working with, at undergrad level, we work with UGC and AICTE, again, in terms of incorporating new courses on Indian knowledge systems, and not just new courses. So that is a kind of a standalone thing. But what we are also working is how to infuse Indian knowledge systems into every aspect. I'm coming from a engineering background, so I'll probably give you more of these engineering examples than other scientific examples. That's just my bias there on that. So please excuse me for that. So let's say we are talking about civil engineering. So we are teaching civil engineering structures of something. Right? There is, you go to Konark Temple, there are these huge iron beams, they are composite iron beams. So we can use that example and then say, what could be the height of the temple that was built, or what was the load structure? We're not changing, bringing the content or curriculum, we are bringing in that knowledge and then bringing that vision into our students. And then once we have these students, then we are also have to, again, as I said, we have to bring it to the laboratories. That requires students who are prepared to do this research. So what do we do that for that? We have internship programs for undergrad students. These are summer internship programs which are paid. We pay about 10,000 rupees per month to the interns. And the opportunity that these interns will get is that they can go and work with some of the best experts in the Indian knowledge systems across the country. And they can go there, spend their time, learn. If you don't know anything about Indian knowledge systems, you can apply and then try to go and learn from them, so that learn from the best experts. What that will, along with the financial thing, you'll also get a certificate from the Ministry of Education saying that you have done it. And this is open to all of undergrads. We don't look whether you are in what discipline you are. It's open to all disciplines. It's not just open to undergrads, it's also open to students in gurukulas, pathshalas, and I mean, that's where the whole Bharatiya Jnana writes. Then we say that Bharatiya Jnana Parampara is expressed through Bharatiya culture and exists in Bharatiya bhashas. So therefore, all the internship reports have to be mandatorily be done in Bharatiya bhashas. That's a mandatory requirement. So again, it is to promote your own mother tongue. Then also, because it is expressed through culture, we do some events with Ministry of Culture as well, which are public outreach events, and also planning and envisioning events for 2047 and things like that. So, and then once you have these students, you need to do that research in the laboratories. And that requires some of the young faculty members to do that deep scholarly research. And for that, we have research programs which we run. And we just finished, last month, November 30th, we announced the results of a round, third round of this year's research proposal program. These are highly competitive research proposals which integrate the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara with the modern techniques, whether it is in engineering, science, or Sahitya, or political and economic theory, or sociological theory. All of that essentially integrates both the modern and the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara in integral way. And then these are high-risk proposals that we fund for about 2 years. And then once you have such faculty members in an institution, so this is essentially to build that individual researcher capacity, to promote that individual research at individual researcher level. Now, when you think about institutions, we need to build institutional capacity as well. And for that, we have these seeding centers, IKS centers, which we are funding. We have funded about 25 centers this year. Plan is to fund another 40 in the next 1 year. So what happens in these centers is, in 3 or 4 researchers will come together around 20. There are 20 teams, so they will select 2 to 4 teams, and then they will focus on 3 pillars: research, education, mentoring, and outreach and dissemination. These are the 3 pillars broadly of any IKS center. And the idea is, after 3 years, in 2 years, these centers will have another round of competition of these centers, which will fund as a centers of excellence. So you can see how we are working from school education, higher education, building the pipeline. Essentially, this is in engineering terminology, you can think of it as a priming of a pump. So we are building that young researchers, research scholars who will actually do the research, supporting the researcher, then building the institutional capacities. And all of this, we are also again having another initiatives where we conduct workshops, we conduct conferences, thematic, specific hands-on workshops, but also broad-based workshops. And Again, we also are digitizing about 1.2 lakh books, which will be in searchable format so that you don't have to search for these books somewhere. They'll all be available to you at your fingertips, leveraging the technology. So these are some of the activities that we are trying to do. And so I would invite you all to visit our website, iksindia.org, iksindia.org, which is where you'll find all of these information. And please do look into the internship opportunities and research proposals and the IKS centers. So these are some of the things that IKS division does. And anyway, and as I said, Bharati, and what that we are trying to do through any of these activities is three things. One, we want to look into the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. That is the first thing. We want to look at the time immemorial traditions of Bharatiya Jnana Ganga that have been going throughout this country. And second thing that we want to look at whenever we talk about any initiative is the drishti, because today, even today in the inaugural session, there were a lot of all our speakers emphasizing the drishti, unique drishti of Bharatiyata that makes this knowledge systems Indian. This Jnana Parampara is uniquely Bharatiya because of that drishti that we get. So they were talking about the complementarity versus competition and things like that. So these are the kind of things that we want to emphasize and bring up, because well, it is not that the problems are going to be different. It is that you need innovative perspective to solve a problem. So the world is facing all these existential crises, wicked problems like climate change and economic disparities, all these things. The problems are there. They have existed too. The thing is, as Einstein says, you cannot solve a problem by using the same thinking that got us to this problem. Right? So we need to have a different perspective. And what can provide that perspective is the analysis. It looks at the world differently. It looks at it in a more holistic way. And that is what we want to bring up to our researchers or all the programs that we do. The third thing is essentially we want to look at the Laukika Prayojana first. There is all our all our traditions emphasize that avidya is of the lesser thing and vidya is the better thing. We say, in fact, avidya mrityum tirtha vidyam amrutam ashnute. So vidya is there for the attaining the amrutatva. Then avidya is there to cross this world. And therefore we emphasize on both things. And because of the way that the society is there, as Bhagavan says, right? Nabuddhivedam janayet ajnanam karma sangiram joshayet sarvakarmani vidvan yukta samachara. Therefore, we are focusing more on the Laukika Prayojana first right now than on the Adhyatmika Prayojana, so that we get that we want to make, again, in Vishnu Sahasranama it is said, Subrata, Sumukha, Suksha, Sugosha, Sugata, Sukha. So we want to make the word Sumukha towards us. Then only we can tell them what is our purpose. So for making the world Sumukha to us, we are trying to focus on the Laukika Prayojana so that people can see the value of this utility of these Indian knowledge systems. Not just in the spiritual realm, but also in the solving some of these existential crises that we are having. So that is essentially the whole focus of all that. And I will stop here and just say that Brahma Param Brahma Brahma
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. It is my honor and privilege once again to introduce Professor Stuart Hammeroff. Sir is an American anesthesiologist and a professor at the University of Arizona, known for his studies of consciousness and his contention that consciousness originates from the quantum states in the neural microtubules. He's the lead organizer of the Science of Consciousness conferences. We welcome you, sir, to present your very, very invigorating talk on inward hierarchies of consciousness in Vedanta and quantum biology.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for being here. As I said earlier, it's a great honor and a privilege to be here. So I've studied consciousness from a scientific standpoint, and I'll tell you the take-home message is that something you already know, that consciousness is connected to the universe at a very fundamental level. So what we see here in the slide is we take it for granted that when we open our eyes, the world out there appears inside our head. Whoops, what happened here? Maybe you guys should run it. So the world out there appears inside our head, being, and can we get rid of the deep meaning thing? I don't know how to do it. The world out there appears inside our head, and I use the word being to denote conscious experience. And it's not an explanation, it's just a marker to tell you that what I intend is consciousness. There we go, thank you. Can we go back? I don't know if this is working, I don't. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. So the world out there appears inside our head thing. And the way this is studied scientifically, starting from the top, is neuroscientists who probe the brain, moving clockwise, artificial intelligence, roboticists, artists who capture the essence of reality, physicists who study reality, including Schrodinger's cat, which we'll talk about, psychiatrists who probe the inner mind, anesthesiologists like me who study how anesthesia works, Eastern philosophers who meditate and look inward, and Western philosophers. And we'll start with Western philosophers like Plato, and modern neuroscientists who said the world out there is all in our head. So being is actually a representation of the outer world head. Maybe you better do next one, please. There we go. Now, in Eastern philosophy, consciousness pervades a deeper level of reality. Next, please. There you go. Being. So being is everywhere. We are in an ocean, a sea of consciousness, like we are a wave in a vast sea of consciousness. But that raises the question, what is reality? Reality seems divided into two worlds with different physical laws, the quantum world and the classical world. Next, please. There we go. So I've used the yin-yang here to divide the two worlds. In the quantum world, we have quantum superposition. Things can be in multiple states or locations at the same time. Things are non-local. They can be connected over great distances, wave-like and generally small. In the classical world that we're familiar with, things are localized in one place. We can see things in one place in one state at a time, tend to be particle-like and large. Next, please. This isn't working. Can advance, please? So consciousness actually, I think, occurs on the edge between the quantum and classical world. And I'll come back to that point later. Next slide, please. So in quantum superposition, a particle, for example, this atom in the yellow you see in the front, can also exist as a wave of multiple possibilities that we see in the back. So it could be a particle in the front or as a wave of multiple possibilities in the back. Next, please. But we only see particles. We don't see them as waves. Upon measurement or conscious observation, it seems quantum possibilities reduce or collapse to definite states. This is called quantum state reduction or collapse of the wave function. Next, please. I suggest this might also be analogous to Atman from Brahman, where we have multiple sea of consciousness and an individual self or ego emerges from that. Next, please. Are the many faces of Krishna a quantum superposition, in which most people see only one? Next, please. So how can particles or Krishna actually exist in multiple states and or locations? So Roger Penrose, shown here, who won the Nobel Prize in 2020 for black holes and also works in consciousness, he accounted for superposition for multiple possibilities through Einstein's theory of general relativity, which describes the basic level of the universe. Next, please. Einstein's general relativity has linked mass and gravity to curvature in fundamental space-time geometry. So you can see these planets or stars, and around them you see space-time geometry, which is curved. And Einstein said that these are basically equivalent, also gravity. So gravity can be seen as curvature in space-time, and you're going to follow the curvature, and that accounts for gravity and mass. Next, please. Einstein predicted the gravity of the sun's mass would curve space-time so that a star behind the sun would be visible on Earth during an eclipse. Next, please. In 1919, Sir Arthur Eddington performed this experiment and proved Einstein to be correct. He went to the top of a mountain during an eclipse, so the sun wouldn't blot it out, and he saw a star that was known to be behind the sun. He could actually see it through his telescopes. Next, please. So here we see Einstein and Eddington celebrating. Einstein already had a Nobel Prize, and Eddington won it won his own for doing the experiment. Next, please. So what is it that's curving? What is fundamental space-time? What is the universe made of at its most basic level? If you go down and down, much below the level of particles, you eventually get to the Planck scale. Seems to be the basic, the basement of the universe at 10 to the minus 35 meters. So you're way, way smaller than any particles. This has been described as Godhead, the Akashic record in Eastern philosophy, maybe Brahman, also the plenum in ancient Greece, and scientifically space-time manifold, the metric, geometry, and quantum gravity. And Penrose came up with several explanations, including spin networks and twistors that we see in the upper right. Now, if you see in the middle of that two-dimensional space-time sheet, that's a useful way of showing space-time. Next, please. So what about space-time curvature at small scales? He showed this for large scales, but what about tiny scales? Next, please. Roger equated quantum particles with tiny space-time curvatures at the infinitesimal Planck scale. So he took four-dimensional space-time and reduced space from three dimensions to one, and to make these two-dimensional sheets so we can see on a slide or in a drawing. And at the top, you see a particle. It is represented by one curvature moving through time. And at the bottom, the same particle is in a different location. So it can oscillate back and forth in position, and it would actually be the space-time curvature that's oscillating back and forth. Next, please. And superposition, he saw as separated space-time curvatures, so that the curvatures actually separated, and you see the same particle in two places on the right, with its two space-time curvatures separated. Next, please. So superposition of multiple possibilities, whether it's an atom or maybe Krishna, maybe separations in the fine scale structure of the universe. But as I said, we don't normally see such multiple possibilities. When measured, it seems we consciously observe only single particular possibilities. Why does the measurement cause quantum collapse of the wave function? This is the measurement problem in quantum mechanics. Next, please. There's several interpretations of this. At the turn of the 20th century, Niels Bohr, von Neumann, Wigner Stapp, and more recently, Chalmers and McQueen suggested consciousness causes quantum state subjective reduction, that consciousness collapses the wave function. So we see a conscious person on the right being and observing the space-time, not that he or she could, but as an example, and causing one of the curvatures to cease to exist, and the other one continues. So this conscious observation has caused collapse of the wave function. Next, please. This interpretation is known as the Copenhagen interpretation after Niels Bohr his Danish origin. So if you hear the Copenhagen interpretation, that's what this means. Next, please. Schrodinger thought this idea was absurd and introduced his famous thought experiment known as Schrodinger's cat, in which a cat in a box with a vial of poison, and outside the box was quantum superposition of a particle both going into the box and not going into the box. And if it went into the box, it released the poison. And Schrodinger pointed out that this meant that the cat would be both dead and alive until somebody opened the box and took a look. And now we see our conscious observer being upper right. Next, please. But this puts consciousness outside science. It doesn't allow for any explanation for consciousness. And if you want a scientific explanation, this doesn't work. Next, please. Now, if separations were to continue without collapse, you get many worlds, the multiple world hypothesis, which is very, very popular among physicists. Next, please. In many worlds, superpositions are separations in reality. Each collapse, without collapse, no collapse, and each possibility branches off to form its own new universe. And therefore, there's an infinite number of parallel universes. And many people believe this. Next, please. But this is untestable. We don't really know if there are other universes out there. Next, please. Now, Roger Penrose took a different approach. He said that these superpositions, these separations in the fine scale structure of the universe were unstable, and with self-collapse undergo objective reduction, OR, at a time t equals h bar over e sub t. I'll explain what that is in a second. And that each such OR event would produce a moment of proto-conscious experience, being. So he attributed being to processes at the very basic level of the universe, the fine scale structure of reality. Next, please. Rather than consciousness causing collapse, he was saying collapse causes or is equivalent to consciousness. Being. Next, please. So, as I said, H is the Planck-Dirac constant, and E sub G is the gravitational self-energy of separation, an energy intrinsic to the fine-scale structure of the universe, the energy required to separate something from itself or to separate space-time. Next, please. So these would be happening in microenvironments throughout the universe. Next, please. So this is consistent with being everywhere, and us being awash in a sea of being, of consciousness. Next, please. So these events would be proto-conscious mostly because they wouldn't have memory or context and would come and go. How could they be organized or orchestrated in the brain for full, rich, conscious experience? Metaphorically, they're like if you go to a symphony and the musicians are each tuning his or her instruments, and you hear noises and you hear all these different tones and notes. It's kind of annoying. It's not music. And then the music begins to play, and you have a beautiful symphony or whatever. So how does that happen in the brain? How could these OR events be orchestrated? Next, please. Well, let me first back up and say that conscious perception involves three waves in the cortex from the thalamus. The first wave goes for vision to the back of the brain, the second wave to the front of the brain, and then a third wave, and it's the third wave that is conscious. Next, please. Further inwards, there are also three waves within cortex. From the thalamus or other parts of the cortex, the green arrows go to layer 4. From layer 4, they go to 1, 2, 3, and 6. And from layers 1, 2, 3, and 6, they converge on pyramidal cells, giant red pyramid-shaped neurons, whose axons go down to the spinal cord, whose lateral basilar dendrites connect into a web over the whole cortex, and whose apical dendrites arise to the surface and give rise to the EEG. Next slide, please. So if we look inside, further inward, looking at the pyramidal cells, these layer 5 giant pyramidal cells, they're filled with structures called microtubules. And also you see the twin barrels in the middle, those are centrioles, the central, kind of the brain of the cytoskeleton. But these microtubules are getting down into the scale where we might get into quantum effects. Next slide, please. So here's a picture of a synapse on the left, and you see an axon coming in, and inside the dendrite, you see microtubules, and on the right, you see the microtubules are cylindrical polymers of a protein called tubulin, and each tubulin can be in at least two states, and information can process and self-organize within microtubules. So microtubules are more molecular scale computers, which are getting close to the quantum level. Next, please. Looking further inward, we look at one tubulin, one of those peanut-shaped proteins, and we see it has many, 86 organic rings, these pi-electron resonance aromatic rings with quantum properties, tryptophans, tyrosine, and phenylalanines, as we see up top. And on the left, you see also the red spheres are where anesthesia acts to block consciousness. Next, please. So these organic aromatic rings share 3 electrons among 6 carbons, forming high electron resonance clouds above and below, a cloud of delocalized electrons we see on the far right. And these support quantum effects. This is where quantum can come in, supporting electromagnetic dipole oscillations, excitons, charge transfers, phonons, fluorescence, so forth. And I think both light and consciousness derive from quantum effects in these aromatic organic rings that are almost all biomolecules. Next, please. So if we look at one of them, which is basically benzene, which in bulk form is gasoline, but in individual rings, they are very interesting and attract each other. And the extra electrons in each repel the extra electrons in the other, and you get dipoles. So below you see 2 coupled rings in which the electrons, shown as the shaded gray area, are coupled like little bar magnets, and they oscillate back and forth in terahertz. And in Craddock et al. In 2017, we modeled this on a supercomputer, all the 86 rings in one tubulin. And we found that they radiated at 613 terahertz, which is the blue-green color. Next, please. And it's interesting that Hindu deities are often portrayed as blue. So presumably we all have this inside, but only extra specially conscious people radiate visibly like that. Next, please. So the oscillating rings can superpose, forming a quantum bit or a qubit. And on the right, you see that anesthesia molecules block these dipole oscillations, blocking consciousness. This is the essence of how anesthesia works. Next, please. So anesthesia disperses these dipoles to block consciousness. Next, please. So it could be that qualia, the basis for feelings and consciousness, relate to simple quantum state reductions among aromatic rings. These ring structures can exist in a sandwich, which is metastable, like a superposition, and then collapse to 2 possible states, the T-shape, which is stable, and the offset parallel, which is also stable. And it could be that qualia, such as pleasure on the right or displeasure on the left, could be related to the stable configurations of the aromatic rings inside proteins in the brain, particularly microtubules. Next, please. There are molecules made of these rings called polyaromatic hydrocarbons, which are produced by stars and are found throughout the universe, including interstellar dust. Next, please. Now, here's one particular complex polyaromatic hydrocarbon that was found in meteorites. And molecules like this are being analyzed from an asteroid, which material was scooped up and is coming back next year and will be analyzed for this type of effect. Next, please. So there are these aromatic organic rings in interstellar dust in vast amounts. 20% of all the carbon in the universe is in this form. And there's significant terahertz radiation in the cosmic microwave background, which comes from these molecules in the interstellar dust. and it's generally ignored, but perhaps they're conveying information in some way or communicating amongst themselves or in some other way. Next, please. So getting back to microtubules, on the left, we see the aromatic rings. And on the right, far right, we've simplified the 86 down to a few and see that we can have dipoles, a couple dipoles among the aromatic rings in one tubulin. Next, please. And this gives rise to a helical pathway, a spiral pathway around the microtubule that could act as a quantum-bit or a qubit, as in quantum computing, in the Orgo-R theory that I developed with Roger Penrose. This is the basis of quantum computing that would terminate by Roger's objective reduction to give consciousness. Next, please. So here we see just one part of one microtubule going into superposition and eventually reaches the threshold for consciousness shown as Bing. Excuse me. It would take many microtubules to do this for the kind of consciousness we have, 10 to the 15th. But there are 10 to the 20th tubulins in human brain. So about 10,000th or 100,000 of the brain for one conscious moment, occurring at about every 10 to the minus 7 seconds at 10 megahertz. Next, please. So how is there any evidence for this? Well, actually, there's some. And here's an experiment that we just did, led by Arad Kara at Princeton, and where he took a microtubule and excited it with UV light and was able to measure the propagation of an exciton along the microtubule. And then we added anesthesia, which is known to block consciousness, and the propagation of the electronic energy was inhibited by two different anesthetics, isoflurane and etomidate, which selectively block consciousness. Next, please. Now, this paper has been accepted by a major journal. It's currently on the archive, and Arad Kara actually is the son of Pete Kara, who is the head at DEI that we had a conference with the other day. He did an excellent job here. So Penrose is on this, I'm on this, a number of other people came from. Greg Scholes, an expert in quantum biology. Should be out in January in a real journal. Next, please. Other evidence came from this man, Anirban Bandyopadhyay, at the National Institute of Material Sciences in Tsukuba, Japan. He used nanotechnology to study quantum resonance effects in microtubules. He and his group, over 10 years of work, found self-similar patterns called triplets of triplets, because there were 3 peaks and each peak had 3 peaks of ballistic conductance repeating over 12 orders of magnitude in tubulin and microtubules. Next, please. So this is a little complicated, but I'm going to take you through it. So we have 3 different scales. The top A is a couple of neurons, and you can recognize the neurons, and the solid bars are nanoprobes. And so if you use two electrodes to stimulate and 2 to record. So if you stimulate, say, DC, the microtubule is an insulator. There's no current flow. But if you stimulate with AC and sweep the frequency, you'll find specific frequencies where very high conductance occurs. And you plot the conductance and you get the triplet of triplets. So you did the level of neurons at the top, and then on one microtubule in B, connected between 2 with 10 electrodes, and then at the very bottom with just tubulins. And in all these cases, he got the same triplet of triplet patterns, ranging from the bottom in terahertz, gigahertz, and megahertz, and then in the middle range, gigahertz, megahertz, and kilohertz, and at the top, megahertz, kilohertz, and hertz. So all the way up to EEG. So this means there's some kind of scale invariant hierarchy going inward from the level of neurons. Next, please. So here I've suggested an inward hierarchy inside neurons and microtubules. Now, many people, this is a fractal-like hierarchy with self-similar patterns. And many people have gone from the neuron upwards into neural networks and networks of networks. But you get maybe 2 orders of magnitude. But if you go inward, you get 12 orders of magnitude of self-repeating, self-similar patterns. starting from the left in hertz and then going to kilohertz in a network of microtubules, and then megahertz, 1,000,000 cycles per second in one microtubule, and then gigahertz, 1,000,000,000 cycles per second in the rows of tubulins. Next, please. And then going in a tubulin that I showed before, you're down into terahertz, and then you go further inward and you get to petahertz. You get petahertz and even faster. And then finally, then this the last one's a big step all the way down to the Planck scale, according to Penrose. So that's a big step from 10 to the 18th to 10 to the 43rd. And it's all below the level of particles. You're just in pure space-time geometry without any biology. So consciousness, if this is true, exists in space-time geometry without any biology. Next, please. So this is very much like the five kosha systems. I asked my friend Kuladri about what kind of hierarchical system in Vedanta, in Krishna consciousness, might explain this, and he came back with this answer of the five koshas, in which on the left, I have to read these. You see at the top, Anamaya, the physical sheath, and going downward, you see Pranamaya, the life force sheath, then Manomaya, the mental sheath, and going further down, Vijnanamaya, the wisdom sheath, and then finally, the smallest, Anandamaya, the bliss body. And then this all comes out from Brahman, or the ground of being. And on the right, I've made an analogy, a comparison to the hierarchy I just suggested, in which those particular levels can be shown as kilohertz, and then going megahertz, gigahertz, terahertz, and finally petahertz. And these may emanate from fundamental space-time geometry, shown here as twistor theory. So it could be, I suggest that Brahman, the ground of being, is actually the fine scale structure of the universe, and that this is basically an analogy and possibly an identity. Could be the same thing. Next, please. So below the level of space-time, below the level of particles, space-time appears hierarchical or holographic, repeating at smaller and smaller scales until reaching the Planck scale at 10 to the minus 35 meters, where we get information. And this has been known through various ways. Next, please. So could consciousness exist independent of biology, as Orca-War events in space-time and geometry at smaller Orca-War events in space-time geometry at smaller and smaller scales? Could this account for out-of-body experiences, afterlife, or even reincarnation? Next, please. So here's a study of end-of-life brain activity when people use these brain monitors, which show EEG activity as the heart stops. And these are people from whom the support has been withdrawal because there's no chance, and the family decides it's time to let them go. And as the heart stops and the blood stops flowing and there's no oxygen, the number in which 80 to 100 is meant to be conscious and is down near zero. And as the heart has stopped and there's no breathing, there's no blood flow, there's suddenly a burst of activity that lasts for several minutes that turns out to be gamma synchrony, 40 hertz EEG oscillations, known to be the best neural correlate of consciousness. Next, please. So could it be that as you go down in scale and Orca-War occurs or something like it, there's a bing and going down and down, it gets even more intense the further down you go. Next, please. Could consciousness persist? And this suggests consciousness can persist after death as microscopic gravitational waves. And gravitational waves, ripples in the fine scale structure of the universe, were detected a few years ago from a collision between two gigantic black holes billions of light years away. Next, please. They produced a wave from this collision that propagated and reached Earth and was detected in an amazing experiment. Next, please. This was detected by the LIGO, the Large Interferometry Gravitational Observatory, two of them, one in Louisiana and one in the state of Washington. And you have these two perpendicular arrays so that they catch the wave from whatever direction. And then in the center, in the building, they do interferometry, and they can detect movements in the actual fine scale structure of the universe. Next, please. So here's some evidence, the results of that. And you can see on the left, the map of the United States, the two LIGOs are 2/3 of the way across the country. And on the right, you see the data. The red is from one of them and the blue is from the other. You see they match quite well. And please notice that at 40 hertz, which is the best neural correlate of consciousness, there's a huge spike from both laboratories right at 40 hertz. So it could be that 40 hertz is irrelevant to consciousness, partly because we're tuning in to vibrations in the fine scale structure of the universe. Next, please. And these could be detected by structures called centrioles that I showed you before, which are the brain of the cytoskeleton in every cell. And they're perpendicular and they're made up of triplets of microtubules. And it's known that centrioles detect gravity. And it could be they're detecting gravitational waves. Next, please. Okay, so this is a possible explanation for reincarnation. And here's a quote from Aldous Huxley that none but the very hasty will think will reject reincarnation. In the Bhagavad Gita and Vedic scriptures, consciousness or sentience is explained as a subatomic sentience. Next, please. So conclusions. Consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe. There's an inward hierarchy in quantum brain biology consistent with Indian knowledge, essentially the 5 koshas. Organic molecules with quantum properties are the key to life and consciousness found throughout biology and the universe. And quantum state reduction, collapse of the wave function, can occur at various levels of the brain hierarchy, possibly like Atman from Brahman. Next slide, the last slide. The more inward, the more intense, expansive, and quantum non-local the conscious experience is. At deeper inward levels, consciousness may exist in space-time geometry as microgravitational waves independent of biology, giving rise to afterlife and even reincarnation. There's actually a lot of fairly impressive evidence, or at least reports of reincarnation. And finally, as a practical application in the mental health aspect of Ikshma, therapies aimed at microtubule resonances, for example, with brain ultrasound, which is a painless, non-invasive way of putting megahertz into the brain to resonate microtubules, can be used to treat mental and cognitive disorders. We've been studying this and will continue to do so. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. I think we have time for one or two questions. I'll take the first question.
Pantheism. Yeah.
We consider everything in the universe to be conscious.
Yeah.
Are these principles leading us towards a exposition of reality as a pantheist?
You could take it that way, but if you have collapse, it's kind of you're going between the quantum and the classical. So it's not idealism where some people think where everything is consciousness and reality is an illusion. This allows there to be a reality, but also an all-pervasive consciousness.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice talk. My question in this context is, since you said that this micro-gravitational wave in the space-time could be one of the possibility for the reincarnation. So, but then it will make it, so let's say if we have one wave and then the other wave, then these two would be indistinguishable or distinguishable.
What could happen to make this work is that you have entanglement. So if the quantum information leaves the microtubules as the patient dies, that's calm and all that. But if they don't come back, then we don't know. But it could be that they go on to exist as fluctuations based on geometry, but don't dissipate or interfere with others because of entanglement. So there's some kind of quantum soul that stays together.
Thank you, sir, for the most enlightening session. Next, I would like to invite on stage Professor Lakshmi Narayana to present his talk on the science of consciousness, setting the agenda. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. This is, I'm not really prepared for a talk today in the sense that I'll be speaking on this conference. But finally, Praveen compelled me that to come. And so I'm presenting, recently we had a workshop on consciousness in IIT Mandi, where Professor Hamra was also there. He has now become also a professor at IIT Mandi. So I was telling Murthy that IIT Mandi is going to organize an annual conference on science, mind, brain, and consciousness, a perspective from Indian knowledge. So, so how do we set our research agenda? When we talk about science of consciousness. So let's go to the next one. So, okay. Next. Okay, so by the time they get it sorted, let me give some all right, so if you look at Bharatiya Parampara, unfortunately, this is not so striking within the current environment. But once I was walking from Vindhyachal Hostel in IIT Delhi to academic building in 1992 when I was doing my PhD, and there was some work going on, construction work, and it was kind of a lunchtime, and these workers were talking, and they were talking something, it attracted my attention. And they're talking that this world, this life is so temporary. We die, again we take birth. And they were using their normal humor to word things in a very detached way. And I sat there, I stood there, and I was hearing that these people are more intelligent than my friends who are doing PhD, publishing papers, but they have no idea what is consciousness. So in Indian tradition, if you look at consciousness, means that which is indestructible. This is the basis of everything that to exist. No consciousness, no existence. You exist as long as you experience your consciousness. You don't experience your consciousness, you don't exist. So this is not the basic paradigm that has been taught to us, that somewhere from pure energy came out, some particles, they group together forming complex molecules and so forth, and then, which I'm going to elaborate a little later, and then suddenly consciousness manifested. And basically, if you go by the current scientific paradigm, it is simply an hallucination. It has no reality. Something absurd. We don't live by that principle. You won't do anything unless you are secure of your own existence. And our very existence is derived by the strength of our consciousness, how strongly rooted in our consciousness. So if you go to Bhagavad Gita, so it is that which is indestructible, uncut, unburnt. And we have not, and not only that, Satchit Ananda. Consciousness is that which is eternal, which is full of knowledge and bliss. And this is something by which we, Indian system developed a way to live by this principle. That means how, taking minimum from the nature, we remain happy, and we are able to give more to the society than grabbing from the society or from the nature. This is the, can you stop talking there, please? So obviously, if I talk about something that is transcendental to our space and time in which we are experiencing, a subject matter that is within the space and time, that cannot have empiric study. So when we talk about science of consciousness, we are talking about something that can be done in empiric study. For example, I'm here, Stuart, you can probably look at this particular problem, which cannot be explained using current quantum mechanics. Is that I here in front of you as a speaker, right? And when I go to Menti, I'm the director. When I go home, I'm maybe a father or husband. I'm the same person, but different relations. This is materialistic. This can be studied in empiric science. It requires a different paradigm to study. Science of relation is something more fundamental than the ontological development of the reality, the way we are exploring. And hence, we need to look at consciousness in a completely different perspective than we are doing. Next. Just to give you some example, many within the neural networks, AI, they say we have already demonstrated consciousness, right? If you are driving your new car, you say immediately, you sit down there and say, hey Siri, please make my mom to talk to, make me talk to my mom, right? And you say, after some time, please, guide me to the Sarojini market while in the car. And Siri does everything for you and looks like consciousness has been created, right? And let's take an example. This is a robot in my lab at IIT Kanpur, and this robot went to Amazon robotics competition to participate, where the robot was given 10 objects to pick in 15 minutes. Can you play that video? So there is a within AI, we say there is a soft problem and there's a hard problem, right? So now you see that this robot is able to pick objects from that rack and able to put it in the delivery package. And the Amazon wanted to develop this technology because they have this bonanza period where normally in September, sometime 2-3 days they do, where they give 50%, 60% off. And per hour, they get millions of orders. And hence the normal humans cannot, you cannot employ so many people to deliver these kind of or attend to all these orders. So can robots do it, right? And of course, you are seeing the robots can do it. But the question is that are they the same as human? This is the question that we would like to answer, right? Once I was giving this talk in Dehradun to many of the principals of CBSE schools. CBSE director, Mr. Ganguly, was there, and he raised his hand and said, when I asked, is it as good as a human? And so he answered that yes, it is as good as human because they are able to do everything that human is supposed to do, right? So now let's go to the next one. I'll just explain because you see that in this particular thing, there are so many things you have to solve and integrate. The vision problem, the object recognition, the 2D to 3D modeling, pose estimation, inverse kinematics. This in each of these field, you can do a PSC, right? And after that, the robot is able to do this thing. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. Next. Yeah. Go to the next because I will not take much time there. I'll just explain to you. You see, this is kind of neural network, and that takes a decision for the robot. The problem that I showed you, that the robot is picking up objects from the rack. I'm just talking only one aspect of the problem, because to solve that problem, you have to solve so many problems, like from object vision to inverse kinematic, closed loop visual grasping. So this is just one problem, closed loop visual grasping. How do we solve it, right? So here, the visual features are taken, and then from the features, we discretize the workspace of the robot, perceptual space of the robot, into discrete zone, and within each zone, we define a controller with the parameters, which is not known, P and D. Go to the next one. And go to the next one. Yeah. So you can see that when you design my researcher, you can see there is a student in that picture, Indrajno Sirajuddin from Indonesia. He was working with me. And you have to design this controller. You have to think energy like function V, and this energy like function V has to be decreasant. Time derivative, rate derivative has to be negative definite. So he came with the second expression, V dot equal to minus and all those expressions. And he said, I am not able to go to the next level. So I sat with him, and then we hypothesized what should be the P dot, rate derivative of P, and the rate derivative of D. So you can see the other two equations. That is what we actually sitting almost for an hour and cracking my head and thinking how this learning must take place. What are the variables? We hypothesized two equations. And then I told him that you take this P dot and D dot and put it in that expression V dot and show me V dot is negative that night. Next day morning he came and said, is the V dot negative that night? So I told him, okay, you go and hard program it in the robot thing, right? And he did the exactly same thing. Can you play that video? So you say that the robot is trying to follow a ping ball while maintaining a distance and effector, right? So it's like following a ball, and the robot does, and it appears as if, here we are not using anything about robot kinematics or dynamics, but it is based on some learning. It is able to do it, and it appears very intelligent. But you see, what has been done here, the V, the Lyapunov energy function, robot is not aware of. Neither robot is aware how P dot and D dot was derived. It has been simply hard programmed, and the robot looks like intelligent. And this is all about all AI. In an AI, it is the researcher who is giving the meaning to neural network variable, to the neural network output, what has to be optimized. Again, the researcher is doing it. So it is basically any AI machine you develop, it is my extended consciousness. Or you can say, my robot is my extended hand. So instead of talking this, the AI researcher is actually trying to manipulate the funding agencies and declaring that they have actually built something very intelligent. And this actually is going on. And even I was shocked when Steve Hawking made a statement that it looks AI research is in a dangerous zone because we are soon will be overpowered by machines that would rule over us. This is not going to happen, my dear friends, within the current understanding of science, because in this, it is we who empower this machine. Machines remain always dull. It is by our algorithm, by our conscious intelligence, they derive their potency and they appear to be very smart. So why I'm bringing this, there are so many things you have to understand here, because you see, I showed you a robot is simply following a ball. Of course, we have done much more complex tasks. This is not a robotic conference, so I don't want to say that. We can do very complex tasks, which is, may look very amazing. But you see that this ball following experiment should make you think what is happening to Sachin Tendulkar or Messi when they have a ball at their disposal. How do they treat that ball? They also have learned their own kinematics, own dynamics, and they are not aware of all these things. They are school dropouts. They don't know any math. Neither they understand what is the energy associated with the dynamic system. But they do it day in, day out. So there is a conscious computing going on within the biological system. First of all, we are not aware of it. But we are creating a model of such computation, external model of computation, and making external agent look like very smart. So this raises two things. One is that conscious computing we are ignorant about. Second is, just like a robot looks very smart being programmed, similarly, it is possible that we look very smart being programmed. There are two essence we have to take from this simple thing. Next. So basically, now I'm going to go to little philosophy, which already Stuart has brought it. Everything is within our perceptual space. The world, there was in Kurukshetra, there was a meeting between 5,000 years ago. The residents of Dwarka and residents of Hastinapur, sages from all over the world, they all gathered in Kurukshetra. And there, Vasudev, the Krishna's father, he asked a question to assembled sages. So in that discussion, this particular point was made. My dear friend, world is not outside, world is within yourself. Right? This is the sages were telling. The world is within the self. And so basically, you can see there whether somebody is intoxicated with power. For him, he sees the world as if he is going to conquer it. Like, for example, Alexander, he had so much of power. Somebody who has a lot of intelligence or talent, he says that I am going to derive the laws by which I can, dominate everyone's attention, right? So everybody is creating their own world. right? According to the kind of intoxication they have within. So that is why in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna teaches, be free from the intoxication. Otherwise, you create an artificial world that will really violate its equilibrium structure. So this is very, very important for us to understand that even an ant, you can see there, they have their own world. They are simply looking at the world in terms of the sugar crystal. If the mango is on the top of the tree, they know where it is. Or, once I went to Hyderabad to attend a conference, and I normally don't eat outside. And I had in my baggage some flat rice and good jaggery. And by the time I kept my luggage and went to the conference room, by the time I came, my room is filled with ants. How on earth they came to know that this is there? So everybody has their own world. And through the higher media of the cosmic consciousness, they understand everybody is being maintained by the cosmic consciousness. This is something is Indian traditional system that we have to recognize. Next. So because I'm saying that how consciousness has to go to the scientific paradigm, first of all, we have to recognize that all action starts from experience, right? A lusty person, his experience makes him or propels him or drives him, right? To go and watch a movie, watch pornography, this or that, right? A person who has a power, he goes and sees whether he can become IPS officer or Prime Minister of India. So this is how the experience drives your experience, drives your action. Then experience is the only thing that exists for you and me, for me. Okay, no experience, no action. Like for example, this podium has no experience, so no action can take place from here. But action takes place from all living entities. It is not only humans, from 8.4 million, all different species. Action starts from there. Actions never start from molecules or the way the scientists are thinking. This is actually a wrong start. Next. So what are the constituents of this experience? If you go to Bhagavad Gita, of course, there are 5 tanmatras, object of senses. They drive you. Kayata Vishan Pumsa, Sangas Tesu Padayate, Sangat Sanjayate, Kama, Krodha Vidayate. Can you go to next? So this is you can see there the sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. These are the 5 things that drives all our actions. You accept or you don't accept, but this is what is happening. If you take some long breath, you will be able to realize this is what is exactly happening. We may be blabbering something different, but this is what is happening. Okay. So I have 5 minutes and then I have to finish now. Can you go fast? Yes. So go fast. So unfortunately, what has happened, this qualia, that experience of taste, smell, and all these things, scientists, they don't know how to handle them. Right? Because I'm here to just inspire you to think differently. I'll just tell you another experience. In ISC, Intermediate Science, when I was doing in Revelsa College, we have to have a laboratory experiment. And there was a laboratory experiment in chemistry for salt identification. And all of us must have given that experiment taste. So before the taste, we were told that we must go and pay 20 rupees to the lab assistant. And those days in 81, I said 83, 20 rupees was a big denomination. We gave the 20 rupees, and next day we went to the laboratory and one packet of salt, one piece of paper, there is a number. And my teacher took that number, and through that number, he gave me a salt packet. And I was directed to go to a particular experimental table. And there, in that, before I reached, the lab assistant who was taken from me 20 rupees was very faithful. He came and put one salt in his mouth and told me it is potassium chloride. Finished. All that I know that what I have to do, putting in his mouth. So he is much better scientist than the so-called chemist or the professor who were there, simply based on this is what is science earlier time. In Indian tradition, our science is from the observation is the fundamental building block. From we created science by these 5 things. People just putting a particle of earth in their mouth could say here is a gold mine, here is a copper mine. So that was the basis of science. And I think that Indian knowledge system gives us enough guidelines to revise the science. And instead of going from this idea of molecular combination to come back and redo the science. I think given a time, I don't think that I can go to all my slides. Can you go quickly the last slides, the conclusion? So where is the wait. Before that. Yes. So this is what I'm saying. There is a hierarchy of energy fields from superior to enough inferior. This idea is not there. People think there is only one kind of energy. No. There is energy, semantic energy, which I told you. I'm simultaneously a father, son, teacher, colleague, simultaneously. And this needs to be accounted if you really want to make science as your way of life. As of now, science is so far away from you. You do science something in the lab and you leave something different. If we really have to bridge this gap, we have to develop a science. And let me tell you, Indian knowledge system has a lot of food for thought for it. So you can see there is the inferior energy is always guided by the superior energy. This is all Vedanta Sankhya that talks about it. So the highest ladder in this is the intellect to mind. Intellect means concepts, mind means emotions, sound, touch. So these are the form of hierarchy of energy, and they are semantic energy. They are not syntactic energy. These are all very profound scientific concepts. Next. So now I'll just explain to you how touch is superior to form. You see, the entirety of modern science is all about force and form. Wherever you go, and force derives the form. For example, the equation F dou P upon dou T, F is the force is the aspect of touch, right? And P is the aspect of form. P means position. For example, here momentum, right? Momentum has related to velocity. So if you see here the position, velocity, these are all aspects of visual form, right? So these are all aspects of form. But form is much bigger. This is just a very rudimentary idea of form, that you have a location, you have a velocity, you have a momentum, you have acceleration. This is only a very rudimentary idea of form. Form is much bigger, right? So, but then this is what is happening. And we can also see nature, touch. Touch is pollination. Pollination is touch, a form of touch. And from pollination comes all varieties of plant forms. Similarly, man and woman, they touch, and then there are offsprings. So touch is there everywhere, right? And that is why in Indian tradition, when you have to conceive a child, means touch. Before that, you have to do varieties of things, from Garbhadana, Samskara, purificatory ceremony, reading Bhagavatam, Ramayana, spiritualizing yourself, because you want to bring a soul in a sacred environment. So these are all signs. We knew the signs, how to live by principle. Next. So we have to complete fast because I don't have time. See, Otherwise, Dr. Murthy will curse me. Please, so you see the force fields are a different aspect of truth and different variegated manifestations are different aspect of form. And this is all about science. So you can say, even within empiric science, we are able to show that touch is higher energy field than the form. Right? Next. So go next. Skip all these things. Skip all these things. I don't have time for this. So you can see here, you can go there. So consciousness is an emerging phenomena within modern science. The origin is the inert energy which gives rise to particles. Such particles make up complex molecules that in turn makes living organism. So consciousness is an emerging phenomena of this syntactic process. There is no semantics here. Next. So, but we are conscious first. And how do you understand I am a conscious person? Because there are many young boys and girls here to tell you. Let us take, I had shown you a robot, right? Or any AI machine for that matter. And a living organism. Okay, you see that? So any living organism experiences hunger, fear, sleep, sexual desires. These are not there with any machine. You can't generate them in machine. Because that is not the purpose. The sacred purpose of the universe is that the self-replication is intrinsic to the creation. And hence, automatically sexual desire must be there for replication, right? Similarly, you need energy, right? So there must be hunger to actuate or vitalize your body. So these are all very profound way of organization that is already there in the nature. Even the simplest one cellular organism is as complex as a complete human organism. So that's something that self-replication is part of living organism. You can't self-replicate a machine. In fact, there is a very Hungarian professor, John von Neumann, who was a mathematician, was a computer scientist, is a physicist, quantum mechanics. He made during his, wee hours, he gave some talks on self-reproducing automata. Can we start from a single automata and make it grow in terms of hardware and software? If we can do, then we understand what is creation. Unfortunately, we have not been able to even replicate the simplest of grass, or to speak of even more complex organism. Okay, so and every organism, you see that a plant. What is the cost of a plant? Cost of a plant is 10 rupees, but it gives you strawberries, it gives you mango, it gives you all kind of vegetation. It has such a mystic potency. Next. Go to last. Sorry. So towards a holistic worldview, please. The part must cooperate with the whole, and this is what the consciousness studies must look at. Okay, part must cooperate with the whole, and that way we have to bring some kind of sense to family tradition, societal tradition, nation, globe, universe. We have to look in a different, consciousness can universalize everything. That is the attribute of consciousness. Come, Brahman. Next. I have no time for this. So this is the roadmap that you can see. Structure of semantic space. As I told you, I am Simonson's father, son, colleague. This is a structure of semantic space. We need to understand this. We have been working on this mind-body simulation and generating the laws of semantics, right? Experimental study, Professor Stuart Hamrup during his talk at least made me, he inspired me to take anesthesiology very seriously, because this is something by which we can understand the bodily switches, that kind of conscious switches which are blocked, right? And that's why during anesthesia, you don't experience that. So this is something that we can do. Already in IIT Monday, we have taken up the program of mental health, sleep quality improvement, sleep and dream studies, and varieties of things. And so these are some of the things that we have put forth for our program at IIT Monday. Next. So is the mind simply the brain in action? Everybody thinks so. Even many so-called spiritual organizations, they think so. I'm really astounded. Mind is not brain in action. Mind is more fundamental energy, the energy possibly beyond the Planck scale. Planck scale is material energy. Mind is also material energy, but mind is a predominating energy. And hence it must be beyond the Planck scale. So this has to be studied completely different. Even the people like Christoph Koch, who had this kind of view, they have changed their view now. Source matters towards the understanding the cosmic mind. This is the basis of Indian, this is the ultimate basis, that we must know what is cosmic mind, cosmic consciousness. That is the heart of Vedanta. So holistic worldview, relational outlook, which is part and whole. The cosmic mind is the whole, and we are all part. So to understand that, and the sacred universe has a sacred purpose to make our life approach towards the state of Satchidananda. Thank you.
Just a question.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll move on.
Yeah. Yeah.
The last slide shows the source matters. Can you a little bit explain on this concept? You said it's the most important thing.
Yeah. Source matters means, when I say source matters, it is top-down approach. When I don't allow source matters, then the current scientific approach, bottom-top approach, that is meaning of source matters, right? And this is a very profound idea. In a half an hour, many concepts we cannot really deliberate. But I just gave you an idea to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your interesting talk. Without further ado, I would like to call on stage Professor Vijendra Kumar Vijay. Sir is the Center for Rural Development and IIT Delhi National Coordinator for Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. I call on sir to please present his scientific lecture on the scientific utilization through research augmentation prime products from Indian cow. We welcome you, sir.
In today's speaker session, we were all that how the science and philosophy of Indian knowledge system existed, and in the present paradigm of development, we are not following that. And the present science is not reaching out to the system which existed before even 5,000 years ago. मैं जो बात करूंगा वो इन सब से दूर है, वो सिंपल आज की दुनिया में हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि मैं जो चीज पढ़ता हूँ वो गांव की तरफ से आती है कि there is a center called Center for Rural Development and Technology in IIT Delhi, and for last few years we were working on that. When India became independent in 47, Gandhiji was mainly the behind person who gave his sacrifice that how India can become independent, but at the same time he told कि भाई खाली आजादी हमारी सफिशिएंट नहीं होने वाली है देश में, हमको किस लेवल पे जाना है वो है ग्राम स्वराज, राम राज्य. But we did not follow what he preached and what he was having the philosophy of Indian freedom struggle, Indian freedom movement. What we followed was the new physical world which has arrived after that. तो उसमें जो राम स्वराज की जो उनकी कल्पना थी और जो राम राज्य की कल्पना थी, हमने बिल्कुल भी उसको फॉलो नहीं किया और हमने नए शहर बसा दिए, हमने नई टेक्नोलॉजी लिया है, हम नई दुनिया बसा गए. एंड व्हाट वी फॉलोड इज वी लुक टुवर्ड्स द वेस्ट. कि पिछले 200 सालों में आफ्टर इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन इन द वर्ल्ड व्हाट हैज हैपेंड, आवर माइंड, आवर एजुकेशन सिस्टम, आवर फिलोसॉफी were mainly centered towards paradigm of development which West has created. And ultimately, what happened? The development which has followed the Western philosophy has given rise to the present context of climate change. जो हमारी जमीन खराब हो गई, हमारा पानी खराब हो गया, हमारा हवा खराब हो गया, हमारा मेंटल बैलेंस खराब हो गया, हमारी हेल्थ खराब हो गई. तो मुझे लगता है कि ना टाइम हैज कम. My two earlier people have also mentioned that now we have to look towards a different kind of paradigm of development. And only India can give that. Indian philosophy and culture can only give that. कि हम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः. If everyone has to be happy in the world, what we have to do? So that's why we are fortunate enough in this present paradigm कि 1 दिसंबर से हमको G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी मिल गई है. And we can rope in what kind of development paradigm we can pursue in 21st century. Now, whether it's a US or Europe or Russia or China, whatever you can say, उनको लगता है कि देश को अगर सही दिशा में ले जाना है, दुनिया को अगर सही दिशा में ले जाना है, क्लाइमेट चेंज को हमको खत्म करना है. यूनाइटेड नेशंस भी कह रहा है we have to have a deeper understanding of our physical world, move towards spirituality, in which we can envisage that development paradigm which we have to follow. तो उसमें छोटी सी मैं 5, क्योंकि टाइम बहुत हो गया है, तो हम लोग जो कुछ काम कर रहे थे पहले, तो प्रोफेसर सुरेश बल्ला ने कहा कि आप पंचगव्य पे क्योंकि थोड़ा बहुत एसोसिएटेड हैं. मैंने काम तो नहीं किया है, पर गाय पे थोड़ा सा बायोगैस में मैं काम करता हूँ. तो मैंने सोचा कि चलो मैं जो थोड़ा बहुत समझता हूँ उसको आप लोगों के सामने शेयर करूँ. तो मुझे याद आ रहा है कि 2002 में मैं जब IIT दिल्ली में ज्वाइन किया, मैं एक एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी से आके यहाँ पे, तो हमने सितंबर 2002 में एक बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंस कराई थी, पंचगव्य एवं गो आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था. तो पूरे देश भर की गौशालाएं को हमने आमंत्रित किया. वो क्या क्या प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, क्या काम कर रहे हैं, उसको शोकेस भी, एग्जीबिशन भी रखा पड़ा. उसमें 2000 से ज्यादा लोग आए थे. भारत सरकार, क्योंकि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी गवर्नमेंट थी, तो उसके जो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे 8-10 वो भी लोग आए. राजनाथ सिंह जी हों, मनमोहन जोशी जी हों, हमारे उस टाइम के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर, साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर हर्षवर्धन जी. तो उस जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी थी उसके चेयरमैन थे डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन, जो पहले अभी कुछ टाइम पहले तक हेल्थ मिनिस्टर और साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर थे, और मैं उसका ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी था. तो जब हमने 2002 में ये कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी, उसका नाम था पंचगव्य एवं गो आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था. तो अभी जब वो साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर थे करीब 2018-16-15 में, तो राष्ट्रपति भवन में मुलाकात हुई हमारी. तो बोला यार हम लोग पंचगव्य पे कुछ कर रहे थे, क्यों नहीं हम, मैं साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर हूँ, आप लोग कुछ करिए. तो देन वी ऑर्गेनाइज ए ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन इन IIT दिल्ली इन दिसंबर 2016. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड.
नेक्स्ट बोलना है आपको.
हाँ ठीक है. तो 2016 15 में जब वो उसका नाम रखा हमने साइंटिफिक वैलिडेशन एंड रिसर्च ऑन पंचगव्य, और उसमें मंत्री जी भी आए थे। पूरे देश भर में जो गाय आधारित रिसर्च करने वाले लोग थे, जो गौशालाएं थी, उन लोगों को हमने बुलाया। IIT, NIT, DRDO सभी, CSIR सभी के साइंटिस्ट भी थे। देन तो वो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर थे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हमको इसका एक प्रोग्राम बनाना चाहिए और उसको हमको साइंटिफिकली वैलिडेट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि लोग बाग तो उसको यूज कर रहे हैं ट्रेडिशनली, चरक संहिता से लेके आयुर्वेद में, और दूसरे लोग फिजिकली उसको यूज करते हैं, चाहे वो गौमूत्र हो, चाहे गाय का गोबर हो, चाहे दूध हो, दही हो। तो और गांधी जी के मॉडल पे वो बेहतर की काऊ गैस इकोनॉमी की उन्होंने बात की थी, भाई देश आजाद होगा तो काऊ गैस इकोनॉमी से ही हम राम राज्य की स्थापना कर सकते हैं। तो अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज सिनेरियो में तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता जा रहा है कि पूरी दुनिया में नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ग्रीन एनर्जी सिस्टम, एंड ग्रीन एनर्जी मींस लोकलाइज्ड एनर्जी, व्हाटएवर लोकल रिसोर्सेज यू आर हैविंग, animal resource or human resource or agricultural residue, we have to utilize it for our energy applications, food applications and other things. तो ये जो प्रोग्राम बना सूत्रा पे, नेक्स्ट प्लीज, तो इसमें 5 थीमेटिक एरिया हमने रखे कि व्हाट इज द यूनिकनेस ऑफ इंडिजिनस काउ, देसी गाय क्यों होनी चाहिए, जर्सी और होलिस्टीन क्यों नहीं होनी चाहिए, जिसपे कि हमको काम करने की जरूरत है। एप्लीकेशन ऑफ पंचगव्य इन एग्रीकल्चर, जो गोबर है, गौमूत्र है, उसको एग्रीकल्चर में क्या क्या हम कर सकते हैं। एप्लीकेशन ऑफ पंचगव्य इन फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन, हमको जो दूध है, दही है, जो घी है, उसका जो फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन में क्या क्या हम उपयोग कर सकते हैं पंचगव्य का। एप्लीकेशन ऑफ पंचगव्य इन मेडिसिन हेल्थ, चाहे गौमूत्र हो, चाहे वो कैंसर का ट्रीटमेंट हो, चाहे ब्रेन एंसेफ्लाइटिस हो, उसमें लोग आयुर्वेद सिद्धांत को और पंचगव्य को यूज कर रहे हैं, तो उनका भी हमको साइंटिफिक वैलिडेशन करने की जरूरत है। कैंसर में तो बहुत ही कारगर सिद्ध हुआ उसमें। एप्लीकेशन ऑफ पंचगव्य एनर्जी यूटिलिटी प्रोडक्ट्स, कॉस्मेटिक में आजकल बहुत लोग यूज कर रहे हैं उसको। तो एट द टाइम वी क्रिएटेड दिस 5 वर्टिकल स्वरूप प्रोग्राम, एंड गवर्नमेंट इज एक्सेप्टेड इट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी इज एक्सेप्टेड इट, एंड इन्वॉल्व ऑल द रिलेटेड मिनिस्ट्रीज, एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री हो, चाहे वो हमारी फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री हो, MSME हो, ICMR हो, और वो हेल्थ मिनिस्टर भी थे तो ICMR को भी उन्होंने रोकन किया। एंड देन आई केम फॉरवर्ड एंड सेड दैट दिस शुड बी साइंटिफिकली प्रूव्ड एंड वी हैव टू जनरेट डाटा नेसेसरी। तो फिर उसमें IIT दिल्ली को नेशनल कोऑर्डिनेटिंग इंस्टीट्यूट ने डिसाइड किया और सारी एक्टिविटी शुरू हुआ। अभी क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है, नेक्स्ट। तो हमने इसका भी यहाँ गांव में गाय आधारित व्यवस्था पे काम होना चाहिए, और पूरे देश भर में गौशालाएं हैं, जो गाय है वो उसमें फिलोसफी पे हम डेवलपमेंट करेंगे, तो गांव के लोग फिर गांव छोड़ के शहर नहीं आएंगे, गांव में इनकम भी जनरेट होगी, वहां के काम भी होंगे नेक्स्ट। और उसमें क्या क्या साइंटिफिक रिसर्च होना चाहिए, वैलिडेशन होना चाहिए, चाहे वो ICMR हो, चाहे वो हमारी हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री हो, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री हो, चाहे वो ICR का सिस्टम हो, चाहे हमारे साइंटिफिक इंस्टीट्यूट हो, तो कुछ हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया क्या क्या होना चाहिए। तो हर टॉप वर्टिकल से रिलेटेड कुछ कुछ हमने डिसाइड किया कि क्या क्या होना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट जल्दी जल्दी से निकाल दीजिए। नेक्स्ट एग्रीकल्चर में क्या होना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशन में क्या क्या रिसर्च गाय के आधार पर होना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट हेल्थ के लिए, मेडिसिन के लिए क्या क्या रिसर्च होना चाहिए। मैं ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जा रहा। नेक्स्ट तो यूटिलिटी प्रोडक्ट्स में, एनर्जी में, साइंटिफिक जो कॉस्मेटिक्स हैं, और जो है एयर कंडीशनर है, सेव लोशन है, सोप्स हैं, डिटर्जेंट्स हैं, उनमें भी किस किस तरह से काम होना चाहिए, उसका रिसर्च की जरूरत है। नेक्स्ट तो जो भी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, CSIR, इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ मेडिकल रिसर्च, MNRE, ICR, ऑल दीज मिनिस्ट्रीज केम फॉरवर्ड, हम भी सपोर्ट करेंगे इसको। नेक्स्ट और IIT दिल्ली में एक नेशनल सेंटर टाइप का एस्टेब्लिशमेंट करने का प्रपोजल उसमें। नेक्स्ट इसमें हम क्या क्या निकाल पाएंगे, तो वो कुछ बातें उस टाइम डिसाइड हुई थी। नेक्स्ट अभी बात करने का टाइम नहीं है, तो उसमें हमने ये निकला कि भाई हाँ, कम से कम 25 ऐसे रूरल स्टार्टअप एंटरप्राइजेज इन्वॉल्व होंगे जो इस पे काम करेंगे। 50 प्रोडक्ट ऐसे डेवलप होने चाहिए जो कि लोगों तक पहुंचो, जिसपे साइंटिफिकली वैलिडेटेड हो, और उसके कोई भी किसी को यूज करना है तो किसी तरह की दिक्कत नहीं हो। कंज्यूमर वैल्यू चेन टू लिंक प्रोड्यूसर एंड कंज्यूमर्स, ब्रांडिंग एंड मार्केटिंग इन्वॉल्विंग स्टेक होल्डर्स, एंड रिव्यू एंड रिकमेंड फॉर फ्यूचर के आगे इसमें और हमको किस तरह से आगे बढ़ना है नेक्स्ट। तो मैं 2-3 छोटे छोटे वीडियो हैं जो कि IIT दिल्ली, क्योंकि मैं बायोगैस पे काम करता हूँ, तो बायोगैस का उपयोग कैसे गांव में गोबर का और उसका हम कर सकते हैं। तो एक छोटा सा वीडियो है गौशाला का, जो कि 2009 में हमने ये सेटअप किया था यार। तो दिस इज ए माधव गोविंद गौशाला इन भीलवाड़ा ऑफ राजस्थान। उसमें लगभग 500 गोवंश है, गाय हैं, देसी गाय हैं सभी। तो इस गांव के जो गोबर से है, उससे वहां 3 छोटे छोटे बायोगैस प्लांट थे, टोटल 110 क्यूबिक मीटर पर डे गैस प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी का। तो आप देखिए कि वहां पे जो 20 लोग अपनी फैमिली के साथ रहते हैं, जो गाय के लिए सेवा देते हैं, जो वहां पे काम करने वाले हैं, उनके लिए जो रसोई का गैस है, LPG की जरूरत नहीं है, बायोगैस से वो खाना बनाते हैं, पूरा फैमिली का कुकिंग उसी होता है। फिर उसके अलावा वहां पे बिजली उन्होंने कनेक्शन नहीं लिया गौशाला में। बिजली भी जो पावर है वो 20 किलोवाट कैपेसिटी का बायोगैस जनरेटर उन्होंने एस्टेब्लिश किया। जो खाद निकलता है उसका एक पंप लगा रखा है और टैंकर में सीधा भर देते हैं और वो फार्मर ले जाते हैं एडवांस पेमेंट करके। ये 100% बायोगैस जनरेटेड एक बिजली बनाने वाला जनरेटर है। उस टाइम कोई नहीं थे इंडिया में, तो लगाया उन्होंने 100% वाला। फिर ये वाटर स्कीमिंग सिस्टम जो टेक्नोलॉजी IIT दिल्ली डेवलप की, हमने उसको डेमो के लिए वहां लगाया, और वो बायोगैस को वेरीफाई करते हैं, उसको बायो CNG में कन्वर्ट करते हैं, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड और हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड जो गैस में होती है उसको रिमूव कर देते हैं। फिर जो प्योरीफाई गैस होती है उसको यूजिंग हाई प्रेशर कंप्रेसर वी कैन फिल इट, और वहां पे एक डिस्पेंसिंग सिस्टम बना है व्हीकल में डिस्पेंस करने के लिए भी छोटा। जनरली CNG डिस्पेंसिंग में 1 करोड़ रुपए लगता है, 2 करोड़ रुपए लगता है, हमने 1 लाख रुपए में वो सिस्टम बनाया, अभी दिखाएंगे आपको। ये तो प्योरिफिकेशन यूनिट है जो कि H2S को कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड से रिमूव कर देती है। ये हाई प्रेशर कंप्रेसर, छोटा कंप्रेसर है जो प्योरिफिकेशन में काम आ रहा है। इसके ये हाई प्रेशर कंप्रेसर उस टाइम 150 बार तक हम कंप्रेस कर सकते थे, उसके ज्यादा का प्रोटोकॉल अलाउड नहीं था इंडिया में, 2009 की बात बता रहा हूँ। इससे हम 150 तक वो सिलेंडर भरते थे CNG वाला। और उस टाइम भीलवाड़ा राजस्थान में CNG गाड़ी व्हीकल नहीं होता था, तो दिल्ली से हमने भेजा व्हीकल 3 व्हीलर। आप देखिए 2 सिलेंडर कास्केट का एक फिलिंग सिस्टम हमने बनाया, ये 1 लाख रुपए में बना था उस टाइम। जनरली जो मार्केट कॉस्ट था वो 1 करोड़ रुपया CNG फिलिंग वाला होता था दिल्ली में। ये देखिए 2 सिलेंडर से, इसमें 250 बार तक हम बायोगैस प्योरीफाइड बायोगैस भर देते थे, इसी से 3 व्हीलर चलता था। तो देखिए गांव में सेल्फ रिलायंट इकोनॉमी की जब हम बात करते हैं, खाना बनाने के लिए LPG पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट की हमको जरूरत नहीं। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए हम बायोगैस से इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बना रहे हैं, वहां कोई इन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल नहीं भरते। और फिर उसके बाद जो व्हीकल ट्रांसपोर्ट करने, दूध और गाय के प्रोडक्ट ट्रांसपोर्ट करने के लिए 3 व्हीलर, वो भी ना डीजल की जरूरत ना पेट्रोल की जरूरत, बायोगैस से कर रहे हैं। तो लाइकवाइज वी कैन डेवलप ए सस्टेनेबल इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम इन विलेजेस, so that in the present paradigm of development we should not emit greenhouse gas heavy। और हम जो दुनिया बात कर रही है कि हमको क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, अमेरिका में सॉरी कनाडा में टेम्परेचर 49 जा रहा है, यूरोप में बिल्कुल ड्रॉट हो रहा है, टेम्परेचर भी वहां भी 37-40 तक जा रहा था। तो we have to now minimize greenhouse emissions, or we have to make use of all the resources which are available in our villages, so that village people should not migrate from rural areas to urban areas। So that is the next एक छोटा सा और वीडियो है, अगर टाइम हो तो दिखाई, नहीं तो कोई बात नहीं है, ये भी 2-3 मिनट के ही है। हाँ, चलिए। ये कि लामा कांगड़ी गांव है पंजाब में, वहां पे उन्होंने क्या किया कि उनके पास जो गोबर होता है उसको कलेक्ट करने के लिए स्पेशल ट्रॉली डिजाइन की उन्होंने। वहाँ कोऑपरेटिव सिस्टम है, और कौन कितना गोबर कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है उसका भी उन्होंने वेइंग मशीन लगा दिया, उसको मोबाइल ऐप बना दिए। तो कौन कितना गोबर रोज कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है बायोगैस प्लांट के लिए, उसका मेजरमेंट वो जब लाके अपना ट्रैक्टर ट्रॉली पे रखता है, उसको वेट आ जाता है कितना उसने कंट्रीब्यूट किया, और रजिस्टर में एंट्री हो जाता है। और ट्रॉली ऐसी बनाई कि वो जब बायोगैस प्लांट पे जाती है ट्रॉली, ऑटोमेटिकली गोबर नीचे गिर जाता है पूरे इसमें ट्रॉली में से, और बायोगैस प्लांट में चला जाता है। So they are collecting cow dung, स्पेशली डिजाइन ट्रॉली है इनका लोकल लोगों के द्वारा। और रोज मेजरमेंट ले क्या हो रहा है? ये बायोगैस पे आ गया, फिर गोबर नीचे गिर गया, देखिए आप ऑटोमेटिकली सारा गोबर नीचे गिर गया बायोगैस प्लांट में, फिर उसमें पानी डाल के वो मिक्स होता है, स्लरी बन के बायोगैस प्लांट में चली जाती है ऑटोमेटिकली थ्रू दिस ट्रोली ओनली, एंड it is now clean, and whatever biogas is cleaning, वो जो वहां पे पूरे गांव में 70 हाउस को पाइपलाइन से गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं इसको, तो वो कोई एलपीजी यूज ही नहीं करते पूरे गांव के लोग, और उसके लिए मीटर भी लगा रखा है उन्होंने, कौन कितनी गैस कंज्यूम कर रहा है और कितना गोबर कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है, अकॉर्डिंगली उसका जो स्लरी निकल रहा है वो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग के लिए पूरे गांव में ट्रेन कर में भर के ले जाते हैं और उनके घर पर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर देखिए, पाइपलाइन से वो टैंकर में भर दिया स्लरी, और स्लरी को ले जाके फील्ड में ले जाते हैं और छोड़ देते हैं पूरा।
The whole village is run on the biogas.
Yes, you see how slurry is distributed in the field. वो पूरे खेत में डालिया था और उसका कितना गोबर कंट्रीब्यूट किया उतनी स्लरी उसको मिलती है। And for 7-8 years it is working fine, excellently. वो सारे लोग लोकली लोग उसको रिपेयर कर लेते हैं, मेंटेन कर लेते हैं, कोई किसी बाहर वाले की जरूरत ही नहीं। Yes, yes, it is working well. एक छोटा सा वीडियो हो रहा है, जो आईआईटी दिल्ली में हम लोग 200 घरों से किचन वेस्ट लेते हैं, उसको मैंने बायोगैस प्लांट में आईआईटी दिल्ली में डालते हैं, फिर बायोगैस जो बनती है उसको वेरीफाई करते हैं, और मेरी कार पिछले 11 साल से बायोगैस से चल रही है। दैट इज द ओनली कार इन द कंट्री व्हिच इज 100% रनिंग ऑन बायोगैस, एंड इट टेक्स फॉर मोर देन 1 लाख किलोमीटर रन ऑन बायोगैस। और जो मैस से भी हमारा हॉस्टल मैस से भी जो आता है कि वेस्ट का सब्जी के बंदर, इनको क्रश करके बायोगैस प्लांट में डालते हैं। ये पल्वराइजर है जो भी किचन वेस्ट को और जो भी हमारे पील्स है सब्जियों के उनको डाल देता है, तो जो उसका क्रश बना उसको हमने बायोगैस प्लांट में डाल दिया। गोबर नहीं है क्योंकि हमारे पास दिल्ली में गोबर नहीं है, वी डोंट हैव एनी एनिमल्स अराउंड। पहले तो गोबर 20 साल पहले तो आता था, पर तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के बाद में ऑल द cows or buffalo living in Delhi were outside, only they cannot remain inside the city, तो बाहर सारी चली गई, तो हमको गोबर चाहिए था, गोबर कहाँ से मंगाते, तो इसलिए हमने किचन वेस्ट, भाई घरों में जो आपका किचन वेस्ट होता है उसको कलेक्ट करके हम लोग सारा बायोगैस प्लांट चला रहे हैं। ये आईआईटी दिल्ली का प्लांट है, और उसी से फिर मेरी जो गाड़ी है उसमें हम भरते हैं और चला रहे हैं। उनके जो एमिशंस बहुत अच्छे हैं, उसकी जो माइलेज है वो मेरी वेगन आर है, वो सीएनजी वाली गाड़ी, तो गाड़ी में कोई चेंजेस नहीं है, खाली प्यूरिफाइड है। मुझे बताते हुए बड़ी खुशी है कि उसका जो माइलेज है 21 किलोमीटर पर किलोग्राम ऑफ बायोगैस, NOx कम है, CO2 कम है, CO कम है एमिशंस में। और उसके जो और ड्राइवर को कर आप पूछिए, मेरे जो ड्राइवर चलाता है इस गाड़ी को, उससे पूछेंगे कि गाड़ी कैसी चलती है शहर में, वो कहेगा पेट्रोल डीजल सीएनजी से चलने वाली जितनी भी गाड़ी है उससे बढ़िया चलती है शहर के अंदर, बहुत अच्छी बात। एक कि हम लोग एक उन्नत भारत अभियान कार्यक्रम है भारत सरकार का, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन का, वो चला रहे हैं। इसमें हर कॉलेज अपने आसपास के 5 गांव को साथ में लेते हैं और अपने स्टूडेंट्स को, अपने फैकल्टी मेंबर्स को उन गांव के डेवलपमेंट में वो हेल्प करते हैं। इसका फायदा क्या हुआ हमको कि जब हमारे स्टूडेंट्स गांव में जाते हैं, लोगों के साथ बात करते हैं, तो जो लोगों में ट्रेडिशनल विजडम है, चाहे वो फार्मर्स हों, आर्टिजन्स हों, कोई नॉलेज वाले लोग हों, उनसे जब बात करते हैं तो समझ में आता है कि वो जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन पढ़ रहे हैं वो तो किसी काम की नहीं है। रियल लाइफ चैलेंजेस वो एजुकेशन में पढ़ के और एग्जाम देने से आता नहीं है, तो दे आर लर्निंग द रियल लाइफ चैलेंजेस व्हेन दे आर गोइंग टू द विलेजेस। और आज की तारीख में 3400 कॉलेजेस पूरे इंडिया में, सारे आईआईटी, एनआईटी, आईसेट, एम्स, आईआईएम, they are working with in उन्नत भारत अभियान. We are working with nearly 17,000 villages in the country, and Prime Minister recently said that you have to do more. In next 10 years, all the 7 lakh villages should be connected with some higher education institute in the country. So our presently we are having about 3.5 crore 35 million students in higher education system. तो वो सारे बच्चे जब लोगों के साथ मिलेंगे, कम्युनिटी के साथ एंगेज होंगे, तो उनको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा. तो UGC has started a true credit course fostering social responsibility and community engagement. It is compulsory course for all undergraduates in the country. Due to Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, University has started 100 hours rural internship program for all BTech degree holders. तो ये भी अच्छा है कि लोग अब सोसाइटी के साथ कनेक्ट होंगे, गांव पे जाएंगे. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. नेक्स्ट. हाँ, तो ये दिस इज हम अकेले IIT दिल्ली ने शुरू किया था, हमने कंसेप्ट दिया था, आज ये पूरे देश भर में चल रहा है. नेक्स्ट. अभी राष्ट्रपति जी ने ये 3 IIT दिल्ली का डायमंड जुबली सेलिब्रेशन था 3 सितंबर को, 3 सितंबर को. तो शी हैज रिलीज दिस बुकलेट ऑफ सक्सेस स्टोरीज ऑफ उन्नत भारत अभियान. नेक्स्ट. और UGC और AICTE have started this true credit course and 100 hours rural internship, which is in tune with National Education Policy 2020. Next. ये राष्ट्रपति जी ने ये किताब हमारी रिलीज की IIT दिल्ली में, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी भी हैं साथ में. नेक्स्ट. और प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि देखिए, if we have to become a developed nation by next 25 years अमृत काल में, by 2047, we have to work together with all our villages and our higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
We have some time. So let's take a few questions.
Yeah, Dr. Vijay,
Yeah.
you said that those biogas, you are doing a purification.
Yeah.
And you are removing the CO2 and other.
Hydrogen sulfide. Yeah.
Yeah. So how much this is contributing to CO2? Because again, this is people will say that
So
this is also we are contributing to CO2.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what we are doing is, when we are purifying biogas, so biogas contains mainly methane and carbon dioxide. So when we are separating carbon dioxide, we are again filling CO2 in a cylinder and making use of it for our greenhouse, agricultural greenhouses, dry ice making and other. Because this is 40% component of biogas. 60% methane we are using in vehicles and 40% we are not allowing it to.
So basically, you are saying the pure biogas means it is methane,
Methane and carbon dioxide both.
but you are removing carbon dioxide.
Here, because for vehicular application, you have to have more than 90% methane as per
Oh, okay.
bio-CNG. Because CNG is nothing but 90% methane
Ah,
and 10% hydrocarbon. Here we are removing carbon dioxide, making 90% methane as
Okay.
bio-CNG, CBG, and
ah,
we are using for vehicles.
right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Very nice. But the only thing is that you did that experiment in the village, Punjab,
Rajasthan, Punjab.
Punjab, that biogas thing.
Yeah.
I think IITs should adopt this. If
Yeah, yeah.
IITs cannot make, being in a technical institute, if they cannot become self-sustainable, how
Yeah.
IIT can dream
Correct.
to make others self-sustainable?
Yeah,
So we
that-
must follow the principle.
Yes, that is the.
So I request you to come to IIT Mandi
Sure.
and let us adapt all these things. And let it come from itself.
Yeah. हाँ, बताइए.
Yeah, my name is Harinder. Actually, Indian Oil has already started all over India on the bio-CNG.
Compressed biogas, now the pet name is CBG, compressed biogas.
Yeah,
Ministry of Petroleum has started this new program.
so in that
And
one,
IOCL, BPCL, HPCL, they have to buy. Whoever is making now purified biogas, they will buy it.
that is true. This is something different. Actually, what I got a knowledge on that one is that Indian Oil has already giving that project report to any franchisee who want to take it up.
Any
That one.
entrepreneur can.
Let me, sir, let me complete. In that one, actually, the lot of grass, the special grass, I don't remember the name of that grass.
Napier grass.
Napier grass. Yeah, so in that one, there, anybody can cultivate that one and put it into this biogas and all and combine of that one. That is one project report already being there, giving to the franchisee. Now, with respect to this particular project of that one, if someone himself is like, I am interested for doing that one, do you have that kind of project report to you can start that one?
Yeah, we can provide a consultancy. IIT Delhi are having a consultancy foundation for innovation and technology transfer. You can approach them and they will provide other information.
But something surprising me is that long back we have started this one and commercialization in the whole country is very, very slow with respect to the footprints.
Yeah, because any new thing, adoption of a new thing, it takes time. Now people have understood the importance of climate change, greenhouse gas emissions. Now they are understanding we have to make more and more use of renewable energy. Till now, they were not so much influenced about renewable energy and other things.
Thank you.
No? Understanding between you and lunch, so we'll take for lunch.
You stay here, everyone. Just stay here for 5 minutes.
We would like to thank all the luminary speakers for their insightful sessions. I would like to invite on stage Professor Stuart Hammeroff to please come up and present a memento of thanks to all our speakers and our session chair. Please a huge round of applause for Professor Stuart. I request Professor Stuart Hammeroff to kindly present a memento of thanks to our session chair, Professor G.S. Murthy. I request Professor V.K. Vijay to kindly come up on the stage and receive a memento of thanks from our guest of honor. A memento of thanks to Professor V.K. Vijay. Next, I would like to call on stage Professor Lakshmidhar Mehra to kindly receive a memento of thanks.
This is a very special memento, and this is a product of the Gunnar Bharat Abhiyan contributed by Professor V.K. Vijay. You can see on the zoomed up when the picture comes. It will be a photo legend. Close up, so you can have a look. So this is a beautiful artwork just made by Kauda.
I would like to take this platform and also announce that Noida International University is also a partner in Gunnar Bharat Abhiyan. And we too have 5 villages adopted with us. And I would request all our luminary speakers and the esteemed dignitaries to kindly guide us so that we can also partner in your mission to make India self-sustainable. Thank you.
Just one announcement. So in the afternoon, I mean post lunch, it's already post noon. So 3 o'clock we are going to start our panel sessions. So we have 3 panel sessions: Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati. So the rooms are and the locations. You can just contact the registration desk. So basically, Ganga session will be on the papers based on health and mental wellness. It will be chaired by Professor Vel Murugan and Engineer Vijay Kumar. Then the Yamuna session will be on architecture, construction, and other technologies. I'll be the session chair. And then the Saraswati will be on the Indian philosophy, chaired by Professor Elwar was just here, and Engineer Parveen Kumar. So we have very interesting sessions in the afternoon. And also please note that this Indian philosophy, we have one session today and next session same time will be tomorrow. And both will be in the Saraswati Hall because Indian philosophy is the highest. So that's why it's held in the Saraswati Hall. So just you enjoy your lunch, but do it fast so that 3 o'clock we are coming and we are enjoying our panel session. So thank you very much. Time, public, you have not the that. So they come back in time, we have to remind them to learn. Sir, the pen drive. Excuse me, sir, the pen drive. Pen drive.
यहाँ पर्सन कौन है? हेलो, हाँ, पीपीटी दिखा रहा है इसको या उसको दिखा रहा है? लाइव चल रहा है, ये लाइव बना है, पीपीटी वाला पीछे। अच्छा, पीपीटी वाला
चलिए यहाँ से
बंद करना इसकी।
बंद है।
बंद है, अभी ये सारे रिकॉर्डिंग मिलेगा।
रिकॉर्डिंग आपको डिपार्टमेंट से मिलेगी।
पहला सेशन
आप पहले सेशन कर, ये सेशन कर।
हाँ, भाई खाना नहीं है, पहले पेट उठा।
चले ना सारे हम सारे अरे कार्ड में क्या मैं फोटो खिंचवाना ना पीछे। अबे यूं काम रहेगा आपको पता है, मैं काम से नहीं हमारा बढ़िया आना चाहिए। हाँ ये चीज तो हम 1 लाख रुपया दे रहे हैं, फोटो बिना खिंचाऊं। हाँ बताइए, सही बात।
चलो
तुमने चल रही खाना खाने,
एक इंसान तो रहेगा ना।
रहना होगा ना, जाओ तो
ताला मार दे
आओ आओ आओ, खड़ा हो जाओ, जाओ तुम।
पक्का? अरे रुको, बाहर भागते तुम लोग।
2 दिन बैठ चलो,
क्या कह रहे हो?
2 दिन बैठ चलो, बगैर एक जरूरत ना रहेगी।
इसीलिए तो खाने का मन नहीं करता है। ऐसे ही पहले टी ब्रेक का, चलो टी ब्रेक का तो फिर भी ठीक है। लैपटॉप है,
क्या हो गया?
क्लैरिटी और थोड़ा कैमरा साफ करना एक बारी, क्या क्या पता कुछ तो फर्क पड़ेगा, 0.5% का फर्क पड़ जाए। मैं सही बताऊं सर, यहाँ पे एक रिंग लाइट होनी चाहिए थी, ये एटलीस्ट केवल कोई अगर यहाँ से इसका अगर कैमरे का व्यू है तो वो ब्राइट
ये और बाकी लाइट के लिए भी ये लाइटें ऑफ हो जाती है, वो अब स्पॉट लाइटें बंद
तो स्पॉट लाइट, ये सारी लाइटें एक लाइन की है, एक बटन से बंद है। हाँ, तो अगर वो बंद कर देंगे वो चमक जाएगा, हाँ वो चमक जाएगा तो ये छूट जाएंगे
भाई, ये दिक्कत आ रही है। हमने बोला था कि ये पोडियम में एटलीस्ट एक लाइट होनी चाहिए, जो अब तो एलईडी की आती है छोटी लाइट पर
उनसे पोडियम पर उससे
हाँ हाँ हाँ
वो पता नहीं क्यों नहीं लगाए इन्होंने।
हाँ कुछ एक दिन लगा था, लेकिन पता नहीं कुछ कंपनी में दिक्कत होगी। दुपट्टे पहले खाने का ना तो आ जाना एक आदमी नहीं अभी गवर्नमेंट के पास एक आदमी बनाना नहीं खाना वो लोग भी तो खाएगा खाने देगा नहीं आ रहा है, बस आ ही रहा। हाँ हाँ।
मैंने आपको 2-3 बार कॉल ट्राई किया I tried to call you 4 times. Oh, first time it was off. Then no.
Okay, so I think they are wanting to connect you, no? They want, because you are the session chair and you are the speaker as well.
Yes.
For the first of that side.
Oh, yeah.
So what will you do now?
I am the coordinator. Actually. Oh, sorry. I was like, I called them actually. Both of you can't have it before it up. Sorry. No, I come to here. So to whom I have to bring? Oh, finish. I will take from. Okay, no problem. Two files are there. One is Noida. Okay, that's all. That one is ours. Yes. Other is DB, Gautam Buddha. Yeah, that is different. Thank you.
Only two files are there. One is
So,
Gautam Buddha के लिए है और एक यहाँ.
I'll coordinate with you. Okay, 10 minutes. Thank you, no problem. Thank you. Have you taken lunch? Yeah. Sir.
जाइए एक बच्चे को भेजिए में बैठा हुआ
हेलो हाँ ये बनना से डिस्कस किया था ये है कि थोड़ा सा ज्यादा फ्रेंड से जो है मतलब नहीं सरकार तो खुद से भी बहुत सारे काम होंगे मतलब आम आदमी पार्टी हाँ 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 नहीं उसमें जैसे एक मेरी आम आदमी पार्टी की जो सरकार बनी है तो ये अब रूल आया है कि सबका लगेगा मतलब सारी चीजें है ना हाँ हाँ वो थोड़ा सा अगर कम पैसा होता तो हम सोच रहे थे कि मतलब वो आप तो भरोसेमंद आदमी है आप देख रहे हैं वो सब सारी चीजें सही है लेकिन इतना अरेंज करना अचानक से ना आप समझते हैं ना थोड़ा सा होता ही है तो ये है मतलब हाँ लेकिन थोड़ा पैसा ज्यादा है उनसे जो भी आप चाहते हैं उनसे थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट लेकिन एक बार आप आते हाँ 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 सबको जाता बाकी आप हेलो हेलो हाँ हाँ हेलो आ रही है आवाज हेलो एक मिनट
नींद आ गया यार 4-5 Okay. Yeah. You are interested.
मैंने तो 30 बोला
वो ट्रांसपेरेंट अरे
करना चाहता हूँ और टेस्ट दे बच्चे का करना मेरे आदमी की बात Good morning.
क्या करें अरे इंडियन रोड से बात
Yes, I think we have. Yes, no. I am dying. You can go yes, yes, you are fine.
कौन रेंज रोवर ले रहा है
सब हो जाएगा
एक हफ्ते पहले ही हमने एक रेंज रोवर परचेज
सर मिठाई सर आगे की बात नहीं करते
मेरी अपनी घर आया
अच्छा
खाली साहब के बड़े भाई है उन्होंने लिया है 55 lakhs पड़ा है ऑन रोड
बट जो गाड़ी इतनी स्मूथ होती है पूरे दिन मैंने टोयोटा में मैंने बीच में चलाया है टोयोटा वापस साइड वाली रोड जाती है मैंने कहा बड़े वाले रोड को फॉलो करना मेरे स्क्रैच भी आ गया तो वहां खाली करके मैं को मैंने दिखाया 3 किलोमीटर चलाया होगा गाड़ी लगता है कि अगर आप लाइट जलाएंगे ब्लू लाइट मार्किंग रात में आपको ब्लू लाइट रेड लाइट आप भी सिलेक्शन नॉर्मल लाइट की बजाय तो इसमें दूसरे में जो लगा होता है उस तरह का लग जाएगा Yes, yes,
It may be Professor Balla or Professor Balla, I think maybe Professor Behra or somebody will have. Oh, okay.
सबसे पहले तो लोग ले लोगे आदत लगा देते चला गया बच्चे बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं और फर्स्ट टाइम जो है आप सभी लोग हैं आप उसकी चिंता मत कीजिए आप लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं ना उनके अटेंडेंस सिर्फ अटेंडेंस नहीं बल्कि कहीं करना भी पड़ेगा तो आप ये बुलवा सकते हैं कि आदत सर को बुला लीजिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं सर होना चाहिए ये होना चाहिए कोई बच्चा लगा क्या चाहिए फोटो साइज इनको टाइप कर
हैम्पर चाहिए प्रॉपर, हैम्पर चाहिए।
हाँ या तो गिफ्ट है कवरेज का ये सब पोर्टफोलियो बन जाएगा।
सर मीडिया कवरेज भी हो गए, अभी सर वो भी चाहिए थे।
बहुत सारे सर्टिफिकेशन
हाँ इन्वर्ट तो देना है।
कि मैं बात करूंगा अगर इधर से लोग उधर से ही बना के दे दिया जाए अपने डिपार्टमेंट
डिपार्टमेंट में बजट आता है।
ग्राफिक आप अपना जो डिजाइन कर रहे हो ठीक है नहीं कर रहे जिस पे जाते हैं रोज के हम जाते हैं चला जाएगा और वो करके रोज के फाइनल एग्जाम में वो एक तरह से बहुत ही असाइनमेंट की तरह
सर सर्टिफिकेट तो फर्जी बना लेंगे।
फर्जी की बात नहीं
दो नंबर की
आप लोग तो अच्छे भी जाते हैं
हाँ अच्छा जाके नहीं है।
अच्छे हैं लेकिन कुछ लोग धोखा करते हैं। बाकी लीला डिफरेंस नहीं जो आप मैं इतना बता दूंगा कि ये मेरा बचपन जैसा है मैं बिल्कुल शांत रहता था मैं अपना काम करते जाऊँ अवार्ड मिला है समृद्धि अवार्ड कितना भी ब्रेकिंग आ जाए कितना भी कोई कंट्रोल नहीं बचा अभी पहले थी आप काम होते हैं काम ये बोलना बहुत लोग पहले कर देते हैं अपना काम होता है यूपी में बॉस नाम से 40 लाख पर मंथ की सैलरी थी 40 लाख और 12 साल और सुनिए और 12 सालों में मैंने भी नहीं देखा एक शब्द बोलते हुए किसी ने देखा नहीं और न कोई काम
काम नहीं करते थे
आगे ऊपर भी नहीं रहता जैसे आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं बंगाल के लिए आनंद बाजार पत्रिका बंगाल वहीं से आए थे और वो बीच में गए थे के लिए जब स्टार को दिल्ली आया था तो उसमें गए थे वो
पोजीशन क्या
रिपोर्ट हमारे यहाँ सबसे आधा घंटा का वो भी प्लॉट रहता है आज तक हर चीज में आज तक हालांकि डिजिटल वीडियो में जाओ करके आप जहाँ भी मान बहुत शुरुआत है धीरे धीरे तक देखा एग्जाम के समय में कुछ लोगों से 1-to-1 की बात टेक्निकल जो है पढ़ने में मेरा इंटरेस्ट है सबसे ज्यादा आंसर उसको बता रिलीज को दे दो बहुत देख रहे हैं
एक पॉइंट बता दो उसको, फिर उसको एलिब्रेट कर लिया, बता दिया तो ठीक है, लिख लिया। वो एक लड़की को MLA प्रियंका, इसको ऐसे में वो भी कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। और अब इस दिन बहुत ज्यादा I'm in the hall. भीतर में क्या है, इतना ज्यादा घर में लेके गया। क्या टेंशन आ गया? तो what's right? Sushi. Okay, Mr. Sushi is here. Right up. Where is he? He's not here in the front. He's in the back side. Hello. Hello. Where's Mr. Sushi? Hello. Excuse me, I got to stop in. Do you know who I should contact? Yeah. I usually do it from my iPad. This one, it's in my kit. Okay. Can I do it from there? No. This is not. There or other is there. You need to submit.
Good afternoon. We will be convening now with the parallel sessions in the Ganga Hall. I welcome you all to the Ganga Hall. I request all to kindly be seated as we are going to present topics based on health and mental wellness. I request all to kindly be present inside the seminar hall for the Ganga sessions of health and mental wellness. I would like to invite on stage the session chair, retired professor from Madras University and the current Dean of R&D, Ahmed University, Chennai. I welcome on stage Professor Velumurugan to kindly come up and session the chair. A huge round of applause for sir. Sir will also be the first speaker of the Ganga session. I would also like to take this opportunity to call on stage Vinay Kumarji. Sir is an professor at the DSIR, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and sir works exclusively for the promotional of industrial R&D. So a huge round of applause for sir, and we will begin with the Ganga sessions and introduce the topics of health and mental wellness. Over to you, sir.
May come a little more near, no? I think there. थोड़ा अंदर आ जाए लोग, मुझे लगता है कि और आगे आ सकते हैं ना लोग। किस तरह से फ्रंट में आ जाइए, फ्रंट में।
यहाँ क्यों रख दिया रोहित? हाँ यहाँ क्यों रख दिया? चल नहीं रहा।
We are having a discussion in Ganga Hall. Here we will be talking about health and wellness. We have 8 talks to go. The first talk is by the chair of the session itself, Professor Murugan, has already told. Professor Murugan is a retired professor from Madras University. I think around 40 years of 34 years of teaching in Madras University, and then currently he is heading the R&D of Ahmed University. Ahmed University is a maritime university, specialized university in Chennai. So he is currently heading R&D over there. And by teaching and qualification, he is a biophysicist. So I hand over to you as a chair, and then as a first speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. So before I begin my presentation, it's my duty to thank Engineer Vinay Kumar, whom I know within the past 6 months when he visited Chennai twice. And I thank him for introducing me to the IAS of Delhi and also the organizers for the kind invitation. So as informed by Professor Vinay Kumar, I come from the department which was started in the year 1952 by late Professor G. Ramachandran, who was considered the father of second biology in India. So he did his PhD under Professor C. Raman, the Nobel laureate. So this is the history of the department. I served there as a lecturer, media professor. Then I had my postdoctoral training with the Nobel laureate Hartman in Medical College of Buffalo for 5 years. Then later on again, I was head of the department for 6 years there. Then I was a director of research at University of Madras and Dean campus. After my retirement, I was a UGC BSR faculty for 3 years. Then I was invited by the university to take care of the research, and now as director R&D cell of MIT University. So who many people are becoming sailors and so on, but they have marine biotechnology. So I have changed my interest to marine biotic corporate. So let us go to the topic because as the chairman, my friend told, we plan that 10 minutes will be presentation, 2 minutes will give you an indication. The last 3 minutes will be for questions, by the way. So I have to complete my thing within 12 minutes. What I'm going to say to you is the impact of our traditional knowledge, particularly in the Indian medicine. I came to know about 3 herbalists, 2 from the Northeast region and 1 from South India, the place called Palani. They have been treating patients for very complicated diseases like brain tumor or various types of cancer and so on. I was very much fascinated with them because I saw the patients also, I interviewed them, and I thought, why don't you go back and see the scientific principles behind the cure? So by the time you start identifying a drug, and by the time you prove that after animal model, clinical trial, it takes 15 years and huge money. So my field is reverse pharmacology, where already this herbal medicine has been given as a treatment for patients, and they escape from the death, and some complicated things are there. So which I want to simplify in scientific thing. So here what we are doing is, as you most of you know, the herbs contain so many parts, the leaves, stems, roots, everything. In each part we have different amount of compound. So same chemical or organic solvent cannot be used to isolate all the things. So different solvents use, organic solvents like methanol, ethanol, etc. and so on. Each solvent will dissolve some of the component, then flow evaporate them. Then we use equipment like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and the LC, MS, and so on, which will tell what are the compounds there. So having identified the compounds, as most of you know, I don't know, not the scientist, I know, every human body has about 25,000 proteins. Every one of us has 25,000 proteins, and each protein does a function. So due to sometimes overexpression and underexpression of protein causes diseases. In those circumstances, we have to control the protein or moderate the function of the protein by binding a small molecule at a region called active site of the protein. That is called scientifically now docking. So you have to choose proper structure. So this technique is known as structure-based drug design. And there is a data bank called protein data bank where about 1,80,000 structures are deposited. So I can call out the protein data. For example, suppose you have diabetes, there is a protein related to that. Suppose you have breast cancer, there is one protein. Colorectal cancer, lung cancer, different proteins are there. Now, after the development of system biology, scientists have come to a conclusion that became the action of every protein, at least 9 proteins are there, like a pipeline. You may design an inhibitor for one target, but another pipeline may be involved in that. So that's the thing. So it's complicated, but as far as possible, I'm trying to simplify and tell you. Next slide. So this is about the cancer. This is the second major cause for death. First, of course, cardiovascular diseases. And that gives you the history of the cancer patient, mostly lung cancer, liver cancer, stomach, colorectal are there. For female, it is breast cancer. For gents, it is colorectal cancer. Next. So this is the occurrence of cancer all over the world. India has a role. Next. Next. This is a global question. That's what I is showing. Every country is affected with cancer. Next, please. India is there. Yeah, this is geography of cancer. In some regions in India, mostly because of use of tobacco and alcohol, we have patients who are suffering from cancer. So this shows the northeast region everywhere, and Madhya Pradesh. What is the reason for the coming of cancer there? Next. So this is estimated the incidence of cancer in India during 13 to 16. Again, it goes a larger number only here. Next, even now. So these are the treatment. So far, you've been depending on only the allopathy. Now, novel natural products, they offer opportunities for the innovation of the drug discovery for curing ailments like cancer and other things. And these natural products play a major role in cancer prevention and also treatment. So over half of all cancer, anti-cancer prescription drugs approved internationally between 1940s and 2006 were either from natural product or from the derivative. So that's why we are focusing on natural products. Next. So this is the reason for causing of the cancer. Next. Sometimes virus also causes it. Then the National Cancer Institute identified 40 edible plants possessing anti-cancer properties. There are more than 400 species of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs associated with anti-cancer. It is estimated that more than 5,000 individual phytochemicals have been identified in the fruits and grains we eat in every day. Next. Next, please. So this again shows the distribution of various types of cancer. Large numbers are there. Different types of cancers are there in India only. Next. So this compares the developed countries and the developing countries. The only problem or major deaths in our country is only when we are in stage 3, we go to a doctor because we are so scared of doing a cancer test. So that's the reason. So in even though we are still developing countries, our number of cancer incidents matches with the Western countries, but death rate is more than that because there's a fear. We don't want. And if we want to pass the third stage, we cannot escape from death. So that's the stage. Next. So this is a fantastic. I'm sure that none of you must have seen this flower. Can you just see what this flower is from? But we use it. You use the herb every day in our life. This is nothing but ginger flower. It grows only in northeast, near Shillong. I went all the way from Chennai to Shillong to convince the scientists that I'm working on that. Because he was telling, why is this fellow coming all the way from Chennai to steal my plant or something. I have seen the BBC recording how he cured the major skin cancer problem for a baby of 6 months old with this magic thing. So if you don't pluck ginger there, after 5 years, it grows like it has a beautiful flower like that. So each flower weighs about 250 grams. If you just crush it, a white fluid that is equal to tincture. And give a burning sensation. So for the cancer area, it first applies that. So after some time, some white fluid is oozing out. So with bare hand and arm the cloth, he wipes up. This is a big rhizome. The botanical name is Stephania hedanifolia. He cuts that into pieces. Next, he applies that to the baby. I will show you the pictures. So she got released on the thing. Previously, she went to Apollo Hospital. Say the name of the hospital. They spent lakhs of money, but they could not say because they spread everywhere. Up to this, no, they don't. They're very scared to do surgery. So that's why he finally came to the doctor and he charged such rupees 15. He will not pay. He doesn't want matter for him. That's a careful package there. So this is a common thing you are using sacred apparatus to separate the compounds. Next, general procedure. Next. Next. The local name of the plant is Dawoon. Next, botanical name is Stephania hedanifolia. Just to dry it and get the flakes. Next, we used different solvent. Next, then we did the high performance liquid chromatography. It's a technique to identify what are the compounds plus dissolved into that chemical thing. Next, we used various extracts. We don't want to link because I know the answer. What is the magic rhizome? What it contains to cure the skin cancer? No. So we did all type of experiment. Next, with the collaboration of young scientists who are from Deku, Shillong. Next. You can skip this. No problem. Next. These are called the phytoconstituents, the chemicals in the rhizome. Look here, generally, because 200, 300 compounds are there, the presence will be 1%, fine, but we just see here some number. It is 57 something. Very rare. One compound, 58% dominant. No, we wanted to see what it is. Next, please. This is P. Next, we identify the compound. Molecular way to identify. Next, we are able to isolate. Then we crystallize and using X-ray crystallography. I give out the molecular structure also. That went to my wife's thesis also. That's another story. Next. Yeah, this is the instrument HPLC. Next. So we have published the paper also. Next. So this is the molecular structure of that compound. So it has 4-O-methyl, OCH3, 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 OCH3. This is the climax. 4 OCH3s are there. Next. When we did this LCM experiment, this is the first compound. Next. In addition to this, we have found another peak also. So how nature has played the trick. One OCH3 is automatically converted into OH. I didn't do anything. That is the smart photography. Still we have another peak. Next, the second peak. Then third, here one more. So here one OCH will OH. Then now two OH will be there. Next. This is the beauty of nature. It automatically converts one compound to another. So if we wanted to see what will be the difference between the activity of the parent compound and two compounds, no? So then we did the cell line series with cancer cells and so on. We found the first compound for breast cancer, lung cancer, and the third compound to be superior for the colorectal cancer. Next. So this is to check the purity of the compound. We did it. Next, just the skip on. So this is the natural compound, parent compound. Next. So we have proved that by fraction, we prove that this is the compound. For every fraction, we have a molecular weight given in the right hand side. Next. So these are different molecular weights. For the fragments, we are showing here. Next slide. Here. Each fragment has a molecular weight that is given by the experiment. So nothing is cooking up. Everything true. So this is identified compound where this OCH3, one of the thing has been substituted by one OH here. Next. It is the same thing for other compound. We confirm the molecular weight. So here we have two OH substitution by nature. Next. So this is again, we have a chemical synthesis formula. Wherever you have this OCH3, by a single reaction, we can change all OCH3 into OH. That is possible. So since I got a pure compound, I subjected that to the reaction, I got this compound also. So now I have with me the naturally existing compound 1, then one substitution, 2 OH, 2 substitution, and 4 substitution. Next. Then this confirmation of this compound, molecular weight is Paka, matching with this molecular weight. Next. So this is the fractionation, confirming again, this is the correct structure. Yeah. So having tested it, I wanted to test it with the protein targets in our body related to breast cancer, lung cancer, and colorectal cancer. Next, I will show you how this compound binds. This is the native structure of the breast cancer protein. A small molecule binds. So along the data deposited already, it is a drug molecule. The drug molecule is binding at this, controlling the function of it, and becoming a anti-cancer. Next. So we did it, this is the compound. We did with our compound also. The binding sites are same, interacting sites are same, which means that the function of the new compound I am using is same as the parent compound, which is the actual drug. So now I can say that without doing any experiment, I can say that this compound possesses drug-like properties, which is anti-cancer property. This is called docking. So we have software, special software to do that. Next, once you understand this is called link plot, showing the interaction at the active site. Next. So once you do it, we have to see how stable is the binding. So that's why we do molecular dynamic simulation. Next. Then what are the hydrogen bonds, everything we compare how with the native protein and whatever protein we have. Next. So this is the same thing we did for lung cancer target. This is the actual drug molecule. Next, we compare our molecule with that. Again, interaction, this interaction with the actual drug molecule are same with the interaction we have found with our molecule. So now we know why it is again curing lung cancer. Next, these are interacting plots. Finally, I want to honor the herpes, that's all. They don't know science, right? The third generation they are using. So I want to help them to promote, because suppose what they export compound, they have to prove what it contains, no? So only for them. So I have to salute their knowledge also. That's what Indian knowledge system to bring the connection. I said this next. So again, simulation, next. Hydrogen bonds and so on. When we are comparing the drug and this matching with that. Then we have the next. We have the other target, colorectal cancer. Many men, they have this kind of colorectal cancer. A small molecule binding of this packet controls the colorectal cancer and it acts on this protein, key kinases. Next. So again, our results match with the actual drug molecule. So now we say the reason, we found the reason why that rhizome combination cures cancer, different types of cancer. Next. So this is a link plot. Next. This is a cell line study. The parent compound. So this tells you that to reduce the activity of that protein by 50%, which is causing cancer by 50%, what should be the concentration of the drug molecule? So this can be up to 30 microgram per ml. It's a good target to start with. So we found that the parent compound is very good for lung cancer and breast cancer. Okay, very good, less than 30, and it's okay. Now the newly formed compound, now what we got? Post substitution is very good for this colorectal, even with the lower value, we have 50% activity. This kind of value at 17 only activity, no? So this is what we have found. So next, look at this. So if you don't understand anything, at least this will explain why you have to honor the herbalists. So this is a baby, 6-month baby, suffering, crying, because the whole port is affected. So he applied the rhizome and along with the ginger flower oil. First 2 months, he put it just with the bare hand and bandage, he peeled off. Again, second round, third round, this is final. Okay. I invited the person, the herbalist, and asked him to present in 2 medical colleges, one in Ramachandra Medical College, Koru, Chennai, other person in Coimbatore. The first question the doctor asked was, is the baby alive? He never appreciated others' work, no? You can admit your relative to some big hospital. Until you pay final, the body will not be given. Body will not be given to you. So now, for paying 20 rupees, 30 rupees, they ask so many questions, no? Look at the next. I visited. So this baby now 6 years old. I gave her 1,000 rupees. She said, no. My doctor, the only thing, this portion has gone. See, look, this beautiful thing, no? Skin. Next, most beautiful. So my feeling, why don't you encourage those herbalists? No, a poor man. He immediately consulted the hospital. He honored with my name. He asked me to come and work on. I went all the way, no. But local technical problem is that how can you have bed? Only doctors with BBS qualification can have bed. You are herbalist only. Stop. All he says is one. So that's what I'm recommending through our all cheese people to the government. There are some people who are very much knowledgeable, whose services are needed before they die to promote. No, they have to be here. Okay, he has considered a beautiful farm and he is growing that. Next. So once you understand, that's fine. Because I can ask question, I will touch in deliberating with you. Same stuff. We having joined the marine university, I have to justify myself for getting my salary. So instead of this compound, I switched out to marine biology compound. So most of you know where is Rameswaram, no? Yeah. So near Rameswaram, that's called Gulf of Mannar and Bay. So we have a lot of varieties of seaweeds. So those compounds have a lot of pharmacological properties, mainly neuro. Because they say that by 2050, average age of person will be above 100. Now, when we cross 60, we start getting the Western diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson, and so on. So definitely by 2050, most of us will be immovable, or like a robo movement. Neurological diseases have to come. So we are working on that. Some gifts have been next. I will just show you. We'll just carry fast. So these are the target: acetylcholinesterase, cholinesterase, tyrosinase. These three are there in our body. These only cause the problem: Alzheimer and Parkinson. So if you design inhibitors against these things, so those will be curing those diseases in the beginning itself. So with that in A, we have worked on C beads, which are reported to have these properties. Next. So we similar thing we did not bother. We found this compound to be very good. We call very good compound. Next. Just go back. This is to repeat only. Say whatever you understand the same thing. So you get time, sir, or time up? Time up. Yeah. Yes, definitely. You got to follow the rules. So that's carry. That's all. So same anything, any compound you can play and do the play trick. Next. So leaf plot for the next. Every compound I check and I found which is the best compound. Any of the CBD is known. Next. Then we looked at C grasses. Next. So this is the tetrafucan. So the dynamic story. So skip it, no problem. So next. It shows the stability of the binding compared with the native compound. Next. Then we compare fluctuations and any shape changes there, everything meaningful. Next. So this is again the other human endothelial receptor type B. Next. So again, we have the results, matching results with the actual drug molecule. Next. This is for seagrass. Next. Next. So this is for inflammation. Next, this is a target. Next. We have the same results. This and this match. Next. 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 Yeah. I think I can proceed, no problem. Because I'm ready to interact with you. So these seagrasses are curing inflammation, cancer, neurodegenerative diseases, and so on. We have more than 60 seaweeds type remaining untouched. So this is what I want to say. First thing is we have to honor the companies just because they are charging 100 to 50 rupees, 100 rupees. Don't think they are very cheap. No. So we have found the companies they interacted all are very good. They have the medicine with them. We check the report, medical report before treatment, after treatment also. So after scientific verification only, it is the work. So again, I thank you, Mr. Kumar, for giving the opportunity and questions are welcome. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I think one or two questions we can take. We have heard Professor Velmurugan. We have to honor the knowledge which they existing in our country, the traditional knowledge, and you can see the potency of the herbal drugs. So the fact of the matter is that we have to do the validation so as to compete with the modern science things. So, if any questions are there.
So first of all, thank you very much for the mind-blowing informations. What you designated right now. I am Professor Alam from ST Department of District. In most of the cases, like it's not only general countries, but the developing countries, even in developed countries, and this particular breast cancer and varieties of that. Now, what my question is like, what are the general warning signs body gives to the patient before this disease turns out to be full-blown cancer? And could you please suggest, like under this Indian knowledge system,
What cancer?
before it blows, full-blown cancer, and that creates problem.
No, for example, breast cancer, they have mammography or something, no? Yeah, mammography or something. That we got to do. Every hospital or private clinic has the facility for doing this thing. So now they are having a plan, no, whether from your genes, can you predict whether you may get the diseases in the future or not? But there is nobody wants to do it now because suppose you know that after I know that I am 67, okay, doesn't matter. Suppose in the age of 75, I'm going to get cancer, mean my rest of life is spoiled. So nobody wants to know that you are going to have the cancer of some time unless you take right spirit. But that is possible. By doing genome analysis, you can get to know. The markers are there, so it will tell you. It is there, but nobody wants to go no. Yes, but because Western country assisted, no, it's mandatory. Just like, oh, because insurance is there. That's a problem. Insurance coverage is there, even tax coverage, but here that's a problem. So that's why people are not willing to go to the doctor unnecessarily, unless it goes either to the climax or in the middle, but treatment is a problem. Okay.
Thank you, sir. That example you showed that flower extract applied on the cancerous portion.
Yes.
So basically, you are applying this ointment on the
Juice. Yeah, ginger juice.
Ginger
flower juice. Yes.
the juice.
Yes.
So this is kind of an application exactly in the place where
Yes.
yeah.
But the barrel like boiler things were there, no sir. So he has applied.
Okay.
After some time, no, because we had a BBC video also, they came and recorded. So after that, some liquid things comes out. So then he was stopped. Then he make this as a paste and put it on that. And he also advises to drink this decoction of the rhizome. So thrice, very small amount.
Okay.
So even if prolong, but third stage nobody can escape. But you can prolong. 1 month is prolonged to 3 months. But ordinary breast cancer, I explained that what happens is, I don't want to show the photograph. The breast cancer people when you apply, sir, Actually, these cells, I don't know what mechanism, they accumulate, and one day it kills it and just comes out. Blood, everything. So, but she people are alive. After that, when they check, it's not there. I don't know what is that magic mechanism.
It is coming out.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, and my question was that one is that you are applying exactly at the place
Yes.
infected.
Yes.
But when you take something inside,
Biopsy like.
like suppose there's a capsule or some tablet, you cannot ensure this thing to exactly go to the place where it is required.
No, my thing is, you look at the component, no, sir. I'm just telling you, you look at the component, what I isolate here, other than the one which exceeds 58%, there is one compound which was at 1.07%. That is ethyl butyrate, something. If you look at Google, you put the compound, even now Western countries, that is the best anti-breast cancer compound. But pregnant women should not use it because it produces vaginal gas. So that compound is also there in this here. And many anti-inflammatory compounds are also there. So your question is, when you take the deduction, it goes to the inflammatory pathways and controls. So that is the advantage in natural product is synergism. It's not a single compound which cures, but overall effect of many compounds which work with the same target. So that advantage is not in allopathy medicine.
I think this research has to be done and should be brought into the, should be taken to the.
No, that's what I was requesting for the Murthy. So I will leave and go to Delhi. There. So no, not for me, we can do. For them not to grow the plants, everything. No, sir. Some we they want 1 or 2 lakhs only. They have a farm, everything in Dubai, so they can grow. And
I would, we at IIT Mandi would be very much interested to do this kind of research.
Sure, sir, sure, sir. I will send you the samples, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Velmurugan. Now we have to share the session further. But before that, I would like to say that as Professor Behra in the morning told us that we are the body and mind. And the mind is the real body. In fact, the spiritualist we see, the heart of the being, they actually the mind. So our next talk is unifying spirituality in mental health care, practice, the perspective of the Indian knowledge system. So this is the next talk, and we have to now take charge.
So now I invite me to Moni Sharma to deliver his presentation. Thank you. Yeah, you can find him. So you want to introduce him or? The self-introduction, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the slides, please.
So you can use this as for point and if you want to.
I think best you introduce yourself so that we get a complete introduction.
Yes, sir. So respected chairpersons, the dais, and respected dignitaries of the dais, and my colleagues. So I am from Northeast India and leading community mental health program here. So basically, I'm a medical doctor who specializes in health systems. So I'm into developing a health system, integrating the indigenous knowledge and the indigenous resources we have as far as the mental health care pattern is concerned. And recently we have started one study integrating this spirituality with this mental health care arena under this department, Center for Multidisciplinary Research, Teesur Central University in Assam. So yes, spirituality, as it is said, so it has probably long forgotten subject as far as the mental healthcare scenario is concerned. So as far as the mental healthcare services in colonial as well as post-colonial India is concerned, still we are basically following the biomedical approaches, biomedic, and probably we are reducing the greater or the plural mental health landscape that should be there, which is more inclusive, which was there in the Indian knowledge system for time immemorial. Next, please. So if we see the history, let me tell you, so this is basically the observation as well as the reflections of the doctors, the psychiatrists, as well as the other mental health care providers who are into the community mental health field. So basically, it's about the reflections, initiative, and drawing up of some of the theories from the literature available. So in fact, religion, spirituality, health, and medicine, they have common roots in the conceptual framework. And in fact, when you talk of the diseases, we usually mean the imbalance of relationship. So the cause of any disease or the disease causation, and as well as the treatment, therapeutics in modern medicines are not constant. If we see, so in modern medicine, if we say the history of modern medicine is not perhaps not beyond the 2 centuries. And in the initial years, initial 50 to 70 years, this was very basic discoveries which took place probably. So it started with the mathematic theory. So in modern medicine, when they had a subtle concept of mice found a bear, which was considered to cause the disease. So later on, we had a more specific germ theory, a kind of reductionist approach. So germs, they were thought to be responsible of causing the diseases. Later on, now increasingly we are talking about the integrative medicine. It is more inclusive type probably, which were there in our Indian knowledge system for quite a long time. So this IKS has strong foundation in the holistic overview of the health and illness model, and it has been always inclusive and holistic. Next, please. So here is sort of about to when we say, so we try to include each and every part of the work, and this is the philosophy behind it is it is so great that in fact this is something probably the modern medicine or the medical science is also incorporating in their philosophy usually, but this is something which we had beyond thousands and thousands of years ago. So, for example, when we talk about the concept of health, we started with the individual health, with the definition of the WHO definition of the health. So, we started with the individual health. Next slide, please. So, it was basically your health. So, it was thought that your health would be, influenced by the needs or the vulnerabilities that you have within yourself. Later on, we are talking about the communities. Means if someone in your community is suffering from malaria, you are also vulnerable to malaria. So this communities came. Later it says no, not only the communities, but something happening in any part of the world, right? We talk about COVID, we talk about bird flu and all. So this we talk about then this is global health. So humans suffering in any part of the world. So they can have an influence on your body and mind. And then we talk about one health. So we had HIV, we had bird flu and all those diseases, and not only the human health, but also the veterinary health. So which were taken into account. And now for the last 5 and 6 years, we have been increasingly talking about this planetary health, which these planets, they have got an influence on the overall health of the population, the communities, as well as the individual. So this has become more holistic. Now, that is something which I have mentioned in the earlier slide, that every part of the world, every part of the universe is important as far as the health of individual or the communities are concerned. Next, please. So, the very interesting history is there as far as the Indian knowledge system in the field of medicine is concerned. When you Google today about this vaccination, so this Edward Jenner, so his name usually comes to our mind. But as far as the smallpox vaccination is concerned, it's to be remembered that some of these kind of diseases, smallpox and plague, so these kind of diseases never, these were not Indian diseases. So these are brought by the colonialists. And in fact, once that happened, this public health approach of, this vaccination, it was started by the then prevailing this Gurukul system, the disciples of the gurus. So they used to go to home, door-to-door visits, and they collected the past samples from the past fields and inoculated. After certain procedures, it was inoculated to the healthy young of 5 to 15 years, and that has been documented in I think London School of Physicians in early 1700. and vaccination developed in 1790s or something in the Asia. So the fact is that this has been documented, and that's why we know about that. There are so many, things or systems that we have in Indian knowledge system which were not documented so far, and we lost them. They have gone into oblivion. Yoga and meditation, if we see, so this also includes the holistic concept of body and mind together. So this actually antagonizes the very body and mind dualism by Descartes philosophy. Then four infinite concepts of soul in Jainism also, this infinite knowledge, infinite power, infinite and the peacefulness. So these also sometimes which actually affects the concept of this holistic overview. Then the Sikhism reference to the home, so denouncement of the home, actually the self-centeredness. So they say that this is the root of all the types of diseases. So this is also this is something which is very much aligned with the Indian knowledge system or the ancient wisdom we have. So the Buddhist perspective of the quality of life and overall in Hinduism, so which is considered as a way of life. So this is really affects always the holistic overview of life. So mind and body, so they are usually considered together. So and it's not about achievement of the fleeting happiness, but adding meaning to life. But in positive psychology, what we say it as eudaimonia or eudaimonic form of happiness. Next, please. So why this religiosity and ritualism? So again, as I have said, the communities with which I used to work for the last 1 decade, so they have been ravaged by series of violent conflict, and now these communities are recovering. As you know, Northeast houses around 200 tribal communities, and the role of religion is very interesting to see how the religion as well as their spirituality is acting as an external support kind of mechanism. So and there are a definite role of devotional rituals are there. So the ritualistic practices they follow. So I'll mention about some of the recovery narratives later on. So which will really explain. It's very interesting to show how now these are acting as a coping mechanism. You won't see the normal grief reactions. So I've seen so they bypass the grief reaction actually, and the clinical implications and clinical outcomes are much better and much quick rather than the traditional or conventional way of treatment by pharmacological means as far as the mental illness are concerned. Now, devotional practice, when you talk about the devotional practices, so they may be active or they may be passive, but both way they are supporting the communities. Next, please. So in the WHO, they have also accepted spirituality as the fourth dimension of the health. They have accepted, which was there in the Indian knowledge system for quite a long time. Is next. So it's not only about the damage spirituality, and now they say it's about the once you have a baseline kind of happiness we have, and building up of the resilience. As I have said, the communities where I work, so they have been exposed to the violent form of conflicts. Now this resilience they are developing, and the role of the religiosity or the spirituality they have, that is very much interesting, right? And it's not only about the repair of the damage which is caused, but it's beyond that. Next, Dr. Modi, you have to, yeah. So now, in fact, increasingly we have, as I have mentioned about the fourth dimension of the health, so we have this biopsychosocial-spiritual model of illness as far as the mental health care is concerned. Next, please. So there are so many informal practices, so many invasive, non-invasive procedures are done. So these are my patients who are there in the field where I took the photograph. So it's to be really, how do we harness these things? So this is a case of acute psychosis, and this role of their traditional knowledge and support mechanism that they have, very quick reintegration of to the society took place in this particular case. So yeah, next please. So and what is important is to acknowledge the resources they have in the community, and they have a kind of shared kind of decision making. Here, next please. So it's about building the resilience for those who are from zoological background. We know this organism. This is the tardigrade or the water bear. This is the most resilient organism in the world. So the idea is to harness the Indian knowledge system, if possible, to explore or to have a kind of empirical investigations, quantification or application in real life scenario, so that we can build up the resiliency in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moni. This is a very nice understanding to all of us. I've been discussing with many of the organizations who are working in the Northeast, and although we talk about this spirituality in the sense that most of the spirituality derives from our theological studies, but the society predominantly in the Northeast is the tribal society, and I was really surprised to understand that there are many traditions existing in the tribal societies that is equivalent to the so-called theological understanding of the spirituality in the civilized portion also, and they have been very well integrated into the lifestyle recoveries and all that, and so you have naturally brought out this aspect. If any question is there, please one or two questions we can take.
Thank you very much. Since you're talking about connecting this religion with this holistic, all God prevention and then curing of our health. At the same time, when we are passing through the globalized world, when religion is understood rather misunderstood across the world in many parts of the world, but then it has other aspects where we can use really the positive aspects for this, for the treatment of our like this holistic health and our entire body system and this in the knowledge system. So what should take? It should be used from that positive perspective, or it should be left as it is. Yeah, thank you.
See, actually, I like to share my experience and the way we used to prescribe the things to my patients when we are walking the field. So, see, there are some practices. Most of the practices, let me tell you, Indian knowledge system, most of the practices that we have, so they're for good only, they're for the betterment of the overall mental health of the individual. And as far as the practices are not exploitative, means somebody is not charging in lakhs or thousands, right? As far as no invasive procedures have been used, or as far as it is not derogatory to the patient, to the affected individual. So I think we can have a kind of coexistence of both the treatment that we do as well as support of these things, all these informal practices which are physically present in the communities. Does it answer, sir? Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Moni. Thank you very much. The next talk is by Dr. Enrico Jijnasa. He's from Japan, and I think he's process to work in the company. So he's talking on neuroscientific investigation into enlightenment, sadhana, and shaktipat. So Dr. Enrico, we would like you to introduce yourself instead of we introduce you. So that's what we have adopted here now. Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Jijnasa from Japan. I'm from Arizona University Center for Consciousness Study and Center for Buddhist Study. I have to apologize because Center for Buddhist Study is dealing with all sorts of Eastern thought, including Indian knowledge system. But the name is Buddhist, I have to apologize, Buddhist Center for Buddhist Study. And we are making a building. This building is the world's largest Asian study institution outside Asia. So it's going to be a very big one. And I'd like to collaborate with many universities, digitalizing the sacred texts, because before it diminishes or before it disappears, because many of them are written on the palm leaves, and it's going to fade away. I really like to preserve our ancient wisdoms, and I think it's such a treasure for human beings, because many things are exactly same as the latest scientific discovery. We were so surprised. Latest So any kind of scientist could benefit from the Indian sacred text. And yeah, I have studied IKS in India for 15 years, every day. Altogether, I lived in India 15 years. Then every day I practice intense sadhana for 15 years. On my 10th year, I reached immense awakening. And so I'm going to talk about neuroscientific investigation into enlightenment, sadhana, and Shakti. Next, please. Yes, this is where I belong. I belong to University Center for Consciousness Studies and Center for Buddhist Studies. Next, please. So I gave a workshop like this with many people. This was last year, November. 180 participants, 6 hours workshop on Shaktipat. I transmit through many kinds of ways to the 180 participants. And about 80% of the participants had a very deep glimpse of awakening and samadhi. And this is next, please. Yeah, this is from my workshop in Japan. I do these kind of workshops regularly. And next, please. Yeah, this is a slide from my experiment on my transmit Shaktipat in Tokyo University. First, they checked my brain waves. It was completely different from the other. My brain waves were dominantly delta, which is very, very. And also, next please. Yes, so Dr. Hamro visited the university a few times and he gave me guidance and I tried Shaktipat. And he had experience and I was able to dramatically change the person's brain waves and synchronize it. This is a picture, from the first, we did an experiment in Tokyo University this summer. Right from the beginning, we had an amazing result. It was very successful. We were celebrating together with a professor in Tokyo University and my friend. Next, please. The left slide is my brainwave during my transmission, which is marked on red is my brainwave. I can stop all other activities in my brain and only delta waves comes out. Delta waves in latest scientific research is deeply related to awakening and samadhi experience. And my research is also, I have written scientifically proven shortest way to reach eternal and complete happiness, which applicable to all the human beings, is urgently needed. Because so many depression patients in all of the world. In America, 1 out of 4 person is taking antidepressant. In Japan, 1 out of 7 people are the more serious problem in Japan. About 1 to 2 million are refusing to come out from their small group and not working, not doing anything. And government we have to take care of them. So it's a big problem. And in America, in 2018, $109 billion is estimated to have been wasted only because of the depression. So depression and mental issue is an urgently we need to solve these problems. And I found the solution from the IKS. Next, please. So this is a map of awakened consciousness. It's very difficult to read. I made it from number 1 to 11. The happiness degrees and well-being degree from 1 to 11. This is the progress of spiritual progress of sadhana. First is the beginning of sadhana. And length of breathing is 2 to 5 seconds. And probably they cannot meditate, even though they try to sit silently. So many inner chatterings and negative emotions come up. So they won't be able to do any kind of meditation or suffering. So they need some healings. And yeah, I have written mental condition, depression, and mental issue, and they cannot adapt to society well, and many problems. And when I went to India, I was number 1 because I had urgent problems in my life. So I had to go there when I was 22. Usually, when you are 22, you start to work. But instead of working, I had to go to India and engage myself every day into intense spiritual practice. And I made number 11 the final goal of spiritual practice. I have written this in just 2 sentences. Total unconditional love and total relaxation. And I will explain. Number 2, breathing is 5 to 10 seconds, and they could start meditate. It took me 1 year to reach this number 2 in a lot of spiritual practice. And they can meditate, but they still have a medium type of depression and mental issue. And yeah, it's still getting better, but still they have a problem. And number 3, breathing is 10 to 15 seconds. I call this is the breathing, natural breathing during meditation. 1 set of breathing. Inhale and exhale, I count as 1. When the breathing becomes 10 to 15 seconds, they will feel full in meditation. And they still sometimes get depressed, but can adapt very well to the society. I'm collaborating with this study with 4 hospitals and 1 mental university and 2 universities. So I'm getting many results and feedback from those hospitals. And mental hospital, all the patients were number 1. And the pain clinic, they check the patient's breathing. It was all number 1, below 5 seconds. So if we could make them from number 1 to 2, it could be solved. So actually, this is a map of Kundalini awakening. When the Kundalini awakens and go to the final result, and I have traveled through number 1 to 10 myself, and beyond number 6 is a dimension of the Indian saints or enlightened people. Because I stayed with 20 saints, and I found one thing they have similar, one thing in common. Their breathing for more than 30 seconds. None of them had a shallow breathing. So that's my hypothesis is when your breathing is more than 30 seconds, you will be enlightened. The passage of Kundalini. Because number 6, your spine will be, half the tension will be disappeared. So naturally, the energy rises from first chapter, 6 and 7, and you will get enlightened. And I will explain about number 4, breathing is 15 to 20 seconds. In Japan, 7 high priest monks, their breathing is 15 seconds. After many years of practice. So this is a very long breathing. And they could start to feel bliss during the meditation. And they rarely get depressed and can adapt very well to the society. And from number 5 is 20 to 25 seconds. And they're going to be overwhelmed by this purification. And jump out of very, very valuable. And number 6 is 25 to 30 seconds. This gonna start to continuously 24 hours a day. And effort and action brings much more result than expected. And their luck will be always good luck. And this is where the extraordinary ability starts to come up. Because I spend with 20 saints, they all have the ability, extraordinary ability that nobody usually have, such as being mind, being very high access, very supernatural. And this chart indicates the activation of the brain function. Number 7 is 30 to 35 seconds. And effortlessly things happen and get an amazing result. Always very good luck, extraordinary ability becomes perfect. Number 8, 30 to 35 to 40 seconds. Number 9 is 40 to 45 seconds. Almost everything you desire will be filled. What you think immediately start to get fulfilled. Okay. Number 10, this is where I am. Fulfilled over super good luck, extraordinary ability, which is close to maximum potential. And 11 is the final goal. Unconditional and total relaxation. I think the time is up, so I'd like to end my presentation. Is there any question?
I have 2 comments, Professor Lakio.
Yes.
You rightly said the Buddhist culture is, of course, no, it's an Indian knowledge system.
Actually, can you say again? What is the first word you said? Buddhist center is also Indian knowledge system.
Buddhism is a part of the Indian knowledge
Yes,
system.
it is.
So it is all well integrated in the Indian knowledge system, and we
Yes.
have long traditions existing in India and abroad.
Yes.
In the Buddhist knowledge.
Yes.
And as regards the meditation, the meditation has always been difficult, and there has been statement that this age, at this age, in this time,
Yes.
Doing the meditation as a part of yoga sadhana
Yes.
is really difficult.
Yes.
So I think as a part of the IPS study, the Institute for Science and Spirituality, they are going to take up a study on the active meditation and the passive meditation. What we talk, we say it's a passive meditation.
Yes.
So active meditation, we say when we chant and we dance like that. So the ISKCON movement is promoting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra chanting and especially the congregational chanting.
Yes.
So it's very nice presentation, Dr. Merako, and we thank you. If any no more question is there, then we can go to this, because most of the presentations thereafter is online. Almost all presentations thereafter is online. So I hope that online is fine now. So thank you, Professor. So the next talk is by Pramod Govindan. Dr. Pramod Govindan holds a PhD degree in electrical engineering from Diagnostic Institute of Technology, Chicago, USA. His professional experience spans across both academia and semiconductor industry in USA and India. He is practicing Bhakti Yoga, including mantra meditation, for more than a decade, and facilitates and conducts courses and seminars on Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam for a variety of audiences. He is also providing counseling centers around spiritual principles to the youth. So we invite the team may on screen. You can also introduce yourself online.
So we have 10 minutes time from Dr. Govinda. Then 2 minutes more will allow thereafter.
Hello, thank you for that quick introduction. Can you hear me?
And if the topic is chanting the Mahamantra and other approaches towards overall well-being, a comparative study.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me on Zoom? Yeah, I'm presenting now, and I was speaking. Can you hear it there? हाँ present किया अभी. Yeah, can you hear my voice in the audience? Hello, can you hear now?
Okay.
Can you hear now? Can you hear now? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? So, there sit. Hello. Hello. Yeah, can you speak in English, please?
सर इसको प्लीज एक बार फुल स्क्रीन कर दीजिए.
Okay, okay.
कर दीजिए.
Okay.
पहले तो डबल क्लिक करके कुछ भी करके जो होता है.
Yeah, full screen किया.
हो गया. Now switch on your mic from the Zoom application, then speak please.
Yeah, I am unmuting, and Zoom people are able to hear me. Only the audience sitting there are not able to hear me.
No one is able to hear you, sir.
One of the Zoom member told she can hear. Is there any setting?
बता दिया अनम्यूट था. एक बार स्पीकर में आवाज पूरी करो.
If any problem there, we can go to the next speaker and then we can connect him back. I mean, we can. You are unmuted. I think you have to allow him to share his screen rather than.
Yeah. Now I am unmuted. Can you hear now?
इसमें लगा दें डायरेक्ट फोन में तो आपको हमारी आवाज नहीं आ रही. हमें आपके
How about now? Hello.
क्यों उसमें क्यों लगा नहीं आ रही सर आपकी आवाज.
I am unmuted and speaking. Anybody in the Zoom?
सारे कनेक्टेड हैं वो तो आएगी इसमें.
Hello.
हाँ जी सर. क्योंकि इसकी वायर तो लगानी पड़ेगी तभी तो इसमें आएगी. हेलो.
How about now? Hello.
नहीं यार, इसके बाद क्या हुआ? यहाँ से आवाज बड़ा
से कनेक्ट करें तो नहीं हो
हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसमें भी तो आनी चाहिए उनकी आवाज।
अब यार इसमें
ये मैम सारे डिस्टरबेंस करेगा, फिर बीच में सारे कनेक्टेड है ना, आवाज मत कर। बात इस पे आ रही है, भी कनेक्टेड है उस पे। आप सुनो, हम कॉल को फोन से डायरेक्ट कर दें, अगर वो उसी पे
इसमें है नहीं ऑक्सीजन बनेगा।
Okay, Dr. Govindan, you are very loud and clear now. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Now I am unmuted, so I'll start my presentation. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Pramod Govindan.
Ask him to carry on.
Can I carry on? The phone got disconnected. Is that okay?
Please carry on, Dr. Govindan.
Hello. Yeah. I will speak on the phone. Okay. My name is Pramod Govindan. So I think there was an introduction, so I'm not repeating. So I have done this presentation along with Jaya Agrawal, and this is on the chanting of the mantra and other approaches towards overall well-being. And then I'll describe different approaches towards overall well-being, including Ayurveda, psychology, and meditation. Objective is to understand the present issues in the materialistic society. As we know, most of the people are very much distracted and disturbed. And the major reason behind that is uncontrolled mind. Mind is pulling us here and there with all these distractions. I think that would be very necessary. So we have we have considered here the Ayurveda and then psychology perspective. It includes mantra meditation, and then I think mantra meditation or Mahamantra meditation. Basically integrating body, mind, and soul. And then really focusing on body, mind, and they have this concept of whole creativity and intellect, processing information and learning. And secondly, they have a belief that empathy and compassion along with these business, they also have to be in good connection with the patient, and they have to be from the patient side that this has to be able to cure me. So that the relationship has a major value while living going on. And generally they have three approaches called dialogue, Vyapasaya, history, Vyapasaya, the first one, dialogue, Vyapasaya is mainly for building confidence and introduce some divine activities that are standing, some mantras, such as Jijnasa Astronoma, and it's following some regulations, which is those tasking and operations and some fire sacrifice, which are currently giving, and then following some really good practice. And then the generally considered under the umbrella of Phytochemical treatment. There is none of Neuro, purposes, and this is made a leader for the body and for the mind in general. When it's called it is called to control the mind by making oneself aware of their real nature as a spirit soul. So this includes some sort of counseling, moral boosting, and minimizing the materialistic environment. Again, this is coming under the regulation. This is the life, and this will bring overall well-being from an Ayurvedic perspective. And under the category of psychology, it is mainly dealing with the mind and the power of the mind, associated with culture and religious practices. And mentoring is the emotion continues going subconscious to control the thoughts and emotions. So it is we jump into the subconscious level and it comes in living, it is trying to control the thoughts and emotions and things like that. And majority of the progress is the kind of the mantra meditation which I discussed now. The word mantra has two parts, one and man means the mind and pra means the delivery. So this is a tool to control the delivering mind. So delivering the mind from the materialistic distraction. And this is very celebrated approach these days. So there are some things, so depending on this mantra, the and it sounds like it, and the first presentation has landed on several times, and it sounds like it, and control the thoughts and focus the thoughts and and particular word or phrase named and planting over and over for some time, and then this will calm the mind. That is the approach here. And then we have the approach depending on this one. So we have studied the research done by other scientists within the and then I referred a few of them, and they said one of the research was done by and now, and the approach was done for between 40 to 20 years of age, and they have some sort from society and some sort from within. They're taking from and to other so that's and then same we become land and and then also they try to on the plant, which they keep the mantra sound near plants, medicinal plants, and then use those medicinal plants which were able to hear the mantra because they are conscious of plants. And then they prepare the drugs using those especially treated plants exactly. And then they use those for the patient as well as the patient were infected plants. Then they found that there is 50% of that sodium chlorine and plants who were able to hear the mantra of the soul and how to their growth possibly more treatment and plan. That was the outcome. And another approach done by the done in Hong Kong. They were analyzing the neurotheological effects of the example and they found that significant improvement in the very and then we will category one more study right now and another study later basically and usually for assessing the brain blood circulation and usually kinds of mantras we found that the results were positive. This is activation of certain layers of the brain positively and then improves the cognition and the self-awareness. And it also is a music job that they started being more compassionate and they wanted to be spacious, they wanted to help others, not only themselves, because of the effect of the hearing of our chanting and hearing of that chanting mantra. And the third, next one is the Mahamantra meditation, which is a special mantra given in Vedic scriptures, and it is described that this is the most effective meditation process for achieving self-realization. And this is called Hare Krishna Mahamantra. It has 16 words as written here. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And this mantra is specifically helpful to achieve the pure love of Godhead, which is the Supreme Divine, how to establish or re-establish the lost relationship with the Supreme Divine and receive the happiness of living one out of the Supreme Divine by standing this mantra. So, in other words, I can describe the senses are centered around the mind, and if we can engage as many senses as possible properly, then it's easy to control the mind. So when chanting this Mahamantra, it is described that we can use chanting bead as mentioned, shown here. There are 108 beads and one center bead. And people will not chant on this bead, but they start chanting that same 16-syllable mantra, 16-word mantra. With each bead, one full mantra, then they go all around and get that 108. And then we try to many times. But we are using that. So they are using our hands because we are standing in the sun and then we are getting the same strong vibration which we are making. These senses are engaged in that, and you know also we can intent going on to the smell that we use and all the senses can be engaged. So this Mahamantra meditation is research, and one of the research that I hold is the Inaugural. There are two groups. One group chants Mahamantra, other group chanting some mantra, which is some Sanskrit words which doesn't have much meaning. And then they found that Mahamantra group substantially reduced their stress and depression to a very high degree. And also we have figured out that they display all sattvic goodness symptoms and satisfaction in life altogether, not only stress reduction, and their spiritual concepts and eagerness increase, and they have a better sense of well-being and reduced depression as well as verbal aggressiveness. So this is overall benefit of Mahamantra. And one more research was done on nurses who were under heavy stress. So they introduced a group of nurses chanting Mahamantra and another group not chanting Mahamantra. And they analyzed the brain behaviors and heart rate variability and ART, BRT, etc. And their research shows that now you can see on the Despite after it is highly varying and frustration, and right side it's more rhythmic. And they found that this LFHF ratio, sympathetic thumb, which indicates the more any kind of behavior. And stress reduction and significant decrease in the serum cortisol levels also by chanting the Mahamantra for some amount of time. And there are many other research happening within this field, chanting the Mahamantra and how that affects the beta alpha. In the past presentation, they have seen similar approaches and they have figured out that it has a very significant impact. And we did a comparative study of all these and came up with this conclusion that Ayurvedic approaches helps significantly for physical well-being and moderately on mental well-being. And spiritual well-being, there is some effect, but these days majority of Ayurvedic approaches are focusing on mind and body, not much on the spiritual. And psychology approaches majorly focuses on mind and moderate effect on physical and less effect on spiritual less effect depends on which mantra they chant. The effect can be less to moderate. But any mantra they need to be qualified and the pronunciation has to be right and all those things, basic conditions which are not easy to be followed by all. So there is a limitation on achieving spiritual benefit by psychological and mantra meditation. And the Mahamantra meditation shows improvement both in mind, physical, as well as the spiritual, because the Mahamantra, that particular mantra itself is very much favorable for getting it helps us to elevate our consciousness significantly, as mentioned here. The Ayurveda emphasizes body mind, by psychology on mind and Mahamantra on both mind body, as well as helping the soul to achieve the self-realization and love of God. And the best thing about Mahamantra is very simple to follow. Simple mantra, in other words, any small size of the time, that is very easy. And if we are chanting this mantra, we just need to hear the mantra, it's as simple as that compared to other approaches. It's very easy to achieve self-realization as well as control of mind and the control of the body. So this is what we after analyzing we said here. And thank you all for taking the decision and thank you. And if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Are you able to listen the voice from here? Thank you. So, Dr. Govindan, thank you very much. I think there is no question from the audience because there seems to be some issue with the mic connectivity. So thank you very much for a very good comparative study. So thank you very much, Dr. Govindan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. So the next talk is by Faith and Healing, Exploring Alternative Medicine. So this is online. And you put it on.
Hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. Should I start? Should I start?
Madam, online we can hear you.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Yeah. I think, yeah. Can you hear me?
Madam, online we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. But offline, I don't think I'm audible. Hello. Am I audible there? Offline?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Should I present?
Yes, please present.
Okay, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Chandana, and my discipline is philosophy. And today I'm going to present a paper on fideism and faith-based healing. And it is a theoretical paper, completely philosophical. So I haven't done any empirical research on this. So, so fideism, actually, when we talk about faith, so there we have to, mention about fideism, because it is such a philosophical school where in religious matters, only faith matters. Only in religious issues, faith matters against reason, or we may say issues related to God. So according to this school, one shouldn't ask for any evidence for religious beliefs. So that is why this school has been facing various challenges, and most importantly from rationalist, empiricist, evidentialist. So they have questioned this faith. So in the context of fideism, when fideists give importance to faith, one has to see the nature and extent of faith. So is it the faith of an individual without referring to any religion, but having faith on his own and believing in a God? So I'm discussing about this fideism and faith, and very briefly here. So after that, I'll move to faith-based healing. So this question, or does it mean that faith of an individual concerning a religion and belief in the scripture of his religion and belief in what it says? So these questions will be answered if we find the answer to the question. Does fideism means belief in institutionalized religion or a personal God? So by institutionalized religion, we mean a belief system that has a large number of followers and a set of rules that must be followed. So the belief each individual has about God and his personal God need not be proved by argument or science. This is the position that the fideists hold. But in practice, when people follow a religion, they do practice the religious rituals and customs of that religion. So they follow an institutionalized religion, for example, Islam, Christianity. So those are institutionalized religion and practice that religious rites and rituals. And often as a group or community, even Sikhism, Buddhism are also considered as that kind of religion. So that may have implication in the social, cultural, and ethical realm. So faith in religion can be understood as a feeling of evidential confidence and knowledge of specific truths revealed by God. Simply faith is a hope. But on the other hand, there is this blind faith. So it is a faith like all the others where the believers choose to be blind to contradiction and errors within their own dogma. So fanaticism and extremism and other religious excesses arise out of such kind of faith. So when we talk about new atheists, for example, Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris, so they refer to this faith. So there are some philosophers namely William James, Kierkegaard. So they are known as fideists. So in their argument, they try to rationalize faith. So according to James, sometimes we believe in something without investigating the truth. But it is true that there are dangers and risk in promoting, allowing, and encouraging the logic of faith. And there is one thinker whose name is Papas. He further states that though James is never blind to this, there are more risks involved in paralyzing our native capacities for faith. So fideists also talk about blind faith. For instance, Kierkegaard mentioned about blind faith, but that blind faith is essentially associated with the idea of sin in a Christian religious perspective. So this is how some fideists, they understand faith and blind faith. So from my understanding, according to them, the faith we require to know God is not blind. And some of the beliefs can be justified even without proper evidence. So according to a section of fideists, God can be revealed through scripture. And epistemologically, if they believe in God without reason for scriptures, it means that they believe in scriptures as well. The slide is not moving. Yeah. So certain religious practices are more problematic with respect to one particular religion. A certain religious problem may not be common to all religions. For instance, the religious issues associated with miracles are seen mostly in Christianity, and social evil like sati, earlier it was seen with Hinduism. So these issues have raised the question of how we can accept or practice religion at the social level. So here I'm going to discuss a quasi-religious practice, which is faith, healing, and miracle. So faith-based healing is associated with the idea of miracle. So faith-based healing is often considered as one form of alternative medicine. There are other forms of alternative medicine also. So homeopathy, Ayurveda, but then this is different. It's faith-based healing. So, but I contend that not all forms of faith-based healing can be appropriated. So in faith healing, it is believed that with the help of prayer and other rituals, disease and disability can be healed. So the whole process sidesteps empirical evidence. So according to most scientists, faith-based healing is not a proper science, but pseudoscience. It's not moving again. Yeah. So in Hinduism, some Codman and Baba proclaim to be faith healer, and in Islam also some people perform exorcism. But this faith-based healing is performed mostly in Christianity. The church and the saints actively participate in the healing process. But not all the time faith-based healing has worked, and it faces a lot of criticism. So according to many scientific claims, there is no scientific evidence available to claim that diseases can be cured by faith healing. So one review published in 1998 looked at 172 cases of death among children treated by faith healing instead of conventional methods. So they estimated that if conventional treatment had been given, the survival rate of most of these children would have been more than 90%, with the remainder of children who having a good chance of survival. So there is one Belgian philosopher who coins a new term, Ludros effect, to criticize the magical thinking and placebo effect possibilities. So he uses this new term to ridicule the miracle, which people consider as supernatural gifts to human beings. So according to many skeptics, the figure of moral accidents on the road to and from Ludros is much higher than 67 suspected miracles of faith healing that has come to light in 2005. So complete dependence on faith healing, ignoring proper medical solution, can harm people. It may affect a person's health. So there is evidence for higher fatal rates of children. There are examples where the patient mistakenly thinks themselves cured and keep themselves away from good medical treatment. So there are instances where some people died to faith healing by their charge. So in Britain, the evangelical churches held some HIV, I think 6 HIV patients to stop their medications, as according to the church, they are cured of HIV. So as a result, those people lost their lives. So this type of issues put fideism in a difficult position, because it completely ignores the importance of reason and it is focused mainly on faith. It has focused mainly on faith. So when people follow a particular religion based on their faith, they often overlook the reason. So the problem here is people trusting their faith do not take proper scientific and medical treatment for their disease. So if the medical field says there is no treatment for a disease and the patient starts believing in God for a miracle to happen that can save her life, I do not consider this as blind belief, as all possible ways to get rid of those diseases are considered, but they are not working. So then the last hope, one prays to God. So this type of faith I believe is acceptable, but not all the other one where one pray to God for the cure when proper scientific methods are available. So the above mentioned examples have shown that there may be ill effects sometimes leading to death even of holding on to a faith that may not even have a rational explanation. So religions need not be, it needs to be actually freed from pseudo faith-based healers. So I consider such belief as superstition. So superstition is a belief or practice that arises from a lack of knowledge and a misunderstanding of science or causality. So it is not based on reason or knowledge, and hence it is not rational. So the belief that we hold based on blind faith leads to superstition. So Alice Gardner says, we group together as superstitions a number of beliefs, habits, families, tribals, and individuals which we regard as not being founded on reasonable conception of the world and of human life, necessities, and obligation. So faith-based healing is most of the time can be considered as superstition. So it is not, as it is not founded on reasonable ground. But the Fide's understanding of superstition is completely different from the general idea of superstition. Yes?
Dr. Dekha, you have to come to the conclusion.
Yes, sir. The last slide.
Please.
Yeah, so there is one philosopher named Wittgenstein. So according to him, he never tries to compare religious truth with that of scientific ones. So according to him, if we attempt to develop one religious foundation in terms of scientific understanding, it will only lead to religious superstition. So Christian believers fail to stand firmly against the ethical challenges that emerges because Fides accept miracle and deny magic. So according to me, both are like same concept, but they are, accepting miracle because saint performed it, and they are denying magic. So they observe that magic is performed by the selfish and evil. So that is why their position is again, controversial. So then again, in India also there are some spiritualist leaders who are actually, it is very difficult to differentiate between pseudo spiritualists and the real spiritualists. So there are so many reports on that. So for example, that Ram Rahim Singh, and then the Radhema, and also there is a list published actually. So because of their questionable acts, so these people are accused of deceiving people and with their magical tricks and miracles in some cases of faith healing. So here one can see the mainstream religious and spiritual heads deny the authenticity of those above mentioned spiritualists. So the primary reason is due to their immoral conduct. But the issue of whether they can perform supernatural feats needs to be discussed. And though Indian spiritualists claim to perform miracle, it is often questioned. And most importantly, it was not considered as an essentialist aspect of spirituality. So for instance, Ramakrishna Paramahansa once interacted with a yogi who claims that he can walk on water. So Ramakrishna suggested why he needs to spend so many years of penance to do this feat. So he could very well pay some money to the, so as he could very well pay some money to the ferryman and cross the river.
Dr. Dekha,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
See, we understand that you are a professor of philosophy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
So,
the audience wants to come to the conclusion. So kindly wrap it in.
Yes, sir. This is the conclusion. So the narration tells of two aspects on this issue. One is whether somebody can do miracle, and the second is that if it is considered as an essential element of a spirituality. So in the Hindu context, the answer can be in the negative, but still many people believe in those pseudo spiritualists and the godmen. So this shows a gap between what religious prescribes and what people follow. So here the importance of reason is very much prevalent. So that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dekha. It was a nice presentation on the spiritualist and pseudo spiritualist. So here the audience is mostly from the background of the medical science and other things. So your talk has been fruitful, but I think given the time constraint, if the question is there, we can take one question or we can go to the next question. So there is no question, we will go to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Dr. Vinayak Soman on Indian Siddha Diagnostic prediction based on thread strategy. Siddha anthropometry, the critical study. So if Soman can hear us, then we will discuss into kindly wind up in 10 minutes. And with the important slides, we can go to conclusions very quickly.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Dr. Vinayak is a research officer Siddha in the Department of Pharmacy Siddha Central Research Institute, which comes under Central Council for Research in Siddha. He has 10 years of experience in the field of pharmaceutics. Pertaining to Ayush medicine, he has more than 28 publications, 3 books, by him. So now I think the medical science is welcoming the Ayush studies also. So the grant lecture is pertinent more to the medical science people. Not on philosophy, it's why the whole program. Knowledge and medical science.
Yes, I'm present. Yes, I'm present. Yeah, it's actually shared. Hello, sir. Is it audible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon. Good evening, one and all. Namaste and Vanakkam. And this occasion of this international conference, I thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Starting, I'll give my salutations to the masters of Ayurveda and Siddha, Agastya and Dhanvantari Bhagavan. So my topic of presentation is all about an ancient Siddha diagnostic prediction based on threat strategy. It is an unexplored part of science. So this is a critical review. Both literary research and clinical validation we have done in this topic. We are going to share some information. Okay. So Siddha medicine is a popular Ayush medical system of South India and other Tamil speaking regions of Sri Lanka, Malaysia, etc. The word Siddha comes from the root word Chittam, means perfect wisdom. Siddha is as ancient as Tamil itself, about 10,000 BC, and based on the reference of Sangam literatures. So regarding this origin, as an introduction, it comes from the Lord Shiva to Parvati, then Subramanya to Agastya. So Siddha Vaidyam is otherwise called, Siddha Vaidya is otherwise called Shiva Vaidya. From Agastya, who is considered as the father of Siddha medicine, was contributed in more than 100 subjects, including medicine. And from Siddhar Agastya, means Acharya Agastya, 18 Siddhas clan, from which the knowledge has been shared. So in Siddha medicine, there are two types of tradition. One is folklore and other is Acharya tradition, that is Siddhar Vargam. In folklore tradition, all the tribal medicines and different tribes from Western Ghats like Kani and Nadar Vaidyas are usually using Siddha in their day-to-day practice. And another more clan, the Siddhas clan, is well documented medical system. And out of these three particular Acharyas which we have to mention is Nandi Devar, Agastya and Tirumula. All these three prime Siddhas has given their knowledge and information to 18 Siddhas, Navanada Siddhas and Navakodi Siddhas, and finally to the traditional lineage. So if you find the core components of Siddha medicine, we can at least divide the Siddha medicine into 18 branches. But based on the core components, we can classify into 9. Basic fundamental science, diagnostic science, alchemy, pharmacology, spiritual and moral ethics, dietetics, preventive medicine, science of rejuvenation, yogic science, etc. So we will discuss about diagnostic science, which help each physician for coming and predicting, as well as prognosing, for diagnosing a disease, etc. It is based on certain criteria. It's based on body composition, physical examination, tongue, urine, pulse reading. But these are documented. These are always almost similar to Ayurvedic also. But the core concepts are more deeper, I think. So, but there are some unexplored diagnostic methods like Lakshana Shastra and Manikade Nool, which we are going to discuss, particularly Manikade Nool. So Manikade Nool is otherwise called Agatyar Sudamani Kairu Sutram. Agastya Sudamani Kairu Sutram is actually a treatise that is written in ancient Tamil, and it is based on a diagnostic methodology. It is another part of Siddha anthropometry. Anthropometry is nothing but study of measure body metrics and body measures in a scientific way. So in those days, we were having some body measurement techniques to predict or to diagnose a disease. So here what we do is that the patient's finger breadth are assessed for predicting disease or pathological sequence by using certain threat measurements. This literature is actually authored by Sage Agastya. And since there is no transliteration or annotations available, our objective was to critically review, transliterate, and annotate the important secret verses of this wonderful literature. And a scientific purview was given along with clinical research point of view. So how we came across this wonderful work is that with the help of so many professors, language experts, manuscript experts, traditional Vaidyas, professional experts, etc., they helped to scrutinize this work, this literature. And with their help only, we came to a definite conclusion. So the reference, this treatise of this Agastya Sudamani Kairu Sutram, this literature, this Tamil literature, is not separately available as a published book. It is described as a special chapter within few classical Tamil medical texts, but it is not annotated till now. It is following a grammatical styling called Asariyappa. Asariyappa is a Tamil grammatical style. We can see the highlighted lines. Each and every second line is consequently repeated. This is the styling of this Asariyappa. And how about the authority of the literature? Based on the slogas that is written in Tamil, slogas 1 and 30, it clearly mentions the authority of the literature as Agastya itself. Okay.
Dr. Bragg, can you listen?
Yes, sir. The slides are not changing?
Yes, slides are not changing. We want to communicate to you. I don't know what the problem is there. You reshare your slide. We are not seeing any of these slides.
1 minute.
Okay. Now you come to the conclusion.
Now it's changing, sir.
No, it's not changing. Okay. Okay, it's changing. Dr. Bragg is changing. Now I think.
Okay.
Come to conclusion, then we explain there and conclude.
Okay, sir. So the main content of the literature we can divide into 6. And there are 26 finger patterns based on finger breadth. And each finger breadth is divided into 4 units. And the finger breadth from 4 to 6.5 is described as incurable fatal signs, and 6.5 to 11 is considered as curable sign. The diseases are mentioned in 27 categories and 9 types of infectious disease. And how this Manikade or Sudamani Kairu Sutram reading is done is that first the 4 fingers of the patient has to be kept intact without bending. Then the middle part of the finger is located. Then a thread is used to measure the mediolateral length of the 4 fingers. Then the length obtained is pointed backward from the wrist line to reach the focus as in the picture, where the antebrachial circumference is measured with the same thread. The thread length obtained from this antebrachial circumference is then converted into number of finger breadth. Each finger breadth specifies certain signs particular to the subject. So the point is that the antebrachial point, this circumference is very important when we consider our Shilpa Shastra or ancient Indian knowledge system. This antebrachial point is subject to variation when our body composition is changed or due to any pathological or physiological changes. This is a point, the first point where we can note some change. So if you are able to know the measurement circumference and we can convert to number of finger breadth, we can predict some diseases. This is the base of this Manikadeli. So is there any science behind this Manikadeli? Yes, of course. Because in modern science, they are using so many anthropometric measures. Anthropometric measures like height, weight, BMI, body circumference, etc. And one of the body circumference they use to predict disease is wrist circumference. Wrist circumference is proved to have a close relationship between so many diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, skin disorders, malnutrition, obesity, hyperlipidemia, etc. So any change in the body composition, there will be simultaneous change in the wrist circumference or the antebrachial circumference. It may be due to body fat mass or adipose tissue change, fat-free mass change, including the hydration status, bone density change, alteration of skeletal mass, etc. So in Siddha medicine, there are so many measurements which we use to predict a disease or to predict the health of an individual. For example, a human body is equals to 96 finger breadth. This is one of the fundamental which we follow. Any change in the 96 finger breadth, that person is susceptible to any disease or ill health, etc. There are so many finger metrics which we used for identifying certain points in our body, especially Dharma points. In Ayurveda, it is called Angula Pramana. So this antebrachial point is very important when we consider diseases. So we have done a literal research and we have done an annotation and decoding, transliteration, everything. And based on the information, we have done one clinical validation study also. And it was based on the validation through an observational field study where we screened more than 280 patients, and we have found some significant results. The readings from this Manikadeli tool helped about 83% accuracy was there. Means that true positive prediction, which means that whatever the readings in the literature was analogous to the clinical findings of the patient, and 13% which we didn't get any diagnostic value. And there was a significant correlation of the antebrachial circumference and the reading. It means that through Pearson correlation, there was statistically significant relationship. Hello? Hello? Yes?
So there was a significant linear relationship between the two measures, that is antebrachial circumference and this Manikadeli measurement, which means that greater antebrachial measurements are associated with higher finger breadth reading. So as a conclusion, based on our literal research and clinical validation, there was no inferiority of the description of verses in par with the original verses mentioned in the test. So this bias was considered and negated by direct translation of the verses alone, omitting the already existing description part. Word by word translations were carried out with the assistance of Tamil scholars and was confirmed by experts of Siddha medicine. Clinical validation proves high accuracy of the tool in terms of reliability through positive predictions.
So more clinical diagnostic research is warranted for validating these ancient diagnostic tools. And based on our observation, we are going to publish a book in 3 languages. There is Sudamani Kaira Sutram in Tamil, Malayalam and English. The total 30 verses has been annotated completely along with some scientific purviews and clinical research data. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Vinayak. So, you can stop sharing screen and audio. Thank you. I think we'll go to the next presentation because we are out of time.
Okay, I'm in unmute mode now. आपको सुना है? Okay, I will answer. Am I audible? Good evening, everyone. Am I audible? I cannot hear. Can you please respond to me because I cannot hear anything. Am I audible? Am I audible? Kindly respond, anyone.
We can hear you online.
Okay. So shall I start? Because from that side, I do not have any information.
They may also be hearing you.
Yeah, maybe, but no response is from their side.
But they can see the screen, I think.
Yeah, the presenting screen is here now, so maybe it is visible.
Yeah. I think in the interest of time, you can start.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Monisha Ghosh, and I am the assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication from Supreme Knowledge Foundation in Group of Institution. It is in West Bengal. So before begin, we have to chant some mantras. So I shall begin it. So Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Mudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So, my topic is for today is neurotheology of sacred sound. So, it's a very new kind of topics. So, contents of my presentations is abstract, introduction, neurofeedback, and auditory nervous systems, and auditory bit stimulations, and the brainwave, and then sacred sound Om and its effects on brain, then followed by the conclusion and the references. So these are the abstract of my paper. So I briefly explain what is written, that what is the topics of the neurotheology and how it is connected to the bitstream stimulations and how it can affect, or specifically we can say that how the sacred sound can specifically affect our mind. So that whatever it is the contents of my paper. So now the introductory part. So as I have mentioned that the neurotheology is basically a very new topic, so which connects the spiritual science with the neural behavioral science. So that is why the spiritual experience and the neurological behavior in the neuroscientific terms, it's actually the terminalized as the neurotheology, which connects the neural pathway and how it can be explained through the spiritual journeys. So specifically in types of the meditations and the sacred chanting, and how we can change our state of mind through this. So this is the content of the introduction. So now, where is the connection between the neuroscience and the spirituality? So first of all, I have to mention that the neuroscience is the topic which is related to the nervous systems, which includes the brain, the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous systems. But here I am going to say about only the brain connections with the that is the central nervous systems. In case of this, the spirituality of the neuroscience. Now then the connections comes which is connected to the spirituality, which is connection and which is connecting of or having the nature of the spirit. And this spirit is the Latin word which means the breath. So when in a very specific manner, when we can say that when we can control our breath, so we can through the meditations and the processes, so we can connect it to the spiritual science through brain and the connection. So that here the neurotheology relies. According to Mark Potenza, a psychiatric professor of Yale University, partial cortex of the human brain is the area of the which is associated with the spirituality, and the partial lobe is that particular thing or the sensory organs from which we can see, we can touch, we can feel, and we can hear and we can smell. So these senses are organized with that particular areas, and this spiritual practices actually changes the physiological and the neurochemical alterations. So what is the meaning of the neurochemical alterations? So this is the meditative practices which can change the neurochemicals like dopamine and serotonin, which is we nowadays we know that this is the happy hormones we are come up with. So this can be changes according to the practice or the continuous practice of the meditations. And actually this dopamine and serotonin can control our depressions and the anxieties. Okay, so now come back to the point which is the neurofeedback and the auditory nervous systems. I will briefly explain that because due to the time spans. So our year, we all know that we have 2 years. So these are the 2 important points for my discussions. And this year is basically having 3 sections: the outer year, the middle year, and the inner years. So here the outer year is basically the receptor, which is like the receptions of the sound, as well as we can change the sound according to the nervous systems. So outer ear receives the signals and it goes to the middle ear, which is middle ear is connected to the eardrum. In scientific manner, we can say it is a membrane, and this membrane is connected to a very 3 sections, very soft bones, which are directly connected to the inner ears, where the thing or where the organ basically the cloaca exists, and the main nervous systems is connected to the cloaca, where all the scientific cause and all the things are happens. So move to the next section. So these are the inner sections of the cloaca. Cloaca is a spiral organ of our body, which is situated inside the inner ear, and it is having fewer sections. So main sections are the spiral sections, which are having a very very sophisticated one. Why it is sophisticated one? It is a very well mannered and fluid filled sections, and this fluid filled sections having the hair cells, which are the most important part of the converting the outer sound into pulses or the electrical pulses, which is directly connected to the auditory nervous systems. So here in the figure 2.a, we can see that the oval window and the round window, these are the part which is connected to the middle ears, and then the fluid filled area is that where all the membranes are connected, and this basilar membranes in this sections is having a different sections, or we can very specifically in scientific order, we can say it is the tonotonic sections, where we are receiving different frequency receptors or different frequency cells, hair cells, which are along through the cloaca cells. As we all know that human voices or auditory frequencies are from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. These hair cells are so designed, and God made us so designed that each and every cells have the capability of recepting the different frequencies, so that we can hear the loud frequencies or the loud sound as well as the lower sounds also. When we move from the outer sections to the inner sections, so then we can see that the outer sections recepts the louder frequencies or the higher frequencies, and when we move this through the spiral area, and at the inner sections we are having very less frequencies, about 2 to 6 hertz, like this way. So next, these are the details of the cloaca membranes and the cells, hair cells, as well as the ganglions, which are directly connected to the auditory nerve cells. Okay, so then move to the auditory pathway. This is from this figure, I have only mentioned that the only primary auditory cortex and where the sound is moving. So this red signals or the red channels are here to describe us that how the auditory cortex is connected to the cloaca cells. So this auditory nervous systems is situated and moves situated in the temporal lobe of our brain, and it goes through the thalamus. Why it is so important to ask about or say about thalamus? Thalamus are the organ or the site inside the brain through which we can hear, sense, and feel, and all the senses are regarding this nervous systems. So, anyone saying anything?
Dr. Monisha Ghosh, can you?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Monisha Ghosh, most of the audience here are from the technical background, so they understand the cochlea structure and all that. So,
okay.
Can you come to the essence of your sacred sound?
Yes, sir.
Can you come to the conclusion? You can come to the conclusion part and speak on the conclusion slide for 2 minutes, and then some questions will take.
Okay. I will. Definitely. So after moving this, there are various parts of the organs where actually the hearing and the sounds will be connecting. So the sacred sound I am working with, basically at this time I am here presenting the Om, and this is the cloaca structure where the reception is happening, and then okay. So our brain, moving to the direct part of this, our brain receives the beat frequencies. So what is the breath frequencies? This is the frequency differences between the 2 ears which we are actually having. So if for an example, if we are having a pure tone means a single frequency of 250 hertz, and if it is penetrate the left ear, and simultaneously if it is going to the 256 in the right ear, so then finally we received our brain actually the beat frequency which is received at a 6 hertz. So that is the main thing we can have, like how the brain waves are generated. So these are the brain waves which is portrayed here. So these are the various frequencies which we are working with, or we humans are working with. So the first is the very clocky states. This is the gamma states. From there we are having these are the lower frequencies, and from here we can move the very lower to lower up to the delta wave frequencies. So these are the EEG responses from the brain wave where the various frequencies are working. So then now come to the point where the sacred sound Om and its effects on the brain. So we can say that this Om sometimes is misspelled as Om, but actually O and M is not validated. It's AUM, where this AUM and the silence, whole of this is given the Om. So what are the relation between this Om and the brainwave? So very briefly in Madhukya Upanishad is said that mentioned that the Om is the wholeness or the consciousness or the awareness, and A, first letter of A is the frequency which is oscillate when we are chanting actually, which is oscillates in the frequency in the range of 31 to 120 hertz. This is belongs to the gamma wave. This is a first of our frequency band of the brainwave. Then U is come up with the 8 to 12 hertz, which is the alpha states, where we are actually in the relaxing mood. And next, coming to the M part and the silence part, M is very lower frequency, which is about 0.5 to 3 hertz. So you can see from here actually when we are chanting, the brainwave is actually changes according to the chanting of the four-fold word, the Om. So this is the things we can say, and a research has been done, which is mentioned in the references, that loud chanting of group of 10 people who are chanting, and then when the time analysis are taken, so then the rest of the chanting, ultimately what is the result findings, that after chanting repeated times of Om, the EEG response gives us a very less complex diagrams, or which can be analysis by the time domain response or the wavelet transform in the methods. And then this results is shown very fairly here, where we can see that there are two graphs, where the 5.8 can say you that first starting being of the various gamma waves which are having different frequencies levels, which are very croaky and very higher frequency when we are not chanting properly, and then after a meditative practice we are having a subtle subtleness in our mind. So that are the finding outs we can have in the sessions and in my papers. So my suggestions is, and as per the suggestions of my research, that continuous practicing of the sacred sound can really help us to stay calm, and we can actually having the lower frequency band of our brainwave. And that is all we can see that we can regularly practice for well-beings, and these are the references. And
thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
So I think we'll move to the next presentation, which is the last one on management of Janu Sandhigata Vata through an integrative approach, including Burma therapy with the Janu Bhakti, a case study. I was told that this is called Burma therapy in Kerala. You can go to the talk.
Hello. Hello, sir. I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Kindly.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
We will request you to make it within
And
8 to 10 minutes.
okay, sure, sir. So my screen is presenting there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Pranam to everyone. Respected dignitaries present on the dais. My respected all the participants which is attending this conference online and offline both mode. Myself, Dr. Alka Mishra from Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya. I am going to present my topic under the subtle guidance of my revered Gurudev Pandit Sri Ram Sharma Acharya ji and revered Mataji Bhagwati Devi Sharma. My topic is management of Janu Sandhigat Vat through an integrative approach including Marma therapy with Janu Basti, a case study. Sir, actually this topic is a part of one large study. So here I am going to present just a case study. So first we will see what is the Janu Sandhigat Vat. Actually Sandhigat Vat is a type of Vat Vyadhi in which joints are involved. Especially there is joint pain, swelling in the joints, and there is stiffness, crepitus and restricted movement are present are there. So we can correlate this problem with osteoarthritis of knee, and this when this vata involves at Janu Sandhi or knee joint, it is called Janu Sandhigat Vat. So in modern science we can correlate it with osteoarthritis, which is the most common and disabling musculoskeletal disorder, and which is most commonly present in the elderly population. According to WHO, there is means it is more common in females, means 18% in female as compared to male, which is 9.6%. And as this disease progresses, it adversely affects the working ability and leads to more and more dependence on others. So OA is one of the major cause of loss of productive working hours worldwide. So due to its severe disabling nature of this disease, current treatment cost is involved, knee transplantation or such means very costly type of treatments, and several side effects of medicines, of analgesics, NSAIDs, all of us aware about that. So I'm not going to in the detail, and loss of productive hours. So that's why there is definitely a need of cost-effective, safe, side-effect-free, easy to administer, and long-term efficacy of treatment. So that's why when we go through our ancient knowledge in Ayurveda, our acharyas have given very much importance on the Snehan Chikitsa, that is oleation therapy for the management of Sandhigat Vat or arthritis. And Acharya Charak has given more focus on repeated use of oleation and sudation therapy. So that's why there are two interventions we have planned for the management of this problem. First is the Janu Basti, which is having property of those both oleation and sudation. So I'll explain later on. So Janu Basti, and second one is the Marma therapy. So a few minutes before we have already listened the one topic on the Varman anthropometry Siddha system. So Marma, actually according to Acharya Sushrut, there are 107 points in our body, which is especially the location of prana tattva, vital points, vital life energy, and these prana. And this prana is especially related to Vat. So Marma therapy can be especially useful in treating the Vat related disorders, and Janu Sandhigat Vat is a type of Vat problem. So that's why we plan to give Marma therapy with Janu Basti. So here the case presentation, because this is a case study of a previous published long-term means like a big study. So here I'm going to present this one case, which is of 60 years old female who had been suffering from this problem since about 3 years. Patient was married, postgraduate, vegetarian, had no addiction. And on Ayurvedic examination, we found that the Prakriti was Vat, Pittach, Sattva or mental strength, digestive power, and physical strength was medium type. Body compactness or Sanghanan was low. Agni, digestive fire, was Samagni, and this sleeping pattern was disturbed. So some details are here. So the patient had clinical features of Sandhigat Vat as described in Ayurvedic text, as well as clinical features of osteoarthritis of knee, and diagnosis was confirmed by X-ray examination of the involved joint. The patient went through routine hematological examination like hemoglobin, TLC, DLC, SR, etc., and biological investigation like lipid profile, LFT, KFT, all these routine, this urine examination, all these to exclude any other pathology. Okay, and informed consent form was obtained from the patient before the start of the therapy. And when we take detailed history of the patient, so after carefully taken history, we find this, that the possible causes for the occurrence of osteoarthritis were especially Vata related problems, Vata related causes which increases Vata in the body, like more bitter and pungent taste food items, intake of dry and cold food items. This patient was used to take all these things very regularly. Suppression of natural urges, disturbed sleep, fast walk, means in very speedy manner, anxiety a lot, and standing type of nature of work, because she was has in teaching job. So this one. So intervention given to this patient, marma therapy means a stimulation of 4 marma points. You can see here: Kshipra marma, Gulf marma, Indravasti marma, and Janu marma. This therapy, there is very simplified form of this therapy given by Dr. Sunil Kumar Joshi sir, which is the Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Ayurveda University. After 30 years of experience, he had developed a very simplified form of this marma therapy. The researcher has used the same method. And Janu Basti, which is the warm medicated oil, was retained over the knee joint for 35 to 40 minutes. And this therapy was followed by Nadi Swedan with the Shmul Quath. So these 2 intervention was given to the case. Total duration of the study was 39 days, in which 9 days for a treatment period, in which both of these, Januvasti and Marma therapy, was given, and 30 days of follow-up period. With in that, patient had to do self-management. First follow-up on the 24th day, and second follow-up on the 39th day. So self-managed means massage with the Kshirbala oil and Marma therapy on her own for 3 times in a day, because it is very simplified form, so patient can do by self also. So this was the assessment criteria and grading scale. There are 4 subjective parameters and 3 objective parameters were taken: Sandhi Shul, Sandhi Shodh, Sandhi Stabdhata, Sandhi Ato. All the detail of all these 5-point Likert scale and all these things were mentioned in the published research paper, which reference is given below. So this, and in objective parameters, WOMAC questionnaire, Western Ontario McMaster University Index questionnaire, the modified form of the WOMAC were used, which is especially designed for the Indian population. So this is again 5-point Likert scale questionnaire, in which 3 sub-scales: pain, stiffness, and physical function, and total 24 items were there. So this was used, and range of motion, it was measured with the help of goniometer, and walking time. Patient had to walk 21 meters, and 2 subsequent timing was noted, and the average of that timing was taken. So this was, and now you can see the result on first day 0, day 9, day 24, because 9 days treatment. So 0, 9, and this was the first follow-up time, 24th day, and second follow-up time, 39. So this table shows the values of subjective and objective parameters. So during the study, there is very clear-cut demarcation in these parameters and the values of these parameters. So you can see the 4 point and gradually it is decreasing. Shot, this 0 becomes 0. Stabdhata, stiffness, there is maximum result we found in the case of stiffness, and immediately this 3 goes to 0, and here with questionnaire objective parameter also we got the same result, 6 to 0, 0, 0. RTOP, there was not very much difference in the RTOP capitus. ROM 3110, and this subjective, you can see walking time also from 2 it goes to 0, and also the verbal feedback of the patient was taken about 6 months after the completion of the study, and it revealed that patient was able to do self-management for this problem through regular murmur therapy and massage by self. So it was shown that and patient was no problem at all. And now this was the mode of action of murmur therapy, as murmas are the seeds of prana. Prana is the vital life force that governs all our physical and subtle processes. So hence murmur therapy is an important method of regulating the flow of prana. Since prana is connected to vat dosha, pranavayu, vat dosha, and this problem is the vat problem. So prana, we can, if we can intact the flow of prana, then definitely there is a balance in the vat dosha. So this means we can understand that through this statement there is a lot of positive impact on the flow of the prana, and murmur therapy give very much result on the such type of joint problems, and especially stiffness. There is very much difference we see in the stiffness. So stiffness is especially due to the blockage in the movement of prana at that location, and murmur therapy is especially reinstates the proper flow of prana. When we give stimulation to a specific murmur point, then there is flow of prana will become intact, and it must have contributed to the removal of blockages, resulting in the reduction of stabdhata or stiffness. And the other mode of action or mechanism are also explained in our research paper. Here, due to the lack of time, I am not explaining there more. And this is the mode of action of Janubasti. Janubasti having both properties of Snehan and Swedan, and in this Kshirbala oil was used, which is having property of Snigdhata, unctuousness, Madhur ras, sweet in taste, Madhur vipak, sweet after digestion, and Sheetvir. So this property has the Vat Pitta Shamak result. So Vat Pitta Shaman, balancing all these doshas, as well as it has the property of Rasayan, means rejuvenating, and Sandhani property, means to bind those, means if there is a decay in the tissue, means heal those tissues. So the active principle of oil is absorbed by the skin. In the skin, Ayurveda explains that in the skin there is a specific pitta is residing, that is the bhrajak pitta. So the active principle of oil is get metabolized through the bhrajak pitta, and it the properties of this snigdh guru, all these properties of oil help in binding cartilage cells, helps in bringing back the local kapha, that is sleshak kapha, synovial fluid. We can correlate it with synovial fluid. So when there is a healing property of that, so synovial fluid get balanced to the normalcy, and oil has properties itself, it has property opposite to the vata, so it starts balancing vata. So this was the oil application, and this Anadi Swed or sudation therapy produces sweating, decreases stiffness and heaviness at the joint. So it reduces all those symptoms, and the Shmul has property of Tridosha, means or pacifies all the 3 doshas and balancing all the 3 doshas. So the Shmul Nadi Swed was given to the patient. So that's why we can understand that the symptoms of all the Janu Sandhigatvad, that is Shul, Shoth, Stabdhata, all these start reducing and disease is managed. So that's why. So conclusion, thus the present study illustrates the efficacy of the administered therapeutic intervention in the management of Janusandhigatvat, both with regards to short-term relief along with long-term self-management. So thank you so much, sir. I think I'm finished. So if any query or any question, then I can. Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Alka. This was a really interesting talk. And the audience is also very attentive for this talk. So it's really nice. It's very close to the audience sitting here. So I think we will invite one or two questions from the audience. So doctors are here. I think this was a very interesting talk on the efficacy of the Ayurvedic system of treatment and osteoporosis. That problem has not got full solutions in the allopathic tradition. So they're very good questions.
Good evening. I think it was indeed very informative. But as a orthopedic physiotherapist, so I have a question, and which is quite relevant. That which grade of osteoarthritis was it? So that is my question.
I hope that should be listening to.
Is she able to hear me or can
I think she's left.
Yeah. No, sir. No, sir. I'm here. I'm present, sir.
Because I have also worked in osteoarthritis, osteoarthritis, and you have used Bomax scale, so we also use it as a subjective method to measure and quantify impact and implementation. So my question is that which grade of osteoarthritis did you start your treatment in this?
So, okay, good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, in my big study, it was means from grade 2. We have taken the cases. So this case, I think it was of grade 2, but grade 3 patient I have also taken.
Because, ma'am, it becomes very important at which stage
Yes.
in a patient. You must be knowing that. Because
Yeah.
sometimes when we are talking about TKR, then we are also thinking at which grade the patient is in right now. And from which we have done. You know, whether it is at only at organic level we are treating it, or because most of the Western scientists are more interested in whether you are making a change in the structure or not. So rather than just a subjective, maybe it's psychological. So it's like that. Okay,
That's why, ma'am, their verbal feedback has taken after 6 months also. So if it was just.
So these days, maybe we also using the markers actually, because that is what we are using the markers to understand the osteoarthritis improvement. But I think because we are following the Indian system, we are following the Indian system. So I would request that if next study you are planning, madam, why don't you take scale, the cardinal oil scale, radiography.
Yeah.
5,
Yes, ma'am.
Grade 2, grade 4, so it will help us a lot. Because it will
Yes.
help the patient.
Yeah, ma'am. We have done this. This KL grading we did it. Yeah, we did it. For the large study we did it. Yes, KL grading. So then this was grade 2 or 3 means from grade only from grade 2 we have started to take cases. Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your suggestion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. It was really interesting, and I'm happy about the session. That in the end, the session, the concluding talk of the session was very nicely connected. Otherwise, we are having disturbances in between. So now, as per the schedule, I see the mention of mantra meditation, and the talk of the 7-8 talks what we were listening. That was including from the herbal to Ayurvedic system of treatment, and much about the mantra. But what is the mantra, the essence of the mantra at this age? And we have got one organization who works especially treat the people with these kind of techniques, for the children here. So, but the foundation of this mantra, that is the spiritual injection also. So I invite Mr. Praveen Kumar to briefly just touch upon this schedule. Will not take much time, but you just explain the goodness of mantra.
So thank you very much. And for last 2 hours, I'm seeing people are becoming restless. That all of you are made to sit here and forcefully listen. So sorry for that. And so I'll just take 5 to 7 minutes. Although the schedule is half an hour, that's too long. So like we belong to ISKCON, and ISKCON is worldwide famous for Hare Krishna. So all of you are listening to me right now. Are you with me?
Yes, yes.
And also the and 2 ladies. Are you with me? Okay, good. Yes, everyone here also. Great. Yeah. So so the ISKCON International Society for Krishna Consciousness started in New York in 1965. When Srila Prabhupada, who founded ISKCON at the age of 17, he went to New York because his guru, when he was 22 years old in 1922, he ordered him, because you are a educated gentleman, then you should go to the West and preach the knowledge of Vedas to the or Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavatam to the Western world, because you know English. So that was the instruction when he was 22 years old. And then he prepared for that. And when he turned 70, at the age of 70, then he went to New York on a cargo ship. And on the way, because he was so old, on the way he suffered from heart attacks also. And then finally he landed in New York. And from there, this movement started. And the most the basic sadhana of the preaching of the message of ISKCON movement, and that is coming from the scriptures. It's not a man-made or somebody has created it. Is the chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That is the most basic sadhana. Whoever joins ISKCON, or joins means whoever starts following the teachings of Bhagavad Gita or Bhagavatam. So what is this Hare Krishna Mahamantra? And why it is so effective? Like in the morning, Indresh ji was telling कि उन्होंने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया जो हर जगह जहां भी किया वो एप्लीकेबल है. यहाँ भी किया, बाहर भी किया, इंडिया में किया, इंडिया से बाहर भी किया, साउथ में किया, नॉर्थ में किया, everywhere. So that experiment, so this Mahamantra is more effective than that experiment. You anywhere, when Prabhupada started doing, so he went there in 1965, the hippie movement was going on and people were fed up with the normal the culture, and they were looking for some alternate culture and they want to be happy. So Prabhupada simply gave them, you just chant these 16 words. They were not knowing who is Hare, what do you mean by Ram, what do you mean by Krishna. So the important thing is that in this Mahamantra, even you don't, that's why it is called Maha. You don't need to know what is the meaning of this word Krishna. Anyone, even an atheist person, whoever chants this mantra will act like a cleansing agent on the consciousness. That's why when he started doing this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, among the hippies who were mostly the Christians community and also some Jews and Muslims, whoever chanted, and because they wanted some alternative way to awaken their consciousness, all of them, they became, their consciousness, their Chetana, Jagrat, and they became devotees later on, and very great devotees also. So why this Mahamantra is so effective? What happens when we start chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, irrespective of whether we have faith or not? Yes, but if somebody has faith, its effect is doubled and tripled and many fold. But even if without faith, when we chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, from whichever religious background you are from, then it is effective. So there were a lot of studies I was just reading, I was rather preparing to tell you. And a lot of scientific studies have also been done. And especially in the COVID time when people were very, in anxiety and that kind of state. And the one study was done in Vanshiram Chandra Medical University in Chennai, where the study was done on the nursing. And the study went on for 2 months, and this was the physiological study also. There was actual changes in the brain and the body.
And after this 2 months of chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, there was significant reduction in anxiety. And also a lot of studies have been done, so no need to tell. So I'm just reading one shloka from Vishnu Puran, Vani Puran. It says that the fear of terrible disease or the fear of being punished by the king is driven away by chanting the holy name of Narayana. All kinds of diseases, sufferings, along with troubles and calamities are destroyed by chanting the holy name of Lord Hari. This is from the scripture. We are now talking about IKS, Indian knowledge system. So what the Brihad Vishnu Puran says, chanting of the all kinds of diseases are gone. If somebody actually religiously and with full faith chants this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, sufferings, anxieties, troubles, calamities are driven away just by chanting. So what is this Mahamantra? I will just, you can repeat after me. It's a 16 words mantra. Hare Krishna, you can repeat. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So this Hare means it's the energy of the Lord. We are addressing the energy of the Lord. That and energy. There's a name of the energy is also Srimati Radharani. So we are requesting the energy. Ki hey, the energy of the Lord Srimati Radharani, kindly engage me in the service of Sri Krishna. Right. So this is the meaning of the mantra. We are asking the energy to engage us in the service, spiritual service. So when somebody chants, so what is the way to chant this mantra? So you can all be straight, right? Take a long breath. Take a long breath. Yes. And then you have to, when you will speak, you have to concentrate on the sound vibration. You have to concentrate on the sound vibration. For example, when we say Hare, so that sound of Hare should go into my ear. That is the meditation, right? So let us chant for 2 minutes, and we'll chant together. And to stop distractions, you can maybe switch off your mobile and just be here for 2 minutes. Just be here. This is an important meditation. The whole world has seen the effect of this meditation. Whoever he chanted, whether he was a drug addict or any kinds of bad habits, everything is gone away. So this is good for the family also. Even in our homes, when we are practicing, our children also chants. And everyone in the home chant. So this is a simple meditation, and there is one important thing is also that for this meditation, there are no rules and regulations. Means you don't, somebody says, maybe thinking that I am taking non-veg, how will I chant? Or I am not, following other rules and regulations, so how can I chant? Yes. For this meditation, particularly chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, chanting the names of the Lord, there are no rules and regulations. Anyone from whichever background you are, you can chant and you will feel the effect within 7 days. That is the guarantee. And you can practice this with your family. Okay, so let us do it. You can repeat parallel to me and just focus on the vibration, and you can close your eyes to avoid distraction and just hear the sound. Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. So this is the meditation. You have to simply hear the sound. Anyone can do it, even your child, your family, whoever is, even we have seen sometimes the animals also respond. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so this saal pehle, when he was coming from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he appeared in Bengal in 550 years back. When he was coming from Bengal to Vrindavan, on the way, there is a forest, Charpur forest. When he was chanting this mantra, because he was constantly chanting, constantly every 24 hours he was chanting, and in the scripture his name is mentioned, that is Krishna himself. We will come here to teach this Sankirtan movement to the world. That's why this movement is flourishing like anything all over the world. So when he was coming, by hearing this sound from his lotus mouth, even the animals start chanting. Animals started chanting. Even the lions, even the deer, even this. So this mantra is actually chanted from the spiritual platform, where there are no limitations of the bodily, there are no bodily limitations. So anyone can chant. So my request is that, so because you have spent your whole day, so this is the ultimate teaching of these scriptures. This is not ISKCON teaching. This is actually coming from the scriptures. And this mantra is mentioned in the Kali Santam Upanishad. It's a Upanishad, and mentioned for the age of Kali, Kali Yuga, the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. So in that Upanishad, this mantra is mentioned. And there, this whole mantra is mentioned, and then the next mantra is that iti sodashkam nam means the 16 अक्षरों का ये जो नाम है, ये मंत्र है. iti sodashkam nam kali kalmash nashnam. So Kali Yuga, we know this is the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. Everyone will fight with other. So in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, so Kali kalmash nashnam na ataha parakara upaya sarvedeshu drishyate. So there is no better method than chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra in this age of Kali. Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you for your attention to this and for attendance throughout the day. And thank you.
Let me thank the co-chair for doing the job. I want to thank you all for your patience and hearing. So thank Sarah for giving the mantra. Thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow, you morning.